The holy angel descended upon the human world, dazzling everyone with her divine beauty. But then, one man stepped through the mesmerized crowd, and without hesitation, delivered a hard slap to her face. Cold and ruthless, he followed it up by breaking her wings without mercy, because he alone knew the truth. This so-called angel was nothing more than a bloodthirsty psychopath. The man had already experienced 98 cycles of reincarnation. In his 99th life, armed with nothing but a scythe, he rose to become the strongest warrior and the last survivor. And just when Rewound was about to step into the final trial, the one that would end it all, the system message appeared. Boss room requires a minimum of 5 players to unlock. Unable to meet the requirement, he could only watch as his body slowly faded into nothingness. And yet, his eyes showed not even a trace of regret. Because Rewound knew once his death was complete that all too familiar voice would echo once more. Ding! Congratulations! You've successfully activated the return sigil. But what he didn't expect was that this time, the system message would be different from all the others. You've reached the maximum number of regressions. That meant, if he failed on this 100th life, he would truly die, once and for all. It all began with the image of a brightly lit temple. Lanterns flickered like stars, casting a warm glow over the street below, where a massive crowd had gathered. It's finally time, everyone. When we hit 5 seconds, count down with us. Amid the sea of people, a young man with his hood pulled low over his face stood still. A strange, powerful aura radiated from him, mysterious and intense, contrasting sharply with the excitement around him. 5. Rewound tilted his head upward, his expression devoid of anticipation. Unlike the others, he wasn't looking forward to what came next. All around him, the crowd continued chanting in unison. 4. His heart pounded harder. He cursed under his breath, damn it. He stared at his hand, and in that instant he realized something. He was back. His hands trembled, not from the cold but from a deep visceral fear. I've come back right before I got dragged into that damn game. He clenched his fist tightly. I made it all the way to the final round, and yet, the countdown won't stop. Among everyone celebrating the arrival of the new year, Rewound was the only one not smiling. If I could, I'd stop time. Right now. A transparent screen popped up before his eyes, his system interface. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, number of times you've used the ancient reversal spell. 100/100. The moment had finally arrived. The moment he had to make a choice. This is my last shot anyway. No point in hiding who I am anymore. He pulled back his hood. I'm ending this game for good. Scanning the crowd, Rewound's eyes darted from face to face. He was searching for something, or someone. To do that, I'll need 4 others to reach the final round with me. Who's best suited to form a team? Just a few minutes earlier, Yong Min stood among a group of rowdy teens, looking utterly disinterested as his friends cheered and shouted around him. We're finally adults. 2 guys in front of him chatted excitedly. No need to pretend anymore, right? Obviously. They were bouncing around like kids at a birthday party. Yong Min, sporting a shaved head, could only sigh. So what should I do after graduation? Maybe try delivering food. Hey, that girl over there looks like Co Erin. You mean the actress Co Erin? Where? The two kept bickering. There's no way that's Erin, you idiot. You blind or what? Then one of them turned to Yong Min. Hey, what about you, Yong Min? What's your plan? Me. He replied casually. Didn't I tell you? I'm gonna become a gangster. His friends stared at him, visibly unsettled. Are you nuts? You mess up even once in that life and you could end up dead. So what? You too scared? Yong Min shrugged. Whatever. I told you already, I don't care. You only get one life, right? I'm gonna live it my way. Outwardly, they chuckled like it was a joke. But internally, each of them thought the same thing. This guy's seriously screwed in the head. I swear, once we graduate, I'm cutting ties with him, one friend thought. Still, the other guy kept chatting. So, what about that loser you always mess with? What are you planning to do with him after graduation? Yong Min blinked for a moment before it clicked. Oh, you mean that gloomy little bastard? The poor kid who always looks like he's crawling through life. He laughed. Just cause I'm graduating doesn't mean I'm letting him off the hook. His friends whispered to each other. Damn, poor dude. He probably thinks all this ends once we graduate. This guy's seriously messed up, Yong Min smirked. He doesn't get to decide when it ends. I'll keep messing with him as long as I want. As he spoke, one of his friends suddenly pointed. Wait, isn't that him over there? Ryumin's figure slipped quietly through the crowd. Overhead, a speaker blared, "It's finally time, everyone. When we hit 5 seconds, count down with us." Yong Min grinned as the countdown began. "That's my little errand boy right there." 5. But as he looked more closely, something about Ryumin made his expression shift. The glow surrounding him, almost like an aura, was unnatural, unsettling. 2, 1. And right at that moment, Ryumin pulled down his hood. As he turned his head, his eyes locked with Yongmin's. The eye contact made Yongmin visibly uncomfortable. What's with him today? He's acting weird. His temper flared as he forced out a sarcastic shout, "Happy freaking New Year. Is he crazy or what? Why's he staring at me like that?" he snapped. His friends quickly stepped in to hold him back. "Come on, Yongmin, it's New Year's Eve. Just let it go. You'll have plenty of time to mess with him later." With so many people around, he didn't dare cause a scene. Instead, he muttered under his breath, "You little bastard. I'll let you off today." A chubby guy in their group clutched his face, looking like he was about to cry. "I'm finally an adult." Around them, strangers exchanged cheerful greetings. "Happy New Year. May all your wishes come true." But suddenly, an unfamiliar voice cut through the noise. "Humans are so funny. They throw parties for the new year, completely oblivious to how close they are to disaster." Yongmin whipped his head around. "The hell did you just say?" One guy tried to cover, "I didn't say anything." The guy standing between them looked up at the sky, confused. No, seriously, what was that voice? Up above, an angelic figure flapped her wings gracefully through the sky. She hovered high over the crowd, staring down in visible shock. Despite her flawless, divine beauty, her words were anything but kind. "It feels like I'm watching a bunch of monkeys in a cage." People around them stared upward, stunned by the glowing figure in the sky. What the hell? Is that an angel? Is this part of a TV broadcast or something? If they told me this was real, I'd believe it. She's gorgeous. Ryumin looked up, too, though he showed no surprise. She's here. Even after seeing this 99 times already, it still pisses me off. The woman gently covered her soft smile with a hand, then delivered her words like venom. "Pathetic little humans. You all seem completely captivated by my beauty. But don't get any stupid ideas, I have no intention of associating with scum like you." She scanned the crowd with amusement. "Judging by your reactions, I guess you can hear me, huh?" A man in the crowd suddenly pointed up at her and shouted, "Hey, what's your problem? Are you dressed up as some kind of angel? And what do you mean by scum, huh?" Ryumin heard the outburst and quietly thought, "What the hell's your deal, bitch?" But all he said to himself was, "How humiliating." The angel's smile instantly vanished. Her eyes flared red with fury. How annoying. In the blink of an eye, the man who dared to speak up exploded right there in front of everyone. A nearby young man stared in horror, blood splattered across his face. He screamed, sending waves of panic rippling through the crowd. Yongmin froze in shock. What the hell was that? The angel pointed a finger at the spot where the man had been just seconds ago, her voice dripping with scorn. "A lowly human dared speak to a higher being like me with that attitude." Now, every face in the crowd was filled with terror. "You insects have no right to question me. Stop acting like we're on the same level. And what's that sound I hear? Unless you want your brains to explode like his, I'd suggest you shut up." She was done playing around. "I'm sure you're all confused right now, but honestly, how could pitiful creatures like you even begin to understand what's happening?" Her tone shifted to business. "The game has begun. And here is the first rule." Ryumin let out a deep sigh. "Here we go again, another explanation." The angel's body shimmered with radiant light, and her voice echoed as if projected through the heavens. "We're going to play a little game minus 20 rounds, to be exact. On the first day of each month, human souls will be transported into a new dimension where a new game will take place." Now smiling softly again, the angel appeared to be in her comfort zone. Humans only have one job. The crowd, too terrified to even whisper, could only listen as she continued. "Complete your missions. If you succeed, you'll be returned to reality with a reward." The chubby guy whispered, "What's she even talking about?" His friend replied, "Sounds like she'll let us live if we complete a few missions or something." The angel, fully aware of what the humans were thinking, gave a cruel little reminder. "You're probably thinking, sounds like we'll survive if we complete the missions. But let me make one thing clear, just because you complete the mission doesn't mean you'll survive." That was the exact twist she was about to deliver. Only half of you will be spared. The faint flicker of hope that had just lit up in people's hearts was instantly snuffed out. No way, how could that be? The angel still wore a smile, meaning her message wasn't over. But don't worry too much, I'm not taking everyone. The crowd immediately grew restless, murmurs rising into chaos. Roman let out a sigh of exasperation. What do you mean by that? Quiet, over there. The angel snapped. He looked at her again, thoughts churning. Only those between the ages of 15 and 29 are required to participate. Back when I got dragged into this hell on New Year's, I never imagined I'd have to go through it 100 times. A middle-aged man nearby clenched his fists in celebration. I'm safe, I'm gonna live. But a young man beside him clicked his tongue and grabbed the man's shirt in frustration. You're seriously happy about that? You mocking the rest of us? The older man panicked, trying to explain. Wait, what? No, I didn't mean from behind. Yong Min, still in control of himself, raised his voice to calm his friend down. Stay put. Can't you see what's happening? Did you not see that guy's head get blown off a minute ago? With the rules now fully announced, the angel moved on to the next step. Now, let's see, it appears the total number of participants is 1,801,029,290. She raised her hand, and an intense burst of light erupted from her palm. Now that the explanation's over, let the game begin. Suddenly, Rewound found himself teleported to a place of pure white. His expression didn't change as the angel's voice echoed in his mind. You are now in a space where you can no longer see each other. In front of you, a mirror will appear. Before transferring your soul into the game, you must create your physical body. A mirror materialized before him. Rewound slowly reached out and touched its surface. You may customize it however you want. But remember, this is your one and only chance. Choose wisely. He didn't want to waste any time. He'd done this before, dozens of times. Hundreds. So, he completed the process quickly, just like always. His reflection in the mirror began to change. Bit by bit, it transformed, until the name from his past, Black Reaper, emerged once again. The first game's environment was generated, a wide, open grassland stretching under a blue sky. Rewound's new body materialized, and slowly stepped into the field. He now looked older, more experienced, more deadly. Above his head, the name Black Reaper glowed faintly. This will be my 100th regression, he thought, flexing his arms to get a feel for his new form. I went with the same look as before. After doing this 100 times, it honestly just feels like this is my real body. Soon the other players began dropping into the same open plain, one after another. Where are we? Is this a prairie? Holy crap, my body changed. I modeled myself after a celebrity. Not bad, huh? Damn, it actually worked. Rewound glanced at a few of them, especially those who went out of their way to make themselves look flashy. Once again, people were obsessed with looking their best. But anyone with a working brain should know better by now. He spotted one girl beaming with joy over her glowing, beautiful face. Foolish, he thought. This world wasn't about beauty. This world belonged to those who could survive. The more eye-catching you were, the more likely you'd become a target. And if you died in this world, you'd die in the real one too. Rewound stopped paying attention to the others and started scanning the field for a name. It was almost time. A figure stepped forward with an imposing presence. Yong Min. There he is. Rewound wasn't the least bit surprised by his choice. This time Yong Min had opted for a heavily muscled body. The angel returned without delay. Looking at you all, I'd say you really love your new appearances? Huh? She mocked, eyes gleaming with malice. I love seeing that fear on your faces. Let's see now. There are a total of 1,802,910 players. That's the entire population of Seoul. Some of the players glanced around, skeptical. 1.8 million? Doesn't look like that many people. The angel put her hand to her head and laughed mockingly. Ugh, you humans really are hopeless. Then she suddenly snapped, her voice booming across the plain. You think this is the only space? Humans have been divided across different fields, with other angels overseeing their own groups and rounds. Focus on yourselves. Before the game officially began, she added, I'll give you a simple explanation. While she kept speaking, Rewound had already figured it out. He didn't need her instructions anymore. First, think the words, status window. Immediately, a translucent screen appeared in front of him, displaying his data status window: name Rewound alias, Black Reaper, class, trainee level 1. Profession, none, title, none stat strength, 3 intelligence, 3 agility, 3 luck, 3 stat points. None skills, common skills, none special skills, none ancient language. None hidden abilities, unlocks at level 10, unlocks at level 20, unlocks at level 40, unlocks at level 60, unlocks at level 99. Just looking at this makes me want to sigh, Ryomin thought. From above, the angel's voice rang out. Now that you've all looked at your status windows, you'll realize how pathetic you really are, if you've played any game before, that is. Yong Min was also watching the angel when she began to say something that caught everyone's attention. Grow stronger if you survive to the final round and conquer all 20 stages. Her face darkened behind the cloth that covered her eyes. If you do, not only will you be set free, you'll also be granted a wish. That one statement made countless hearts stir with desire. A wish? Like for real? No way, but the angel continued. However, it'll only go to the first person who achieves it. Her lips curled into a sly smile. And now, say inventory and take a look inside. I've prepared a little gift for you. Yong Min did as she instructed. As soon as he thought the keyword, the system reacted, and a new window popped up in front of him. Inventory. He tapped the screen and read the entry item. Random ancient rune shard. A crimson ruby-like stone sat in the inventory as a starter gift. You see, the angel explained, a random ancient rune shard can only be used once, and only while you're still level 1. That's the only gift you'll receive at the start. To use it, just hold it in your hand, and think the word use. Yong Min extended his palm and followed the instructions. Use. A surge of real power coursed through his body, causing his eyes to widen in shock. It was unlike anything he'd ever felt before. Satisfied with the result, the angel gave her final remark with a smirk. Judging by those faces, I'd say you're not too thrilled. But no matter the outcome, you'll have to accept it. Luck is all you've got. She raised her hand high. The rune imprinting is complete. Now then, let's begin, shall we? A snap of her fingers rang out and the nightmare began. The players immediately received their first mission. Round 1. Mission: each player must defeat 100 goblins in the safe zone. Total participants, 1,801,029,290 to be eliminated. 900,514,645 zone, 45 participants. 10,286, to be eliminated. 5,143 goblins began to spawn, equipped with crude, primitive weapons. At first, only a single one appeared, so the crowd remained casual, some even amused. Is that a goblin? Kinda feels like we're in a video game. Are we inside some kind of VR game? Were we kidnapped for an experiment or something? The angel gently waved her hand, summoning even more beams of light, each one a new monster. You're getting excited too soon. I haven't released all the goblins yet. The players' expressions quickly shifted to unease as the reality began to sink in. Wait, hold on. There's way too many of them. The angel then announced the brutal truth. 10,000 of you. Against 50,000 goblins. Fight to the death. As soon as she finished speaking, the low-tier goblins shrieked and charged forward with savage cries. The new players panicked, scrambling in fear. It's coming straight at us. Somebody do something. Stay away from me. Don't bring it over here. Amid the chaos and screams, one figure stepped forward calmly, without hesitation. Roman walked through the crowd of terrified people, heading straight toward the monster. The others tried to stop him, shouting in alarm. What the hell is he doing? He's walking right toward it. Wait, hold on. It's dangerous up there. He ignored every word. They were meaningless. His crimson eyes gleamed as he rotated his body, every movement precise and fluid. Then with one swift kick, Roman slammed his foot straight into the goblin's head. The average players stared in stunned disbelief. Whether in a group or an organization, first impressions were everything, and Ryomin knew it. I need to burn my presence into their minds. The goblin he kicked went flying, its head snapping sideways as it crashed to the ground. The crude dagger it was holding clattered next to it. Ryomin calmly picked the weapon up. He continued with the plan he'd already crafted. If I want to keep annoying pests from bothering me, I need to make a statement. I need to show my strength. Instead of attacking immediately, he paused, gaze lifting upward. And most importantly, I need to get her attention. Up in the sky, the angel let out a small hum of amusement. She was watching. Just as the first goblin collapsed, two more charged in like rabid dogs. Looks like I'll need to put on a bit of a show. Ryaman rushed past them with graceful speed and struck each of them twice in the back. Swift, clean hits. Gasps and murmurs followed from the crowd. Damn, that was badass. Did you guys see that? Who is that guy? Is he some kind of special forces soldier or something? Black Reaper? Huh? Even the name's cool. Thanks to his performance, the players around him began regaining a sliver of confidence. These goblins, they're usually the weakest types in any game, right? A group of young men started psyching themselves up. We could probably kill one too, right? Maybe not as clean as Black Reaper did, but if we get serious, it shouldn't be too hard. But the goblin's speed was no joke. One leaped at a player with a wicked grin, plunging its weapon deep into his side. Blood splattered. The player next to him went pale and stumbled backward in panic. Just moments ago they'd been talking big, but now they screamed and ran like frightened children. Help! Somebody help me! The panic began to spread behind Rumen. They're coming again. The battlefield dissolved into chaos. Screams, blood, and confusion filled the air, yet the goblins were clearly dominating. At this point, no one could pretend this was just a game anymore. A woman watched, horrified, as a goblin drove its blade into a helpless player pinned on the ground. All she could think about now was exactly what Rumen had predicted: survival. She gasped for breath, mind unraveling, instincts taking over. Rational thought vanished. She ran. Rumen had seen this reaction hundreds of times. The survival instinct, it kicks in fast. Once it does, it takes over completely. And then, all they can do is run. He sliced down another goblin with one clean motion. I did the same thing during my first run too. His eyes lingered on the woman, as if seeing a past version of himself in her terrified face. But by his second run, Ryaman had realized something: running in a wide open field like this, it's pointless. Sure enough, the woman slammed face first into a shimmering yellow barrier. She staggered back, disoriented. What is this? Nearby, a trembling man raised a dagger with both hands. His opponent, a goblin, was already on the ground, unmoving. But the man couldn't bring himself to strike. He'd never killed anything in his life, not even an animal. His hands shook. He hesitated. Even when it's already down, they can't do it. That's how hard it is to kill, for people like us. But in this game, survival demanded more. The goblin suddenly jerked upright, red eyes gleaming, and swung its weapon with a scream. The man flinched in terror. You have to overcome that fear, Ryaman thought. High above, the angel observed the bloody chaos with the joy of someone watching a thrilling drama. Help me. Please, someone screamed in terror. This war between humans and goblins, it's so entertaining. She already knew how weak they were. Sure, these goblins are no bigger than kids. But if you can't even resist a child-sized creature, if you just stand there doing nothing, they'll slaughter you barehanded, let alone with daggers. Her golden eyes sparkled with amusement, her twisted smile widening. But her gaze eventually returned to him, Rumen. Unlike the others, he wasn't struggling. He wasn't screaming. He was calmly cutting down goblins with calculated precision. The angel's curiosity was piqued. What is that human? She opened his system interface to investigate. Black Reaper goblin kill progress, 7100 Black Reaper, she whispered inwardly. Though she was technically the overseer of this place, the angel's authority was still restricted by the system, and that infuriated her. Damn this system, aside from mission progress, all player information was locked away. Hidden, concealed. Still, she was in a relatively good mood, so she continued to indulge in her little hobby. Ugh, whatever. Having to explain things to these pitiful little humans, what a blow to my dignity. But I suppose, there are a few interesting ones in the mix. I'll stick around and enjoy the show a bit longer. A goblin took Ryaman's blade straight to the face. The system chimed in repeatedly. Goblin defeated. Exp 4% gold 10, you have leveled up. Goblin defeat progress. 75 100 mission progress required. 25 100 remaining. As Ryaman sidestepped a crudely thrown spear, 4 more goblins came charging at him. But with fluid precision and unmatched finesse, he dispatched all 5 of them using the same technique. Each strike was clean, efficient, almost graceful. Spinning his blood-soaked dagger in hand, Ryaman's movements were sharp and confident. One goblin, sensing danger, tried to retreat but couldn't escape the fatal blow Ryaman delivered with both hands, driving the blade down through its skull. Then, with blood still dripping from his weapon, Ryaman glared at the remaining goblins and spoke in a low, chilling tone. Anyone else? The goblins whimpered and staggered backward, too terrified to move forward. Ryumin sat down and calmly wiped the green blood off his face. Looks like I can finally catch my breath. Thanks to his effort, his level had increased several times over. Status window: name Ryumin alias Black Reaper, class trainee, level 4, profession none, titles 0, stat strength 3, intelligence 3, agility 3, luck 3, available stat points 6, skills normal skills none, special skills none, runes none, bonus abilities: mystery unlocks at level 10, mystery unlocks at level 20, mystery unlocks at level 40, mystery unlocks at level 60, mystery unlocks at level 99, level 4 already. His bloodied hand hovered over the screen as he began assigning stat points. You get 2 points every time you level up. Put everything into agility. Using the experience of his countless regressions, Ryumin chose carefully, deliberately. Agility didn't just boost dodge rate, it also enhanced attack speed and movement. In the early stages of the game, it was the most important stat by far. Satisfied, he flicked his blade to shake off the remaining goblin blood. At this pace, I've probably caught the angel's attention by now. Time to finish this. Suddenly, he flung the dagger into the air. It spun rapidly and drove straight through the skull of a goblin trying to sneak up from behind. The creature let out a blood-curdling scream as Ryumin's eyes narrowed with fierce intensity. Come on. Let's go. The more he taunted, the more the monsters backed away in fear. At that moment, Ryumin let out a sigh. No one dares, huh? Then the strongest player in the area shot out from the grass. Thanks to his significantly boosted agility, he moved cleanly past the goblins, leaving no openings. Fine. Guess I'll come to you, bastards. The goblins snarled and turned toward him. But before they could even react, Ryumin spun into a vicious attack, tearing through them and reducing them to nothing but chunks of meat. Exp 4% gold, 10 level up, goblin hunt progress. 100 first round mission. Completed. A glowing ring surrounded Ryumin's body, marking him as a mission finisher. He stood inside it calmly, waiting. That's round 1 done. After mowing through these things, I'm sure I've got the angel's attention now. System messages popped up, loud and clear. Congratulations. You are the first player in this zone to complete the round 1 mission. Congratulations. You are the first player across all zones to complete the round 1 mission. Ryumin smiled in satisfaction. Rank 1. The higher your rank when completing a mission, the better the rewards. The top 3 ranks get the best rewards. As expected, the system gave him a special choice. Congratulations. As the first to complete the round 1 mission in your zone, you've earned a custom weapon reward. As the first to complete the round 1 mission across all zones, you've earned a treasure chest. A small dagger appeared in his inventory, his reward from the zone. But what caught his eye was the system-wide reward. Congratulations. You've earned a treasure chest. Yeah, I'm probably getting more than anyone else right now. He tapped the sword-shaped ticket. First, let's pick the weapon reward for the zone first. 3 weapons appeared on the screen, each with a different name. He paused, mildly surprised. Nothing too crazy, but still, this is pretty lucky, getting something like this so early. He gently tapped his selection. Item received: short sword type. Rare grade weapon, attack 15, effect, agility 1.15, durability 150, equip requirement, rookie tier or higher, description, the best dagger a rookie can use. He tossed the goblin's pathetic dagger aside. Finally, I can ditch this piece of trash. With blood still clinging to his fingers, he tapped the red X to delete it. I'll hold off on using the treasure chest for now. While Ryumin casually organized his inventory, chaos still raged outside the protective barrier. People were struggling, screaming, barely holding on. Flipping through his profile again, something caught his attention. There was a strange line in his description, last journey of the time traveler, that got his attention. This title, I've never seen it in any of the previous 99 regressions. He extended his hand and whispered, use. The rune stone cracked open, triggering a system message. You have used a random ancient rune fragment. Congratulations. You've acquired the rune of time reversal. Ryumin clenched his fist, listening closely. The acquired rune will automatically be etched into your soul. Due to the unique nature of the rune, the engraving has failed. Of course it failed. If I could inscribe another one, that would mean I could regress infinitely. Still, the next system message brought something new based on the residual imprint of the rune within your soul. You have been registered as a time traveler with 100 completed regressions. Ryumin's face clearly showed his surprise as the next messages appeared. You have obtained the title, Final Time Traveler. What? In this game, titles were even more powerful than ancient runes. Title Time Traveler Unlock Condition. Acquire 100 time reversal runes effect. Upon death, your soul will remain at that location for 1 minute. You may choose to resurrect, fully restoring your health. Limitation: one-time use. The title will disappear after resurrection. Titles are leagues above ancient runes and far rarer to obtain. What puzzled Ryaman now was the nature of this particular ability. Resurrection is a skill exclusive to the priest class, and even then, it only restores around 30% of total health. Yet this title allowed full resurrection. Far from being worried, the realization excited him. So this title lets me revive at full health. Looks like I just scored something insane. He stroked his chin, eyes glinting with curiosity and satisfaction. I really did get something incredible just now. Looking at the system window hovering in front of him, Rewound silently reflected before reaching out to make his choice. Having a trump card like this is never a bad thing. Title: Final Time Traveler. Display settings, public or private. The title will not appear under your ID if set to private, but its effects will still apply. Ryaman squinted one eye slightly and stretched, thinking to himself, I guess most people have finished the mission by now. I wonder how Yong Min is doing. Yong Min stood gripping a knife, just behind two people engaged in a desperate fight. There he is, Ryaman thought with a subtle smile. Looks like he made it through. Brilliant golden light streamed down from the sky as the angel Betrayal reappeared, lips curling into a sneer. No wonder I find this more and more dull. Her divine glow lit up a select few below, and her voice echoed out, causing the crowd to pause. Poor humans. You'll now be culled to match the number of remaining goblins. So sorry, it's my fault. Hands clasped together, Betrayal spread her wings wide and declared, let's stir things up again, shall we? A blonde girl clung tightly to her loved one. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she choked out, stir things up. Helpless, she could only stare as the man in her arms slowly faded away into particles of light. All around, others looked on in panic as the lifeless bodies on the ground began to disintegrate. The corpses, they're disappearing. What the hell is happening? All eyes turned upward to the angel floating in midair. Monstrous creatures foamed at the mouth and charged toward the crowd. Panic erupted. Shit. What the hell? Betrayal's golden eyes lit up, and she spoke with a devilish grin. I've gifted you another 50,000 lives to play with. That should be more than enough for some proper slaughter. Don't you think? The monsters, armed with crude weapons, stormed forward. One young man stabbed one in the stomach, spraying blood everywhere. Another fought to escape as a goblin relentlessly pursued him. System alert: mission progress. 1021 5143. Yong Min stared down a charging creature, then yanked someone behind him, and wrapped his arm around the goblin's neck in a chokehold. System alert: mission progress. 125,143. Ryaman sat back in the grass, observing calmly. Nearby, a player trapped inside the glowing barrier tried in vain to help his teammates, his hands pressed against the light, but it was useless. All he could do was watch helplessly as the monsters overwhelmed his friends. System alert: mission progress. 532 5143. Betrayal beamed with delight at the brutal chaos. Ryaman glanced sideways at her, unimpressed. Then more beams of light shone down, illuminating the players one by one. System alert: mission progress. 143 5143. The goblins instantly vanished, leaving behind stunned and confused survivors. The goblins? They're gone? Where did they go? Betrayal glanced over the system window with disinterest before speaking. Only half of you completed the mission. 5,143 out of 10,286. That's it. Her cold gaze turned downward, settling on the exhausted crowd. The rest will die. After all, those are the rules of heaven. The entire field froze. Faces twisted in despair. Die? Wait, Angel, please. I was only one kill short. Please, no. Pillars of light began to shine down again, triggering mass panic. With a mocking clap, Betrayal smirked. What's with the long faces? Shouldn't you be thrilled that you survived? Relax, you made it through. You get to go back now. She raised a hand to her mouth, trying poorly to hide her smirk. Her voice dripped with contempt. Congratulations on clearing the first round. Do try harder next time. Her eyes glinted mischievously as she added, now then, Let's announce the rankings before you go, shall we? A ranking board appeared in the air, numbers glowing in a soft gold light. Round 1 results. Global Rankings 1. Black Reaper Level 5 No Title, 10 minutes 21 seconds 2. Dumb Fools Level 5, No Title, 16 minutes 15 seconds 3. Heavenly Demon, Level 5, No Title, 17 minutes 07 seconds Current Zone, is 45.51. Black Reaper, Level 5 No Title, 10 minutes 21 seconds 2. Life's a Movie Level 5, No Title, 23 minutes 55 seconds 3. Dark Dragon in Hand Level 5, No Title, 24 minutes 43 seconds. Another window appeared, showing reward details. Ryumin scanned every one of them carefully. His alias, Black Reaper, sat firmly in first place both overall and within his own zone. Rewards Ranking Reward, Low Tier Raripan Ticket, received Special Bonus Chest, Ranking Based, received Mission Completion Reward, 1,000 Gold Coins, pending. You've received 1,000 gold coins for completing the mission. Gold can be used to purchase items in the shop, unlocked at level 10. The crowd turned to look at him in shock. Ryumin gave a modest smile, though his thoughts said otherwise. Well, I guess everyone knows who topped the rankings now. Above, Betrayal the angel rested her chin on her palm, a mischievous glint in her eye, and her voice booming with amusement. Who would have guessed the top player in the entire region came from my domain? Black Reaper, was it? Answer me. Ryumin looked up at her, calm and unshaken. Speak your mind. Raising a hand, her tone turned playful yet probing. Tell me, why are you so strong? Did you acquire some special rune or ability? Though her words were smooth, a storm brewed behind her eyes. Damn it. What's this guy hiding? Ryumin didn't answer directly. You could just check my status window, couldn't you? Caught off guard, Betrayal faltered. Ah, well, of course. I am an angel, I can totally see that. Just testing you, you know. He suppressed a laugh. Come on now. Don't make me laugh out loud. Suddenly Ryumin called out, Hey Angel. Surprised, she blinked. Yes, he stood confidently within the halo of light surrounding him. I have a request. May I? Her brows furrowed, confused. A request. Arms crossed, Ryumin spoke with complete seriousness. Yes. I believe the reward for first place is a little underwhelming. Gasp rippled through the crowd. Yong Min and the others stared at him like he'd lost his mind. Betrayal's expression turned to fury as she barked. What did you just say? Still standing within the divine light, Ryumin met her gaze with unshaken composure. I would appreciate it if you gave me something more fitting. Her voice dropped to a threatening growl. Say that again, I dare you. But Ryumin showed no fear. He repeated calmly, I don't like my reward. I'd prefer something better from you. The entire place fell silent. Every gaze locked onto him. Betrayal's golden eyes flashed, and a twisted smile curled on her lips. A mere human dares to make demands of me, she sneered, voice sharp. I kept an eye on him at first because he seemed promising. But now, just a few goblins down and he thinks he can look down on me. With a furious flick of her wrist, she pointed a glowing hand at him. I'll blow your head off. She suddenly froze, lips twitching in frustration as she clenched her fist instead. Damn it. I already used that one-time power to kill someone earlier, her teeth gritted. You arrogant mortal. You think I can't kill you? Just as quickly, something caught her eye. Wait a moment, her voice lowered into a dangerous, eerie calm. Yes, I know just what to give you. She slowly descended, her feet landing softly on the grass. Eyes locked on Ryumin, she asked again, so you want a better reward? She brushed invisible dust off her sleeves, speaking with feigned casualness. Normally I'd reject a request like that right away, but then she took a step closer to him. On second thought, let's talk. Privately. Everyone else wait here. The players around them buzzed with disbelief. Wait, she's actually going to grant his request. No way, he's bargaining with an angel. Should I try asking for a new reward too? Nah, it's cause he placed first. No one else could pull that off. Whispers spread like wildfire. Yong Min stared at Ryumin, silently brooding. She kicked the rest of us out. Just what kind of reward is worth that? Envy flickered in his eyes as he watched Ryumin step forward without a word. Betrayal glanced over her shoulder, annoyance in her voice. Why are you lagging behind? Want me to keep turning around to talk to you? Walk next to me. Ryumin replied simply, yes ma'am. Her eyes narrowed with disgust. Inside, her thoughts were brimming with contempt. Stupid humans. Always waiting for orders. Greedy little animals that don't know their place. She resumed walking, her thoughts spiraling. Why should I bend the system's rules for him? Just because he ranked first. If I change his reward, others will demand the same. He's no exception. Her eyes darted sideways toward Rumen, a wicked grin forming. He should have just taken what was given. Now I'll teach him what greed gets you. As they neared a large rock, her thoughts sharpened with malice. I'll kill him the moment we pass that stone. Still she hesitated. It could be risky. If I kill a player out of spite without using the one-time divine power, and word gets out, the higher-ups will hold me accountable. If the rules break because of me, it's my neck on the line. Her footsteps slowed as they reached the rock. So I need to be somewhere, no one's watching. A sinister smile spread across her face. Fool. If you'd just kept your mouth shut you might have lived. Then she turned around with an uncharacteristically warm expression and a coaxing tone. So you want a better reward. Tell me, what is it you desire? Before she could finish the sentence, a fist came flying straight for her face. Her eyes widened in shock. Ryaman's punch connected squarely with her cheek, snapping her head sideways with a brutal thud. Her face instantly began to swell, her mind barely able to register what had just happened. She hit the ground, fury boiling inside her. A golden liquid dripped from her face as Betrayal the angel touched it in disbelief. What is this? That filthy human actually hit me. She sprang up, her face contorted in rage as she glared at Ryaman. You wretched human. But before she could react, Ryaman vanished without a trace. Gone. She whipped around in confusion only to feel a sudden grip on her wings. Behind me. Ryaman's hand clamped down on her wings as his other hand snaked up to grasp her throat. Her eyes widened in panic. Wait. What are you doing? Stop. Stop. His movements were merciless. Her scream tore through the air as he drove her back down to the ground. Her eyes were blank, her mouth agape, mind in shock. Without a hint of hesitation, Ryaman twisted and snapped one of her wings. The sickening sound echoed as golden liquid poured from the wound. His voice was cold, devoid of emotion. No need to get all teary now, ma'am. Then he grabbed the remaining wing. She shrieked in pain as he wrenched it from her back, golden fluid spilling freely. There. Now you can't run. Betrayal clenched her teeth, glaring at him with pure hatred. Ryaman raised an eyebrow, his tone almost mocking. What's the matter? Hurts, doesn't it? She shouted enraged. Of course it hurts. What do you think? He smirked, utterly unbothered. If I'd waited another 5 minutes, you would have been the one asking that obvious question, then laughing with that disgusting grin of yours. She tried to sit up, voice trembling with fury. Are you insane, human? What the hell are you talking about? Ryan held up both wings and from one, a hidden dagger slipped into view. His voice turned icy. You were planning to kill me with this, weren't you? He tossed the wings aside like trash. I figured as much. Betrayal gasped in pain, clutching her shoulder. What do you mean by kill? I never planned. But his crimson eyes narrowed, cutting her off with a look sharper than any blade. Lying won't help you, your face says everything. Her expression slowly shifted from rage to fear. How does a mere human know my name? Ryaman summoned a dagger from his inventory, voice growing colder by the second. Knowing it won't save you. She scrambled back, alarm spreading in her voice. What are you doing? Why are you pulling out a weapon all of a sudden? He twirled the dagger, unimpressed. Don't tell me you still don't get it. She pointed at him, her voice cracking into a threat. You've lost your mind. If I snap my fingers your head will. But Ryaman cut her off calmly. You don't have that power anymore. Silence. Betrayal's lips quivered but said nothing. Still trying to hold authority, she shouted. You think you'll get away with this? My allies won't stay quiet about this. He rolled his eyes, clearly bored of her empty threats. Allies? What a joke. Angels are selfish bastards. None of them care what happens to the others. You die, they won't even blink. Lies. That's ridiculous, she stammered. He stepped closer, lifting the dagger. That's enough. Let me send you off now. Betrayal scrambled to her feet, backing away frantically. Wait. You gain nothing from killing me. Ryaman replied coolly. Oh, I do get something out of this, but you wouldn't understand. Betrayal the angel growled. If you kill me you'll regret it. You won't be able to return. But Ryaman, unfazed, said flatly. The system's set to automatically return me once I'm finished here. She froze, stunned and helpless. How do you know that? Desperate now, she tried bargaining. Wait. I'll give you any information you want. Just give me a chance. But Rumin rejected her without hesitation. No need. If I wanted information, I would have tortured it out of you. His tone turned colder. In this game world, we side with our kind. And the truth is, you're nothing more than a pawn pretending to be a guide. Her eyes widened in disbelief. A pawn? Raising her hand in a daze, she muttered, since when? That was when Rewound lunged, striking without pause. Her scream pierced the forest as she collapsed, lifeless. The system's mechanical voice echoed, you have defeated an angel. Confirmed, you are the first player to kill an angel. Reward granted, title first to slay an angel. You have received angel's blood. As confirmation of his feat, a small glass vial and a glowing gem appeared in Rumin's hand. Just as expected. I really was the first. Then another message, you have received the runescript massacre. The items in his hands lit up as a golden aura enveloped him. Runescript has been etched onto the player's soul. The system displayed reward list: first to slay an angel title, first to slay an angel condition, be the first player to defeat an angel effect. All stats double when fighting divine beings. Rumin recalled, I only discovered this reward during my 13th regression, when I avenged myself on an angel. It must be a one-player only bonus. Runescript, massacre effect, each time you kill a target, all stats increase by 1%, up to 100% duration, until the current round ends. Each reward is practically a legendary grade item. Rewound smiled slightly at the system screen. If the other angels find out I've obtained a runescript, they'll definitely be shocked. His eyes gleamed red as he examined the vial in his hand, mind racing. But the biggest reason I killed the angel. Then the system displayed the item's description: angel's blood type, consumable, unique, effect, allows you to change your class to Reaper, requirement, level 10 or above. Description, a unique reward given only to the first player to slay an angel. Grants access to the divine nemesis class Reaper. Class emblems materialized one after another. Once players reach level 10, they can choose a class. Normally, there are 30 possible classes, and switching is straightforward. You obtain a class change item through hunting or completing some basic condition. But not always. The vial glowed alongside a crimson class icon above it. Some classes are special, only granted under unique circumstances. The crimson class stood above all others. Naturally, players with such classes are on a whole other level. Bonus stats, runescript synergy, skill trees, everything about them is borderline broken. Rewound opened his inventory and thought, funny. I didn't even finish round 1 and I'm already back. Then his thoughts shifted. Guess it's time to use the reward I got for placing first across all zones. The system interface popped up, displaying the options. Please choose one of the following rewards. Tap the item you wish to receive. 1. Triple Exp effect, lasts through round 2. 2,000 gold. 3. Information about round 2. Rewound set his sights firmly on his next goal and thought to himself, the most important thing now is to reach level 10 and change my class as quickly as possible. He raised his hand and selected a reward. System message, you have chosen the Triple Exp effect. The effect has been automatically applied for round 2. His eyes shifted toward Betrayal, the angel's lifeless body. Rewound stood still for a moment, a trace of solemnity on his face. This is the final round, so there's no room left for hesitation. No matter what it takes, I have to grow stronger. He began walking toward her. System message, round 1 has ended. Global survivors, 900,514,645. Current zone, 45 survivors. 5,143. Your soul will be transferred to your physical body in the present dimension. Date May 1st, 2023. Round 2 begins now. We will see you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Yong Min shouted in frustration. His vision settled on the tall buildings around him, then he suddenly stopped. What is this? The sound of New Year's bells. Frowning deeply, he thought, what's going on here? He muttered aloud, did everyone just collapse like I did? People all around began to stir and groan. Did I just pass out or something? I had this insanely vivid dream, feels like my head's about to explode. Yong Min rubbed his temple, completely confused. That dream just now, it was way too real. He instinctively checked his phone. 5:20 a.m. His brows furrowed. Even the time here moved the same as it did in the dream. All over the city, people slowly woke up. Groaning, sore. My head, God, my whole body's aching. Yong Min glanced toward a familiar figure and called out, "You guys awake yet?" The brown-haired one blinked and responded, "Yong Min, did I pass out just now?" "Yeah," Yong Min said. "Not just you. Everyone here." The guy stared at him, stunned. "We just fell asleep." Another man with a shaved head added, "What the hell happened?" "I swear I just had the weirdest dream." Someone else chimed in, "Right. Same here." "Yo, Yong Min, did you have one too?" "Yeah," Yong Min replied. But his gaze slowly scanned across the crowd. He spoke up. "I don't think it was just a dream." People clutched their heads, voices full of dread and disbelief. "Did we come back from that hellhole? Am I actually alive?" "But I swear that goblin," Yong Min said grimly, "it was just a dream." But others began to question everything. So it was real? All that with the goblins? And round one? Wait, does that mean next month we're going back? Someone cursed, slamming a hand to the pavement. God damn it. Yong Min turned to a body still lying motionless nearby. "Hey, why isn't this guy waking up?" The bald man looked uneasy. "I was wondering the same thing." The brown-haired one crouched down and yelled, "Hey, Kim Tae-sik. Wake up." He reached out and shook the man's shoulder. "Come on, man. Wake up already. Wake up." He reached out and shook the man's shoulder. "Come on, man. Wake up already." As soon as they turned Tae-sik over, his face was pale ashen. Even. The brown-haired guy panicked and quickly pressed his fingers under Tae-sik's nose. "No way," he muttered, his hands starting to tremble. His voice cracked as the panic set in. "Shit, he's not breathing, I can't feel a pulse either." Yong Min froze. "Tae-sik, is he dead?" The brown-haired man's face had gone completely pale. No way. Did he die because he couldn't survive the game? The bald guy looked just as sick. That can't be, can it? He swept his gaze toward the others who still lay motionless. Then all the ones who haven't woken up yet. Yong Min's eyes moved across the chaotic scene in front of him. A sick feeling welled up inside. Are they all just corpses now? The bald guy slowly pushed himself up, his voice hollow and full of disbelief. "That means only half of us actually made it out alive. And the next round will be like this too." Yong Min's expression darkened. His hands were shaking. "This is insane, totally insane." Watching the string of events unfold before his eyes, Yong Min began to spiral into manic thoughts. Didn't this all mean that, regardless of where someone started, everyone now had to survive under the same rules? No one got a free pass. His eyes lit up with madness, and he let out a twisted, almost joyous smile. There was no need to cry about life being unfair anymore. He turned to his buddies and tried to sound reassuring. "Relax, you bastards. All we gotta do now is survive." What's with the panic? His friends, however, were too shaken to even register his words. One of them sat slumped on the ground, clutching his head, trembling uncontrollably. "It's not fair. To die without even being given a chance to fight." But Yong Min remained unfazed, speaking casually as if none of this concerned him. "It's not just us. Everyone's stuck in this same mess. What's the point of whining about fairness?" His two companions stared at him in shock, cursing him silently. "This bastard's insane." The bald one sighed deeply, scowling. "Of course you wouldn't get it. You've lived your whole damn life as a thug, so dying here probably means nothing to you." Yong Min ignored him, scanning the area instead. "I'm not like you. I still got things I want to do," the bald one muttered. Yong Min glanced sideways. "You looking for something?" "Yeah," he said calmly. "That damn rat's nowhere to be seen." The bald guy frowned. "You mean that errand boy of yours? Where the hell is he?" Yong Min thought. "Where's that little bastard? I could have sworn I saw him over that way before everything went black. Don't tell me he didn't even make it past the first round and died in some corner." He smirked to himself, convinced. "Yeah, that must be it. There's no way a weakling like him survived." Suddenly his attention snapped to a man standing nearby wearing a full suit of armor from who knows where. Yong Min narrowed his eyes. What's up with that guy? Where the hell did he get that gear from? An impossible thought crossed his mind. Frowning, he hesitated, then muttered under his breath, "Status window." Instantly, a transparent system window appeared before his eyes, displaying stats and information. His breath hitched. Holy shit. It worked. His buddies noticed the change and called out, "Status window." The guy in the fur-lined jacket scoffed. No way something like that actually, but he froze as a status window popped up before him too. It's real. Yong Min couldn't see their windows and squinted. What the hell are you staring at nothing for? The other guy shot back. Aren't you doing the exact same thing? I think it only shows up for each person individually. Soon, everyone nearby had their own status windows pop up. The group erupted in shocked chatter. Isn't this something out of a game? Are you telling me we can actually allocate stat points and use items now? Without a word, Yong Min bent down and picked up a rock from the ground. He gripped it tightly and crushed it to powder in his fist. Fine dust slipped through his fingers as he stared at his palm in silence. Then a wide, satisfied grin stretched across his face. This is absolutely perfect. The news broadcast delivered an unbelievable report. Early this morning, something truly unimaginable occurred. A serious-looking female anchor with short hair recounted the story. At the plaza in front of the New Year's bell in Seoul, right at the turn of the year, more than 10,000 people suddenly lost consciousness. Let's go to the scene. The screen cut to the moment when Betrayal the angel appeared. A woman, her identity still unknown, dressed in angelic robes, had shown up right in front of the New Year's bell. She spoke to the crowd gathered below. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Moments later, an unexplained explosion occurred when one man pointed at the woman and said something. He was instantly killed. The anchor continued, following that, the woman spread her arms toward the crowd. One by one, people in the footage collapsed. More than 10,000 lost consciousness in an instant. Another clip aired a police report stating that most victims were aged between 15 and 29. The field reporter emphasized, "We've confirmed this phenomenon isn't isolated to our country. It's happening worldwide." The internet exploded in chaos. Comments flooded in, "What the hell? Are these reporters high or what? How do you even air something this insane at dawn? Is this an April Fool's joke? 1.8 billion souls kidnapped. I can't believe how far fake news has gone. Guess the media's running out of content for New Year's, huh? That video's clearly G." Arguments erupted in the comment sections. Some denied everything. Ironically, while typing their rants, a few people dropped dead mid-comment. Rewound scrolled through the chaos online, perfectly calm. So it's begun, he thought. And this is just the beginning. The news continued. As of 5:20 am, about half of the unconscious individuals have regained consciousness, while the rest remain in a vegetative state. All have been declared clinically dead. Celebrity CEO Aaron was found deceased at the plaza. This marks the first time in history that over 11% of the global population has died in a single catastrophe. More deaths are being confirmed as we speak. Rewound remained unfazed. The real problem, he knew, wasn't the deaths, it was something else entirely. He turned his eyes to the news footage playing in front of him. Survivors are now being referred to as players, the anchor said, though the cause of the incident remains under investigation. His thoughts overlapped with the report. The real issue is that the powers players gained in the game have followed them into reality. Right now, most players don't have high stats yet, so it hasn't caused a stir. His expression hardened. But as their levels increase, they'll rise into something more, beings with overwhelming power. A dark knight in full armor flickered through his mind's eye, surrounded by immense energy. No modern weapon, not even a full military force, could suppress players like that. Once they reach that point, they'll become human weapons, uncontrollable, unstoppable. He began walking. But I have no intention of standing by while the world spirals into chaos. His hooded jacket cast a shadow over his face, giving him a chillingly mysterious aura. If this keeps going unchecked, the world might collapse before we even reach round 20. There's only one solution. Rewound's eyes turned razor sharp. I need to take control of every single player, with a power that surpasses them all. His thoughts drifted to the countless regressions he had endured. Of course, this time I'll have to take a different approach from before. A system window appeared before his eyes. To open the door to the boss room, a minimum of 5 players is required. His expression darkened, his face swallowed by shadow. I already have a few potential candidates in mind, and I've also figured out how to recruit them. But he quickly shelved the thought. Now isn't the time to act on that just yet. There are more pressing matters at hand. With that, he turned his attention forward and kept walking. Before long, he arrived at the front door of his home. He quietly opened the door and stepped inside. His eyes caught something, a cup of instant noodles left half-eaten on the table. That punk, eating cup noodles for dinner again, he muttered to himself. He gently opened the bedroom door to find a boy, younger but resembling him closely, sleeping soundly without a care in the world. Seeing the boy sleeping so peacefully brought a soft smile to Ryaman's face. He's sleeping this well, even though I hadn't come home yet. That boy was Wani, his little brother. He's my younger brother. Next year he'll be a senior in high school. Ryaman began to narrate his family's story. There's nothing special about our family. A framed photo of the four of them smiling, happy hung on the wall. But everything changed overnight, after our parents died in a car accident. Beneath the table, another frame held a picture of just the two brothers, laughing and playing together. Of all the changes, one of the biggest was that I became Wani's sole guardian. His brother's body was covered in bruises, injuries that looked far from mild. Rewound reached out gently and applied bandages to the wounds. His gaze lingered on Wani, filled with complex emotions. Then, the room suddenly lit up, waking his brother from sleep. Rewound blinked at the sudden brightness. He had turned on the light, and now sat by the bed. Time to get up, he said softly. Wani stirred and opened his eyes. Huh? Hyung. It's morning, Rewound reminded him. Wani groggily checked his phone. It's only 6. Not letting his brother drift back to sleep, Rewound peeled back the covers without warning, making the boy jolt upright. While folding the blankets, he said, "We don't have the luxury to sleep in." Still half asleep, Wani asked, "Wait, what's going on?" "I'll explain later. Just get dressed, we're heading out." Wani let out a yawn, rubbing his eyes. "Where are we going?" "If you woke me up for a sunrise hike, I swear I'd rather sleep in." But Ryaman's tone was firm now. "Listen to your big brother." He looked straight at Wani. "Now's not the time to be relaxing or taking things easy." Handing him a set of clothes, he stated clearly, "The world has fallen into chaos." Wani blinked, taken aback. "Didn't you say you were just going out to see the New Year's countdown? What happened?" Rewound didn't answer. He turned and walked away. "Just come with me. I'll explain on the way." The two of them left the house and walked swiftly through the eerily silent streets. Wani glanced over at his brother, concern creeping into his eyes. For Hyun to be acting this serious, something big must have happened. Sensing his younger brother's gaze, Rewound finally spoke. "Wani, you really have no idea what's going on globally right now, do you?" Wani's eyes widened slightly, panic creeping into his voice. "What are you talking about? You're scaring me. Did something happen while I was asleep?" Rewound remained calm, giving a simple instruction. "Check the top search rankings." Curious and concerned, Wani grabbed his phone. As he scrolled through the trending topics, his brows furrowed in disbelief. What the heck does this mean? A heavenly being appeared and kidnapped people to another world. Rewound clarified in a quiet voice. More accurately, their souls were taken. Wani gasped, fear taking over. "No way. Don't tell me you were." "I was," Rewound confirmed, his tone steady. "And I only survived by killing 100 monsters called goblins." Hearing that, Wani's face turned pale. "What? That's insane. Are you hurt anywhere?" Rewound gave him a reassuring look. "You don't need to worry about me." "How could I not worry?" Wani burst out, his voice loud with emotion. A flashback cut in two boys, standing alone at a funeral. Their parents, gone in a single night. So this is family. There were no relatives. No visitors. Just the two of them under a gray sky. Wani had cried until his face was streaked with tears. From that day on, his brother had stood alone. A solid presence, always reliable, always there to fill the void their parents had left behind. And even now, his brother's back looked just as dependable and just as lonely. Wani knew he had to be strong, for both of them. But having a strong heart and surviving by killing 100 monsters, those were completely different things. He looked at Rewound with pain in his eyes. He must have a weak side too. He has to. Rewound suddenly chuckled, a bit wryly. "I know what you're thinking." Then he turned to his brother and calmly explained. "That world, it has a system. With stats like in a game. So my physical ability didn't really matter that much." He added gently, "That's why you don't have to worry." Wani hesitated. "If that's really true, then..." But Rewound interrupted, still patient. "If you saw me in the future, you wouldn't be thinking like this." Wani blinked, confused. "What do you mean?" Rewound didn't answer right away. Instead, he gave a small grin. "If you want to know, just come with me." Wani, however, wasn't ready to drop it. He stood his ground. "No. Not until you tell me where we're going." "I'm not taking another step." Rewound stopped walking. He must be this anxious, because he's that worried about me. Wani's eyes were earnest. "Please. Just tell me." Ryaman's gaze dropped to the bruises on the back of his brother's hand. He fell into a brief silence, then finally spoke. Tiju gang. Wani looked stunned. Ryaman continued, his voice steady. We're going to the Tiju gang stronghold. The place where that thug who's been bullying you hangs out. Then Ryaman casually asked, as if he didn't already know, is the Tiju gang threatening you? Wani froze, startled by the question. How do you? Ryaman's voice dropped lower. So I was right. You've been keeping this from me. Hearing that, Wani's expression tightened. You already knew everything? Ryaman gave a calm but slightly pained reply. Why would you assume I didn't? Wani bit his lip, silently thinking to himself, I didn't want him to find out. He's already been through so much. Seeing his brother's discomfort, Ryaman felt a weight pressed down on his chest. I'm sorry. His voice was quiet, burdened by guilt. The truth is, I didn't know. I only found out hours after I returned from the first round. A memory surfaced. Morning sunlight streamed through the window of their small apartment. That day, Wani had woken up first. He turned to look at Ryaman, who was still fast asleep, and softly said, I'm heading out for a bit, bro. That was the day everything changed. Back in the memory, Ryaman was suddenly woken up by a phone call. Barely opening his eyes, he mumbled. Hello. A voice on the other end, rushed and urgent, answered. Hello, is this the guardian of Rewound? You need to come to Hospital 20 immediately. The moment he heard that, Ryaman threw on his coat and bolted out the door. That day, the darkness of it still haunted him. His little brother had been found nearly blind, his body covered in injuries after being beaten by the Tiju gang. Wani had been curled up against a hospital wall, trembling with pain. Ryaman had clenched his fists tightly, furious with himself. Because I was weak and clueless, I couldn't protect him. Overcome with guilt, he kept repeating in his mind, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Back in the present, Ryaman now stood before his brother, eyes heavy with purpose. No one will ever hurt you again, Wani. Not anymore. The scene shifts to a dilapidated hideout. A loud thud echoes as someone's foot slams into a man's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground with a grunt of pain. A blonde-haired thug, clearly the leader, shouts, You bastards got a death wish or something. He points at 3 men, all bruised and beaten. Didn't I tell each of you to bring me 200,001? The men stay silent. I said, didn't I? He barks again. What, you gonna ignore me now? Snarling with rage, he kicks one of the men repeatedly, showing zero hesitation or mercy. 3 other gang members watch from the sidelines. One of them chuckles, yup, that's Tiju for you. He doesn't even go easy on his own guys, another sneers. Even the bowl cut one gulps nervously. Even seniors from other schools stay away from him. The bald one mutters under his breath, no matter what happens, I'm not messing with that guy. After venting his fury on his crew, Tiju clicked his tongue and cursed. Damn it. I was gonna buy a car today. You worthless pieces of trash screwed that up for me. He glared at the other 3. Hey, you guys know any ways to make fast cash? They all froze. Come on, Tiju growled. Think fast. Tiju's lackeys tensed up, racking their brains under the pressure of their boss's glare. Finally, the bald one snapped his fingers, an idea forming in his head. Trying to play it cool, he grinned nervously and said, What about that errand boy of yours? Tiju raised a brow, intrigued. You mean that tall kid with the short hair? Rewound, right? I was actually planning on calling him today. A twisted grin crept onto his face. I thought I'd beat the crap out of him to celebrate the new year. His cronies exchanged glances, quickly jumping on the bandwagon. We could squeeze some cash out to him too. Yeah, sounds good. But then, Tiju muttered, that kid doesn't even have a home. His words made them pause. Ha! He sneered, as if disgusted. He couldn't cough up a single coin even if I beat him half to death. There's nothing left of that family. The 3 lackeys stared at him, dumbfounded. Seriously? Tiju nodded. And he's got no other relatives, just an older brother. Suddenly, Handu, one of the thugs, went silent, his face stiffening. The bald guy noticed. Yo, what's with you? Another turned his head, following Handu's gaze. What are you staring at? 2 familiar figures had just entered the rundown lot. Tiju squinted, and his lip curled. Well, if it isn't Rewound. Jesus, you scared me for a second. He strutted forward with a wicked smirk and spat. You think you're some big shot like Cao? Nah, you're just a damn mutt. Then, yelling loud enough for everyone to hear, he bellowed, You son of a bitch. Rewound visibly shook at the sound of Tiju's voice. His hand instinctively gripped his shirt. What? Now Tiju finally noticed the unfamiliar man standing beside Rewound. He squinted, displeased. What the hell? Who's that guy? His face pisses me off. He barked out. Hey mutt, who's your little friend? What, you bring back up cause you're lonely now? Rewound hesitated. But before he could finish, the man next to him calmly stepped forward and said with a taunting grin, I'm his older brother. Tiju blinked, confused. Brother. Then, glaring at Rewound, he snapped. Didn't I tell you to shut your damn mouth? You think you can just ignore me now? He cracked his knuckles menacingly. You're dead today. Both of you. He looked over his shoulder at his crew and gave a quick nod. The bald thug rolled up his sleeves and growled. What, the sun rising from the west now? Since when did errand boys think they could defy Tiju? Another one chuckled arrogantly. Hey one, your brother any good in a fight? He waved his hand up and down mockingly, making fun of Ryomin's height. He looks like a twig. Bet he can't even throw a punch before he could finish that sentence. Ryomin's fist crashed into his face. Way. The thug went flying, crashing to the ground in a heap. His buddies froze in place, stunned. But the next one, too stupid to learn a lesson, screamed with rage and lunged at Ryomin. You son of a. The thug's punch came fast but not fast enough. Rewound easily dodged it with a slight tilt of his head, then instantly countered, slamming his fist into the second thug's face. The blow launched the guy across the ground like a ragdoll. The remaining goons didn't hesitate, they all charged at once. Ryomin moved in a blur, throwing two lightning-fast punches that crashed into their faces one after another. You bastard, how dare you! Watching his men get taken out so effortlessly, Tiju trembled with rage. His teeth clenched, his face twisted in fury, though deep inside he cursed himself. Trash. Absolute trash. Still, he tried to rationalize it. He probably just picked up some boxing skills somewhere. Thinks he's hot shit now, huh? Smirking with overconfidence, Tiju muttered. You think you can take me down with some fancy punching? He took a deep breath, tried to act cool, and called out mockingly, Hey, big bro of Rewound. Hands in his pockets, he swaggered over like he owned the place, standing a whole head taller than Ryomin, and sneered. So you know how to throw a punch. Big deal. Didn't anyone teach you that in boxing, physical strength matters most? But Ryomin didn't even flinch. Instead, he calmly asked, You haven't watched the news, have you? Tiju narrowed his eyes. News? What the hell are you talking about? The disinterest on Ryomin's face ticked him off even more. What news, you son of a? He launched another punch, but again Ryomin dodged it with ease. Over and over Tiju swung wildly with everything he had, but each strike hit nothing but air. What the hell is this? Tiju's breath was ragged now. His arms ached, his chest burned. He was drenched in sweat. Something's off. Seriously off. Why can't I hit this guy? Ryomin finally clenched his fist, drawing in power, and spoke slowly, calmly, almost pityingly. If you had seen the news, in the blink of an eye, he delivered a devastating punch to Tiju's gut. You'd know better than to pick a fight with a player like me. Ryomin's face darkened. With a grim expression, he slammed a powerful punch straight into Tiju's gut. The thug froze, body numb, pain radiating from the blow. For a moment he couldn't even react. Then, after a delay, his senses snapped back. You bastard! Tiju roared, his face twisted with rage. He lunged forward, fist cocked. I'll kill you. But in front of him nothing. Ryomin had vanished. Not a single shadow remained in sight. Where the hell did you go? Tiju spun around, panicked, and just as he turned, another fist smashed into his face. Clutching his cheek, he shouted furiously, You hit me. A tooth flew out, clattering onto the ground. I'll kill you. He bellowed, wild with fury. Summoning every last ounce of strength, Tiju lunged forward. Die. But Ryomin dodged again, almost effortlessly, and countered with a flurry of punches to the face. Tiju staggered, barely able to stay on his feet. His face was a swollen mess. Even the bystanders, watching from a distance, broke into cold sweat. This bastard, he keeps aiming for my face. Gasping for air, Tiju tried to focus. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Ryomin. If I can just land one hit, just one. Driven by desperation, he launched himself forward. But Ryomin raised his leg and blocked the punch with ease. Too slow. Then came the final strike. This time, Ryomin didn't hold back. Tiju was sent flying, slamming into the wall with a sickening thud. Coughing and shaking, Tiju tried to lift himself up. Ryumin stared down at him, expression cold and unrelenting. "You bastard!" Tiju shouted through gritted teeth, trying to hide the fear in his voice. But Ryumin remembered. He remembered the bruises on his body, the wounds, the way he used to hide in dark corners terrified, alone. No matter how many times he was reborn, he could never forget that feeling. He walked toward Tiju slowly. "This time I'm ending it. So no one can ever drag us into that hell again. Don't come near me." Tiju stammered, shrinking back. He clutched his throat, trembling. Stop." Ryumin crouched in front of him, clenching his fist but wore a soft, almost gentle smile. Tiju, eyes squeezed shut, flinched. But when he opened his eyes he saw Ryumin's glare, cold and sharp. "That's why," Ryumin said, voice low and deadly, "you never touch my little brother again." Tiju froze. Then go why? He let out a blood-curdling scream as Ryumin gripped his hand and crushed it. He writhed in pain, howling like a wounded animal. "No, it hurts. It hurts." His cries grew louder, more desperate. The thugs around them watched in horror and fled, scrambling to get away. Even Rewound, standing at a distance, turned his head away, unable to watch. Ryumin's voice cut through the screams like a blade. "Tiju, if you ever lay a finger on my brother again, do you know what'll happen to you?" "I know. I know." Tiju sobbed, collapsing to his knees, trembling like a leaf. "I won't. I swear I won't ever do it again." Ryumin's face softened into a kind, almost angelic smile. "Good boy." Then, without missing a beat, he grabbed Tiju's other hand and broke it too. "Just making sure you remember the lesson. No, please, stop." Tiju screamed in agony. The sound of bones snapping echoed through the abandoned warehouse, blending with his pained howls. Following close behind, one called out, "Young. You're supposed to be kind and gentle, how can you do something like that? Since when do you know how to fight?" Ryumin turned and smiled. "Didn't you notice? Players can use their skills in real life too." One blinked, confused. "Wait, how?" Ryumin lifted his hand. A golden light shimmered from his palm and bam! A small dagger materialized out of thin air. One gasped in awe. "You just pulled a knife from the air." Ryumin proudly showed off. "Cool, right? You can summon any weapon you've acquired like this." Still stunned, one asked, "So when you were moving crazy fast earlier dodging all those punches that was part of it too?" "Yup," Ryumin nodded. "My agility stat is 11, Juan's eyes widened. "Stats? Like video game stats?" "Exactly," Ryumin explained. "A normal person averages around 3 points. A trained athlete might have around 10 in agility." One fired off another question. "So what happens when you level up?" Ryumin shrugged. "How would I know? I haven't gotten that far yet." But deep down he was lying. He couldn't afford to tell the truth that he was a regressor. He remembered vividly the 11th timeline, when one had been kidnapped by another player. Even though Ryumin had avenged him, the shame and trauma his brother endured haunted him. "I won't let that happen again." Turning to look at his younger brother, Ryumin clenched his fist with quiet determination. "I have to prepare. I'll protect him from the battles to come no matter what." Suddenly, Juan's stomach let out a loud grumble. Flustered, he looked away. Ryumin chuckled, reading the room. "Wanna grab something to eat? You're hungry, aren't you?" "Yes." One immediately agreed. The scene shifted to a nearby convenience store. The brothers wandered through the aisles together. "Hyung, where are you going?" One called as Ryumin headed off. "Just a sec," Ryumin replied, heading toward the ATM. He slipped in his card. The screen lit up with the balance of his entire savings, crew 133,200. He withdrew the cash and returned to his brother, showing off the bills. One looked shocked. "You took out that much money?" "I need to buy a few things," Ryumin said casually. He gestured toward the cup noodles and sausages. "Let's eat this from now on." One glanced at the price tags and started to sweat. "Young, everything here costs over 5,000 won. Ryumin waved it off. "Don't worry about it. Pick whatever you want." Smiling, he added, "It's the new year. You're not gonna just eat ramen, are you?" One hesitated. "Yeah, but it's kind of a waste, isn't it?" Ryumin encouraged him gently. "It's fine, just pick something." Cheered up, one made his choice. "Okay, I'll go with the spicy beef stew." Eyes sparkling, Ryumin said. "Good choice. I want that too, it looks delicious." He grinned, pointing playfully like a rich guy. Next time, let's eat out. Real Hanu beef. Won quickly waved him off. You don't need to go that far, Hyung. This is more than enough for me. Ryaman gazed at his brother softly, thinking, just give me a few more days. Soon I'll make sure you can eat meat till you're sick of it. Steam rose from the hot meal. One scooped up some rice and a slice of beef. As the flavors hit his tongue, his eyes sparkled with pure joy. This is amazing. Ryuman smiled warmly as he watched his younger brother eat. Really? Eat up, okay? Ryowon looked up at him, eyes filled with gratitude. Hyung, thanks a lot. Seriously. Then, puzzled, he asked, wait, where are you going? Ryuman stood up and stretched. Hang tight. I'll be right back. Ryowon watched him walk off. But then, out of nowhere, Ryuman returned slamming a black pen and a stack of lottery tickets down on the table. Ryowon froze. He stared at the pile of scratchers in disbelief. Hold on, you withdrew all that money just to wait? Are you seriously buying lottery tickets? Ryaman replied confidently, exactly. Ryowon practically jumped out of his seat. Wait, how many did you even buy? Still calm and cheerful, Ryuman glanced proudly at the stack. 20. What? Ryowon shouted, completely losing it. You spent 100,000 won on lottery tickets. You don't even know if you'll win anything. Ryaman gave him a mysterious smile. Just watch me. Ryowon was practically sweating from the stress. What the heck are you doing, Hyung? Then, as he glanced at the stack, something else hit him. Wait a second, why are all of these the same numbers? You're wondering why? Ryaman said with total confidence, locking eyes with his brother. Because those are the winning numbers. Back at home, the two brothers sat side by side, phone in hand, watching the live lottery draw. The 1049th lottery drawing will now begin. Ryowon was already pale, sweat dripping down his face. We're doomed, we just blew 100,000 won. The show's host gave the cue. And now, the drawing begins. Ryowon groaned in regret. We could have had an amazing dinner with that money. Ryaman, unbothered, scolded, can you stop biting your nails? The spinning of the lotto machine echoed through the room. The first winning number is 3. Second number, 18. Ryowon froze. Then the host continued, third number, 9. Fourth, 38. Fifth, on the phone screen, the winning numbers were revealed in exact match with the ones on their ticket. The winning numbers for draw number 1049 are 3, 18, 9, 38, 21. Bonus number 5. Ryowon's eyes went wide. He screamed, no way. We hit the jackpot. His eyes sparkled as he turned to his brother. Hyung. Pinch me. Actually no, I'll do it myself. Ryaman laughed teasingly. What, would you prefer this to be a dream? No way. Ryowon cried. It's real, right? Ryaman grinned. It's real. You sure it's not a dream? Ryowon asked again, eyes still disbelieving. I said it's not, Ryuman reassured him. Ryowon clutched the ticket in both hands and shouted with joy, we won. We actually won. Ryaman cautioned, pressing a finger to his lips. The neighbors might hear. Ryowon immediately toned it down, but his face was still beaming. You're that happy, huh? Ryuman asked. Of course. Aren't you? Of course I am. Ryaman nodded, a soft smile tugging at his lips. In his mind he recalled the first time this happened, the first win. He had shouted too, just like Ryowon. Back then both brothers were wide-eyed, laughing in disbelief. We won. We really won, Hyung. Is this real life? But after doing it so many times, it had started to feel routine. For Ryuman, winning the lottery had become a necessity. In a world ravaged by chaos, over 900 million people dead, a global economic collapse, money was survival. Essential items and trades between players were only getting more expensive. He needed cash. Lots of it. Ryowon still looked at the ticket in awe. I still can't believe we won. I wonder how much the prize is. Ryaman rested his chin on his hand. Who knows? But I'd say, enough to shake the world. The scene shifted to a bright, clear day in front of Non-Hue Bank. Ryaman walked in calmly. Winning had become second nature by now. He approached the teller counter. Hi, I'm here to redeem my winning ticket. The bank clerk smiled. Congratulations, sir. He glanced at Ryaman, surprised. He's a student. And he won the lottery. Then he asked, can you tell me where you bought the ticket? Choose 24, Yanhui branch. The clerk stiffened. Wait, what? That branch, his mind flashed back to something his coworker said earlier. Did you hear? There were 115 jackpot winners this time. 115. That's insane. Yeah, but the crazy part. They were all from the same place. Back to the present. The clerk looked up at Ryomin again. Don't tell me, this kid bought them all. Then another memory popped up, an internal instruction from management: if anyone says they bought their ticket at the Yenui branch, call the chairman. Immediately. That's a VIP. Snapping out of it, the clerk flinched as Ryomin spoke. Sorry, Ryomin said casually. The clerk stumbled over his words. Ah, no, it's me. I'm sorry. Would you mind waiting just a moment? Sure. Name's Ryomin, he replied with a calm smile. Time passed. A while later, an older man appeared and greeted him warmly. Thank you for waiting, he said, offering a handshake. I'm Guan Junho, the president of Nanhu Bank. Ryomin stood and shook his hand in return. Ryomin. Nice to meet you, President Guan. So you're the lottery winner. The man chuckled, clearly pleased. Congratulations. Thank you, Ryomin replied politely. President Guan gave him a knowing look. Why don't we move somewhere more private to talk? He led Ryomin down the hall to the lottery business department. As the two stepped in, a staff member greeted them with a bow. Hello, sir. She glanced up, catching sight of the young man next to the president. Who's that? His son. President Guan gestured toward Ryomin. This young man is here to claim a VIP prize. Please make sure he's comfortable. The blonde ponytailed clerk's eyes widened. VIP. Wait, is he the one who won 100 tickets? He nodded to her. Feel free to show him around. Ryomin gave a polite smile. All right, thank you, sir. The clerk took a deep breath to steady herself. Stay calm. Just stay professional. She smiled brightly and gestured to the seat. Welcome, sir. Please have a seat. As she sat down across from him, she asked gently, would you like anything to drink? We have coffee, tea, juice. Ryomin waved her off, clearly not interested in pleasantries. I'm fine. I'd just like to collect my prize. Of course, she replied, getting straight to the process. First, I'll need to verify your winning ticket, sir. He placed a stack of lotto tickets on the table. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head. All the same numbers. Did he see the future or something? She carefully examined the tickets and finally looked up. They've all been verified. Every one of them is a first prize winner. Ryomin didn't waste a moment. How much am I getting? The clerk, now sweating slightly despite the air conditioning, gave him the figure. Approximately 22.5 billion won, sir. Ryomin remained calm, silently doing the math. After taxes, I'll have around 15 billion won. Everything moved quickly after that. With the money in hand, Ryomin began executing his plans. Step 1, find a new place to live. Once the house was secured, he began investing. He opened a stock trading account that same night. Bitcoin would surge by 500% within the month, and he planned to use that to multiply his funds before diving deeper into the stock market. A few days later, the brothers officially moved into their new home. Standing in the bright, spacious living room, Ryomin turned to his brother. So, what do you think of our new place? Ryowan's eyes sparkled with excitement. I love it. It's amazing, Hyung. I've never been in such a big and beautiful house. I need to take a picture. Ryomin nodded, though a part of him wasn't quite satisfied. I was hoping for something even more grand. But this was the best we could move into right away. At least the security's solid. Then Ryowan asked, puzzled, wait, Hyung, with all that money, why are we paying rent? Shouldn't we have bought the place? Ryomin dropped a small bomb with a casual shrug. I don't really have much money left. Ryowan froze in place, absolutely stunned. Meanwhile, Ryomin smiled proudly. I've already invested over 1 billion won into Bitcoin. Ryowan blinked. Wait, what? The contrast between the two brothers couldn't be more obvious. Ryowan looked like he was about to faint, while revenge-driven Ryomin casually reached out and patted his brother's shoulder. I know what you're thinking, he said with a grin. But trust me, I haven't done anything dumb, okay? He threw an arm around Ryowan's shoulder and added confidently, I can always make more money with the lottery. I already saw the next 4 numbers in my dream. Ryowan's eyes lit up like fireworks. No way. I've only ever heard rumors about people dreaming of winning numbers before. He grabbed Ryomin by the shoulders and shook him with urgency. Hyung, you remember them, right? You didn't forget. Did you? Don't forget. Promise me. Ryomin's head rocked back and forth, clearly dizzy. I'm getting motion sick here. There's no way I could forget, he thought slyly. Not after doing it so many times already. Rewound backed off, a little too worked up. Sorry. Ryomin turned to grab his coat. Anyway, let's head out for dinner, time to get moving. Ryomin blinked. Where are we going, Hyung? Ryomin flashed a cheeky smile over his shoulder. Oh, did I not tell you, we're relocating today. The scene cut to a different place entirely crack. A fist slammed hard into a brick wall, sending chunks of debris flying. A guy in a green jacket stood there, panting, his expression twisted in rage. Yong Min. He grinned wickedly, clearly enjoying himself. Knew it. Putting all my stat points into strength was the right call. He raised his fist again and began punching the wall over and over. On top of that, I've got a strength rune, my powers doubled. I totally lucked out when I pulled that random rune. He let out a maniacal laugh as he admired the deep dents left in the wall. I bet even Tyson would be jealous of this punch. His grin faded into a dark glare. His veins bulged, and his fists trembled with tension. Enough testing. Time to try this out in a real fight. Yong Min slammed on the door with both fists, shouting furiously, Ryomin. His voice echoed through the hallway, but there was no response, not even a stir from within. That bastard's not dead, is he? And he's not picking up his damn phone either. His expression twisted with irritation, red veins beginning to creep across the whites of his eyes. Just the thought of Ryomin's smug face, those cold, arrogant eyes, sent his blood boiling. That cocky piece of shit, you think I'll let you off easy? He clenched his jaw, vowing silently, after the way you looked at me, I swear I'll kill you. The thought alone was enough to ignite his rage all over again. His pounding on the door grew more violent, fists slamming harder and faster. Sure, we're both players now, but a loser is still a loser, he sneered. I'll teach you a real lesson today. But no matter how much noise he made, the only thing that answered was silence, tense, ominous silence. I know that bastard's inside. Why isn't he coming out? Realizing this wasn't going anywhere, Yong Min switched gears. His lips curled into a wicked grin as he pressed his ear against the door, trying to pick up even the faintest sound. So he's not home after all. He leaned in closer, listening carefully. Fine then. Guess I'll head out, but really he was just waiting ready to pounce the second he heard even the tiniest noise. Go on, breathe just once. I dare you. I'll bust this door off its hinges. Just then, an unfamiliar voice interrupted. Hey. You there, student. Yong Min spun around to see an older man standing there, clearly annoyed. Judging by his expression, he wasn't thrilled to find someone yelling at the door first thing in the morning. What are you doing standing in front of someone else's door like that? The man asked, arms crossed. Yong Min, ever the disrespectful punk, snapped back. What's it to you, old man? You the landlord or something? I am, the man replied bluntly. Yong Min stiffened. Wait, what? But the man ignored his shock and calmly continued. Now, what are you doing here? Visiting a friend or something? The word friend made Yong Min freeze for a moment. Friend. He quickly recalculated and decided to use this as a chance to fish for more info. Yeah, right. A friend, he lied smoothly. I lost contact with him. Could you open the door for me? I just want to check if he's inside. The landlord cut him off with a sigh. Sounds like you've been ghosted, kid. Yong Min blinked. What? The man clarified. The guy who lived there moved out earlier today. The place is empty now. Yong Min's eyes widened in disbelief. What? When? Where did he go? The landlord shrugged. No idea. Just said he was leaving today, and that's that. Yong Min's hand clenched tightly into a fist. His rage surged once more. That bastard ran away without even saying a word. Meanwhile, outside a towering, glass-covered building, Rewound stood in awe, mouth slightly agape. Hua, it's so tall. Everything about the place was new to him. He couldn't stop gawking since they'd arrived. They even have revolving doors at the entrance. He watched as the receptionist handed Rewound a keycard. His jaw nearly dropped again. They have keycards. Security was tight too. Guards checked their identities thoroughly before letting them pass. Rewound's name was already on the list, and everything went smoothly. Rewound's eyes sparkled with excitement as he took in the luxury of the place. Hyung, this place is amazing. The elevator doors opened quickly. Ryomin turned to his brother and called out, come on. Okay. As they stepped into the apartment Ryomin had rented, Rewound found himself completely overwhelmed. Just how big is this place? Ryaman, on the other hand, seemed unfazed as he answered casually, around 330 square meters. 330. That's way too big. Rewound gasped. It's just the two of us. Isn't that a little excessive? But Ruman simply thought, we've got money now, this much is the minimum we deserve. So how much was the lease? Rewound asked, his curiosity piqued. Let me think, the deposit was 500 million won, and monthly rent is 22 million. Hearing that, Rewound felt his vision blur. 22 million? We've already spent 22 million won. Just a few days ago, I was worrying about wasting 5,000 won at the convenience store. He couldn't help but voice his concern. Young, I think this place is too expensive. Wouldn't it be better if we moved somewhere cheaper? Something simple and clean is fine. He had no idea that to Ruman, expensive or cheap was irrelevant. No. We need to spend this much. The more expensive it is, the better the security. Ryaman had his reasons for choosing such a high security place. On the first day of each month, all players fall into a deep sleep. It's their most vulnerable time. Natural disasters, fires, or even assassination attempts by hired killers. Danger was always just around the corner. That's why when they entered the next world, players had to make sure they were in the safest place possible. Ryaman understood this better than anyone. No matter how skilled you were in the other world, if you died in the real one, it was all over. Still, he respected Rewound's thoughts and asked gently, Juan, you don't like this place? Rewound quickly shook his head. No, I love it. It's just, why do you ask? Nothing, Ryaman said with a small smile. I'm just glad you like it. For some reason, Rewound's expression darkened slightly. He suddenly muttered something that sounded almost rehearsed. I'm sorry. I feel guilty. You're risking your life every time you get pulled into that world. And here I am, living comfortably like none of it's happening. I'm useless. I'm sorry. This kid, he overthinks everything, Ryaman thought with a chuckle. He gave Rewound a reassuring grin, trying to lighten the mood. Why so gloomy? You don't think I'll win the next round? Well, I mean, Rewound decided to break the heavy atmosphere. Let's not dwell on that. Want to grab something to eat? I heard there's a good Korean place on the second floor. Yeah, let's go. Just then, Ryaman's phone vibrated. A call was coming in. He glanced at the screen and immediately knew, he knows I've moved. He ignored the call. Doesn't matter. I wasn't planning on seeing him again in the real world anyway. Then again, who knows, we might meet again in the other world. Time flew by. The next morning after they had moved in, Ryaman shuffled into the living room, half awake. He rubbed his eyes and spotted Rewound already up, fully dressed. Surprised, he asked, Juan? Where are you going? Rewound looked up at his brother's sleepy face. Oh, you're awake? Then smiled and added, I ordered some tteokbokki. Just going down to pick it up. Still groggy from just waking up, Ryaman mumbled, tteokbokki? A second later his brain caught up. Tteokbokki. That didn't seem familiar. Of course, going back in time didn't mean everything would repeat exactly the same way. But if he remembered correctly, this was the first time his brother had gone out to buy tteokbokki. That realization made him pause. Why are you buying tteokbokki? Rewound grinned brightly. We just moved in. I thought we should share it with the neighbors, it's the polite thing to do, right? That answer made Rewound beam with pride. That's my little brother, good thinking. He gave Rewound an approving nod. Let me go first then, you can do the neighbor visits while I rest. But then he suddenly changed his mind. Actually, let's go together. We should greet them properly. Let me get changed real quick, wait for me. A soft ding from the doorbell signaled the arrival of guests. From inside the apartment someone called out, Who is it? It was the Ryaman brothers. Rewound replied cheerfully. Hello, we just moved into the unit next door and wanted to introduce ourselves. The lady inside responded politely, Oh, hello. As she opened the door and saw them, she smiled. You two look so alike, are you brothers? Yes, Mom. Ryaman stepped forward and offered a neatly wrapped package. We brought some tteokbokki for you. It's best while it's still warm. Their polite and thoughtful demeanor seemed to win her over immediately. Oh my, thank you so much. I'll enjoy it for sure. Of course, thank you. We'll see you around. The brothers continued on to the next unit. We just moved into 4302 today. With a warm smile, Rewound added, Here's a little tteokbokki. We hope you'll look after us. Despite being strangers, The atmosphere was surprisingly friendly. Please enjoy the food. Say thank you, sweetie. Thank you, Hyung. Before long, the two found themselves standing in front of the top floor. Ryumin said, just one more place to go. Hang in there. Let's finish this and go home to rest. As they walked, Ryumin explained, hey Won, did you know? This floor is actually a penthouse. Ryuwon's eyes widened again. Wait, they own both the 44th and 45th floors. That means they're crazy rich, right? Ryumin casually guessed, I'm not really sure, but probably someone rich or maybe a celebrity. He rang the doorbell, but after waiting a while, there was still no answer. Maybe they're not home. He pressed it again just in case. Still nothing. Yeah, looks like they're out. Mim. But the moment he turned to his right, Ryumin froze, eyes wide in surprise. Noticing his expression, Ryuwon curiously followed his gaze. That woman, is that? He quickly realized who the stunning woman walking toward them was. It was none other than the famous actress Seo Erin. Meeting her here was truly an unexpected honor. While Ryumin still had no clue who she was, Ryuwon beside him couldn't stop whispering, eyes shining, she's so beautiful, like an angel. Suddenly, a large arm extended between them, cutting off the moment. Seo Erin's assistant stepped forward with a stern expression. Who are you two? Fans. The guy's unfriendly attitude caught Ryumin off guard, but he quickly explained, we live on the floor below. Still confused, the assistant blinked. That's when Ryuwon politely extended the plate of rice cakes and added, from the neighbors downstairs. The assistant finally caught on. Ah, I thought you were someone else. With a warm smile, Ryuwon offered again, would you like some rice cakes? But the man declined coldly, no thanks. Besides, she doesn't eat stuff like this. He stepped forward and unlocked the door. Erin, you can go in now. Yet Seo Erin's eyes lingered on the plate of rice cakes, clearly not ready to look away. Once they had gone inside, Ryumin finally spoke. Don't know who that guy is, but damn, he's rude. Anyway, don't let a jerk like that bother you. Of course Ryuwon wasn't bothered, his mind was on someone else. It's fine. And then, with eyes glowing, he turned to his brother. Did you see her? She was gorgeous. Ryumin, expressionless, stared back at him. What's with you? What do you mean what? You saw her too. Ryuwon pressed excitedly, that was Seo Erin. Seo Erin. Ryumin tilted his head. Who's Seo Erin? Meanwhile, the entertainment world was overwhelmed with tragic headlines. Actor Gong Ji-suk dies from heart failure. Fans left in tears. Gong Sejin Shin Weon. The deaths of so many A-list celebrities were shaking the film industry to its core. South Korean actress Ja Yoo has passed away. Reports claimed that only 58% of celebrities had survived. Actor Wang Minho's panic and anxiety disorders had halted filming for urban crime. Seo Erin scrolled through the news on her phone, her heart heavy, a sigh slipping out. What's happening to the world? Suddenly, a message popped up from Hongseon Erin. Did you hear the news? Gong Sejin, he's gone. They exchanged a few messages about it. Are you going to the memorial tomorrow? Of course. He looked out for all of us. Let's go together then. The more she scrolled, the heavier her chest felt. I still can't believe someone that much more successful than me died in the very first round. The thought crossed her mind. If I hadn't gotten a good rune, my name might have been in the headlines too. Everything so far had happened too fast, too suddenly. I've changed so much. There was a time she thought an article about her would be something to celebrate. Hard to believe this is real life now. Then again, if it hadn't been for the company's sponsorship, would I have even made it this far? This penthouse, the company bought this place for me too. Erin was lost in thought, so preoccupied that she didn't even notice her assistant had walked in. What's on your mind, Erin? He asked suddenly, startling her a little. Oh, nothing really. But from the look on her face, he already knew what she was thinking. Gently he tried to reassure her. It's okay. I told you, you can tell me anything. Erin let out a quiet sigh and said, I've just been wondering, how did the world end up like this? And how am I supposed to survive the next round? That's all I've been thinking about. But wasn't he right there with her? You don't need to worry about the next round. I'm here. So what's there to be afraid of? He could see just how anxious she was. Just trust me and get some rest, okay? Only then did that beautiful smile finally return to her face. Of course. Who else would I trust but you? Sitting nearby, the assistant found himself reflecting for a moment. When the company first assigned him to be her assistant and her bodyguard, he'd been suspicious, thinking they just wanted someone to keep tabs on her. But that all changed once the two of them started fighting together in the game. Without him, she would have died in the very first round. He'd repeated the same promise over and over again: "I'll protect you no matter what, so don't give up." And every time he said it, she felt more at ease. "Thank you," she said sincerely. Wanting to move away from the gloomy mood, Aaron shifted the topic. "By the way, remember those people who brought rice cakes earlier? I guess they just moved in." The rice cakes looked pretty good too. As always, his reply was cold and blunt. "If you eat those, you'll just gain weight." Aaron, ever the friendly one, said, "Still, they went through the trouble of bringing them over. They're probably disappointed." He waved it off. "Forget it. It was just a greeting. Trust me, they just want something from you. If you even give them the time of day, they'll keep coming back to bother you." Even so, she couldn't shake the feeling. They didn't seem like bad people though. Thinking back on the two neighbors, she guessed, they looked older than 15, so they probably survived by killing at least 100 goblins, right? "Probably," he replied. "If that's the case, then it's kind of fascinating. People who've gone through something that dangerous still acting like everything's totally normal." But her assistant wasn't one for idealism. "You think killing 100 goblins is hard for them? Only idiots die in that round." Aaron understood the reason he could say that so calmly. It was because he was highly skilled in the other world. Still, when it came to the word skilled, she couldn't help but think of Rewound. Even he wasn't as skilled as that guy. The Black Scythe. The way he fought, she almost felt sorry for the goblins. Curiosity stirred in her again. "I wonder what he does in real life. Does he have some kind of job? If I could team up with someone like him, maybe I'd have a shot at surviving round 2. Then, as always, her thoughts circled back to herself. "Last time I made it through by sheer luck. What if I don't get that lucky again?" The sudden sound of a vacuum cleaner cut through the silence of the apartment. It was Tuesday, March 31st, 11 a.m. Rewound was tidying up the place when he heard the front door open. He quickly turned around and called out, "You're back." "Hey, you're back already?" The moment Rewound saw his brother, he anxiously asked, "Did you win again this time?" Rewound responded calmly, "Not as much this time. I only made about 15 billion. Last time it was 17. You call that not much? Are you serious? Didn't the bank say anything? This is your 4th win already." Thinking back to the bank visit, Rewound recalled how Guan Junho had looked completely dumbfounded. "You're back again?" he had blurted out in shock. The banker, clearly curious, had asked, "What's your secret?" Rewound didn't bother hiding anything. "I told you last time, didn't I? I had a dream, kind of like a prophetic one." His answer had only made the banker more envious. "That's incredible. Man, I wish I could have dreams like that." Honestly, even Rewound still couldn't wrap his head around how his brother managed to do it. Still, he asked, "So are you gonna throw it all into Bitcoin again?" "Of course. It's already hit 150 billion. That number was enough to make Rewound nervous. Don't you think it's time to cash out? I'm scared we might lose everything." But Rewound didn't think the timing was right. "Not yet. It's all part of the plan, so don't worry, Rewound. I've got it under control. Let's go grab something to eat." The two of them went to a nearby restaurant. Judging by the look on Rewound's face as he ate, the food was seriously good. After dinner, the brothers went shopping for a bit. Yeah, life really was different when you had money. Then, as night fell, the inevitable finally came. Tuesday, March 31st, 11:55 p.m. Rewound clutched Rewound's hand tightly, his voice low and filled with worry as he said, "You have to survive and come back, okay?" But Rewound, in stark contrast to his brother's anxiety, was full of confidence. "Don't worry. You saw me wipe out Taju's gang, didn't you?" "Well, yeah, I did." Rewound gently ruffled his brother's hair and smiled. "Don't worry. Just get some sleep." And with that, he slowly drifted off. "When you wake up, I'll be right there with you. I'm heading in now." The moment he lost consciousness, he was transported to another realm. When he arrived, there were already a decent number of players gathered. Looking around at the environment, everyone was clearly caught off guard. "We're back already? Just like that? Wait, seriously? We're here again. This place, it's different from the first round." The crowd quickly stirred when they noticed Rewound's presence. "That's him, the guy who ranked number 1 last round. Black Scythe." Ryumin could feel the stares dozens of eyes locked onto him. Judging by the way no one dared to approach, it was obvious most of them recognized who he was. That's the guy who slaughtered all those goblins, right? The number one. And in the crowd was Yong Min. He was anxiously scanning the area, clearly searching for someone. Looks like everyone was present. All that remained now was its arrival. As soon as Ryumin stepped fully into the game, his expression shifted. His emerald eyes turned a cold, piercing red. And just then, a heavenly figure descended from above, an angel with a voice that echoed through the space. Is everyone here? The players' expressions immediately twisted into uneasy grimaces when they realized it was a different angel. Wait a second, what happened? Where's the other one? The newly descended angel offered a soft-spoken explanation. The angel assigned to round 1 was involved in an accident, and will no longer be appearing. An accident. Facing the players, the angel smiled gently and added, "Do not panic, humans." But in the very next moment, that serene smile vanished, replaced by a strange, almost grotesque expression. "From now on, I'll be personally guiding you all, with great care." That's enough greetings, now the real game begins. Since you're all here, it's time to announce the mission for round 2, don't you think? Countless glowing panels appeared in front of the players. Words quickly lit up across each of them. Round 2, main mission, select a regional representative within 3 hours. Total participants, 900,514,645 completed. 900,514,600 current region. ESC 455 participants. 5,143 completed. 5,143 people immediately began murmuring around the field. Choose a regional rep. What the hell does that mean? I bet it's just another excuse to make us kill some monsters. Wait, look at the completed part. That means everyone can survive this time. Yeah, it does. Sensing their confusion, the angel responded with a light smile. You all seem a bit puzzled. Let me explain. Raising one hand toward the sky, the angel elaborated calmly. This time there's no need to fight. You just have to pick one person to act as your regional representative. Before the players, a magical circle materialized, and the angel with the sword added, the representative will have the authority to issue commands to others. If they say you're out, you're out. If they say die, you die. That single statement instantly shifted the atmosphere. Players' faces hardened as they absorbed the information. Such a level of power wasn't that dangerous. The angel continued. 3 hours from now, you'll each receive a ballot. Write down the name of the person you wish to represent your region. Someone asked, that's it? No other rules? Yes, the angel replied. Once you cast your vote, your mission is complete and you'll return home. Think of it like a break round. Someone cheered. That's it? Just voting? We get to survive again. No fighting this time. This is way easier than the last round. The angel's tone grew firmer. Then in the next 3 hours, discuss among yourselves who should take the role of regional representative. Time remaining, 2:59:59. The excitement among the players spiked. For real? Just vote and we're good. Easiest mission ever. Plus, if you become the rep, you basically have authority over everyone. Hell yeah, but not everyone was pleased. God damn it. Yong Min shouted through clenched teeth. I've been prepping non-stop for a battle. Someone nearby tried to calm him down. Come on, Yong Min, take the win. Surviving by voting still counts. I dumped all my points into strength and didn't even get to use it. That's what pisses me off. Ryumin watched silently. So he focused entirely on strength again. That means the strength rune showed up this round too. His mind replayed the details. Yong Min's rune, this exact scenario, it's all playing out exactly the way I remember it. As the other players continued discussing their strategies, Ryumin's thoughts shifted elsewhere. They'll spend the next 3 hours debating who to vote for. But that's not what matters. When there's a main mission, there are always side missions too. Gripping his long sword, he focused his thoughts. The side and hidden quests for round 2, they're about leveling up and unlocking your class. Ryumin tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. He told himself firmly, the goblins are closing in, I need to hit level 10 as fast as possible. When a goblin appeared before him, Ryumin lured it out with a taunt, come on then. In an instant, he lunged forward, slicing down hard with a flurry of attacks. As soon as the goblin fell, the system displayed a notification, you have defeated a hobgoblin. Current kill count, 1/100th. Beef level 3 used. XP 9%. Gold 15. All stats increased by 1% due to the Butcher's rune effect. The goblin was dead. But Rumen didn't stop to rest. Heading deeper into the forest to hunt was the right call, he thought. Sword still in hand, he pressed on. Where there's one goblin, there's always more. Sure enough, more goblins appeared, eyes glowing with bloodlust. Ryaman's lips curled into a grin. As they rushed at him, he stood his ground, perfectly poised for battle. One after another, they came, and one after another, he cut them down. After clearing out the group, the system updated again. You have defeated a hobgoblin. Current kill count, 51/100. All stats increased by 50% due to the Butcher's rune effect. You have leveled up. Another message followed. Time remaining for discussion, 2:29:24. Only 30 minutes had passed. Status window, Ryaman muttered. A transparent panel floated into view. Status window. Name Ryaman alias Black Reaper. Rank Novice, level 9 class. None. Title The Last Time Traveler. Hidden title First to slay an angel. Stat strength 4, intelligence 4, agility 18, luck 4. Stat points available 8. Level 9 already, he thought, tapping the window. For now, I'll keep prioritizing agility. If I want to imprint the strength rune like Yong Min did, pumping strength would be more effective. But putting everything into strength, that's a quick way to die. Rewound knew better. Doesn't matter how strong you are, take one critical hit, and it's over. The system displayed a breakdown. Strength boosts physical damage, endurance and defense. Intelligence enhances magic damage, willpower, and perception. Agility increases attack and movement speed, as well as evasion rate. Luck improves critical hit chance, item drop rates, and bonus gold. No stat is useless, Ryaman concluded. Especially for a Reaper, who relies on both physical and magical attacks. A balanced build was ideal. Suddenly, something caught his attention. A faint disturbance. Am I being followed? I didn't notice it while hunting, but someone's been tailing me. I didn't ask anyone to come along. He raised his voice toward the shadows. I don't know who you are, but show yourself. If you don't explain why you're following me, his voice turned cold. You won't be walking away. A hesitant voice called out, It's me. A girl raised her hand. Rumen recognized her instantly. Co Erin. The actress is following me. I'm sorry for trailing you, she stammered. Just then, a calm male voice chimed in, Please forgive us. He stepped forward. We didn't mean any harm. I hope you're not angry. Ryaman narrowed his eyes. And Sangchul, he realized. If that's really him, then isn't he Jianglok's right-hand man? Another panel popped up. Jianglok, eldest son of the country's largest corporation. Player alias, Heavenly Demon. One of your targets. Recruiting Jianglok would greatly strengthen your forces, but your real goal is to recruit the priest linked to him in round 20. Didn't expect to run into the Heavenly Demon's right-hand man this early, Ryaman thought. But why is Sangchul with Erin? Then it clicked. Wait, don't tell me he's her bodyguard. Erin looked a bit flustered as she recalled something. Right, there were rumors that the Heavenly Demon was sponsoring an actress for more strategic purposes. Ryaman questioned them flatly. How long have you two been following me? Is the future already changing in unexpected ways? Erin quickly responded, Since the beginning. I saw you heading into the forest and decided to follow you. I'm sorry if we caused any trouble. Caught off guard by his question, Erin tried to explain. We didn't mean any harm. We just wanted to make a proposal. A proposal? Ryaman asked, raising an eyebrow. She nodded and spoke with a bit of hesitation. You placed first in the first round, right? So, I was wondering if we could form a team. Ryaman let out a dry chuckle. Team up. That word only makes sense when both sides actually need each other. He waved them off. Let's be real here, what could I possibly need from either of you? I can handle myself just fine. Don't waste my time. Go back. He turned around, his voice blunt. I have no interest in teaming up with you. And Sangchul scowled. What the hell is wrong with that guy? How full of himself can you get? Then he turned to Erin. Miss Erin. She looked concerned, trying to offer some explanation. It's not like he's being difficult for no reason. His presence, the pressure he gives off is intense. Pressure. I mean, if he glares at you and points a sword in your face. Yeah, anyone would feel pressure. Erin admitted. Still uneasy, I just wanted to team up with the top player. But things didn't go how I expected. Sangchul responded with a shrug, told you. Guys like him arrogant as hell don't want allies. Bit of a shame. As they spoke, a group of goblins suddenly attacked, cutting down the guards nearby. Sanchul scoffed, forget it. Chasing after a guy like him is a waste of time anyway. I didn't think there'd be this many monsters in the forest though. Guess we should start hunting too. Aaron smiled and replied, not a bad idea. Let's go, bodyguard. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, a white mist began to roll in. Goblins peered around cautiously, wary of danger. Then Yong Min emerged silently from the fog and delivered a clean slash to a nearby goblin. I'm already swamped here, and they want to talk about teaming up. Yeah, no thanks. He mulled over it briefly. Right now, leveling up is my top priority. Going solo gives me the fastest XP gain. The system flashed another update. You have defeated a hobgoblin. Current kill count, 61 hundredths. All stats increased by 60% due to Butcher's rune effect. Suddenly, a group of massive gnolls appeared in front of Yong Min. He smirked. 5 gnolls at once. Lucky me. The gnolls roared and charged, weapons raised. As they leapt toward him, Yong Min struck first, his blade slicing through the air and sending one flying. The rest tumbled to the ground as he prepared to finish them off. The system chimed in again with a new update. You have defeated the gnolls. All stats increased by 60% due to the Butcher's rune effect. You have leveled up. You have reached level 10. Yong Min stared firmly at the notification in front of him. You have met the requirements for advancement. More system notifications popped up rapidly across Yong Min's interface. You have leveled up. You have reached level 10. You have met the requirements for advancement. You can now access the hidden quest shop. Finally, Yong Min thought, I've hit the next tier. He glanced up at the game rules displayed on the board. Round 2. Side mission, level up before the voting phase ends, acquire the advancement item, and obtain a class. Reward, 50% discount coupon for daily items. Voices began to stir around the area. Wait, is this anyone's first time seeing a side mission? An advancement item? Isn't leveling up already hard enough? Where do we even find it? It doesn't even tell me what class I'm eligible for. System alerts continued rolling in. Everyone knew getting a class was a huge advantage, but the real problem was how to acquire the advancement item. These items usually only appeared when specific, hidden conditions were met. A new set of game rules appeared before everyone's eyes. Warriors must raise their strength stat to at least class 10 and slay 30 monsters within the time limit. You have received an advancement item. Berserkers must also hunt and shed blood during the assigned period. Additional class-specific conditions followed. Assassins must successfully assassinate monsters multiple times. Each class requires unique actions to receive its advanced card. Yong Min leaned against a tree, reflecting. At the beginning, I was relentlessly hunting monsters while hiding out in the woods. That's how I originally ended up as a hunter class. But he looked at the strange glowing item in his hand and made his decision. Once I learned about the Reaper class, I chose it immediately. The mysterious item pulsed in his hand, glowing brighter. A new prompt flashed across his display. Use item. You have used an advancement item. Your class cannot be changed after this. Please choose wisely. Do you wish to advance to the Reaper class? Yes and no. Without hesitation, he pressed yes. The glowing object erupted in a crimson blaze that engulfed the surrounding area. Another alert followed. You have advanced to the Reaper class. Your advancement reward. Death rune. Death rune. Effects during daytime. Weapon attack power is doubled. At night, attack speed increases by 50%. While resting at night, greatly reduces enemy detection rate. The rune has been engraved onto your body. The gem in his hand dissolved into a bright red light, sweeping across his figure like fire. Another message appeared. Your advancement reward. Reaper's Scythe. I've received both the rune and the weapon, Yong Min thought. More messages poured in. You've received a 50% discount voucher for daily items for completing the side mission. Your rank has advanced from novice to apprentice. His entire status panel updated. Status window. Name Yong Min. Nickname Black Reaper. Rank apprentice. Level 10. Class Reaper. Title Last Time Traveler. Hidden title First to slay an angel. Stat Strength 4, Intelligence 4, Agility 31, Luck 4 stat points available. 6. The system also explained the ranking tiers. Player ranks based on level. Novice Elv 1, Apprentice Lelv 10, Adept Lelv 20, Expert Elv 40, Master Lelv 60, Grandmaster Elv 99. Just like in other RPGs, leveling up not only raised his stats, but also unlocked new skills and better rewards. System notifications continued to flash rapidly in front of Ryaman. You have learned your Reaper class skill, Mark of Death. Class skill Mark of Death places a visible symbol on a single target, visible only to the caster and the mark. Displays the target's remaining stamina. Each attack against the marked target deals an additional 100% damage. Only one target may be marked at a time. Along with the skill, Ryaman inspected the new weapon now in his possession weapon. Reaper's Scythe type, rare grade weapon attack, 25 effect, gains 1 attack per swing, up to 5. Durability, 225/225 requirement. Rank, apprentice or higher description. A massive scythe believed to be used by the Reaper himself. Too heavy for novices to wield. Ryaman nodded to himself. The rules are clear: if you don't advance your class, you'll stay stuck as a novice forever. So the faster I grow, the better. Suddenly, another set of alerts lit up. You have been acknowledged as the first player to reach the next class tier. Reward, random gold pouch first advancement bonus. You have learned a neutral skill. Track. Ryaman raised an eyebrow. He knew it. There'd be something extra. He studied the new skill carefully. Neutral skill, track effect, pinpoint the location of a desired target. Note: the target's name and appearance must both match to activate. Cost, 20,000 gold. Ryaman smirked as he looked over the system panel. 20,000 gold for a tracking skill. Worth it. He activated the skill, track. Immediately an image appeared on the interface. It was Yong Min. Target confirmed. Facial features and name match. Tracking active. Distance to target, 190 meters. Follow the arrow in front of you to reach your target. A glowing arrow appeared, pointing the direction. As it shimmered before him, Ryaman thought, only 190 meters away now. So he's entered the forest too, huh? He leaned on the hilt of his scythe and calculated. Earlier he was 2 kilometers away. Now I'm nearly on top of him. Should I start tailing him quietly? Meanwhile, Seo Arin and Sangchul were stumbling their way out of the forest. Arin suddenly collapsed, falling hard to the ground. Gasping for air, she cried out, I can't run anymore. My leg, I can't. But we have to keep going. And Sangchul knelt beside her, worried, gently lifting her arm as. Arin, if they catch up to us. He grimaced and pressed a hand to his side. Damn it, this arrow wound's killing me. His voice tightened with frustration, but he kept calm. Look, it's just a theory, but they say that even if we're injured in this world, our real-world bodies are still safe. So if we can just survive and escape somehow, you'll make it back. Seo Arin nodded firmly. Understood. I'll endure the pain. But a voice suddenly interrupted their moment. Run? With that injury? Yong Min appeared out of nowhere, sneering. Maybe it just hasn't hurt enough yet. Shit. And Sangchul growled under his breath. He clenched his teeth and thought bitterly, damn it. This girl was too slow. Now we're both screwed. He braced himself and stared at Yong Min. Do we have no choice but to fight? Yong Min smirked, clearly amused. Oh, you planning to fight us now? Behind him, several of his gang emerged from the trees, armed and ready. Yong Min chuckled and gestured behind himself. Open your damn eyes. You see how many of us there are? You think you can take us all on? And Sangchul yelled back. Why the hell are you doing this? We've done nothing to you. Yong Min casually replied, of course you haven't. Then why the hell are you attacking us? Yong Min leaned forward and answered with a grin, simple. We want something. What is it? He spoke with a taunting grin, causing Seo Arin to freeze in shock. The girl with you, she's the one we want. Yong Min kept going, we're both guys here, so no offense, but I really don't care about you. We're after Seo Arin. One of his crew frowned and asked, wait a sec. Is she really Seo Arin? I mean, how do we know for sure? Come on, just look at her face. It's definitely her. I guess it could be someone trying to copy her look. But, Seo Arin's expression darkened as another guy chimed in, so what? If she looks like her, that's all that matters, right? Yong Min smirked and made his offer. If you hand over Seo Arin, we'll let you walk. What do you say? And Sangchul's face twisted with frustration. If she was their target, they should have said that from the start. If I'd known, I would have left her behind without a second thought. He turned to glance at Seo Arin, silently cursing. There's no way I'm dying for her. But there's one problem. He clenched his jaw, anxiety creeping in. If I can't protect Seo Arin, the director of Heavenly Demon Corp is going to be furious. Suddenly, Sangchul dropped into a fighting stance, ready to strike. Yong Min raised an eyebrow, amused. What's that look for? You gonna fight me now? Boiling with rage, Sangchul shouted, do you even realize what you're doing is a crime? A crime. Yong Min let out a mocking laugh. You serious right now? There's no law in this place. What you gonna do, call the cops once you're back in the real world? He scoffed, voice rising with confidence. Go ahead and try. But what proof do you even have? For all you know, this face isn't even my real one. Sangchul cursed under his breath. Damn it, he's right. This is so frustrating. He quickly weighed his options. Talking isn't gonna scare them off. Looks like I'll have to drag this broken body into a fight. Just then, under the shade of a nearby tree, Rewound stood with his arms crossed, quietly watching the situation unfold. Sangchul flinched in surprise and turned. You're? A single name flashed through his mind. Black Reaper. Yong Min's thoughts scrambled. What the hell? Since when was he here? Rewound calmly looked at Seo Aaron and Sangchul. What are you two doing here? Yong Min, not realizing the situation had shifted, snapped, Hey pal, mind your own business. I wasn't talking to you. Rewound ignored him. What's going on here? Sangchul yelled, not missing a beat. They're after Seo Aaron. They ambushed us. If you help us out here, I swear I'll owe you one for life. Rewound's voice turned icy as he asked, is what he's saying true? Yong Min scoffed, so what if it is? This has nothing to do with you. Then, a faint red glow began to pulse around Rewound, growing more intense by the second. He stepped forward, voice calm and firm. It does now. I know these people. Yong Min took an uneasy step back. What? What do you think you're doing? The crimson light around Rewound flared. He stared coldly at the group before him. I'm not letting them get hurt. Yong Min clenched his jaw, glaring furiously at him. Seo Aaron called out with relief, Black Reaper. And Sangchul quickly added, thank you. Ryan stepped forward to shield the two of them, thinking to himself, helping them benefits me, too. He glanced over at Sangchul and considered, if I lend a hand, Jonglok might take a liking to me. And if a corporation like that owes me a favor, the rewards could be massive. I'd be generously repaid. Then he turned his gaze to Yong Min's crew, coldly adding, besides, I really don't like these assholes. Yong Min, sensing the shift in atmosphere, tensed and barked out, what the hell do you think you're doing? I'll kill you if you take another step. But Rewound said nothing, simply staring him down with a cold, unreadable expression. Then he let out a faint, mocking smile. What's wrong? Not in the mood to fight anymore. Fear began to creep into Yong Min's voice. Damn it, what are you saying? He remembered all too well you tore through those goblins in the blink of an eye. You were ranked number 1 last round. He panicked internally. If it were me, would I want to fight a monster like that? Hell no. Suddenly a sharp thunk rang out as Rewound slammed the edge of his scythe into the ground. If you don't want to fight, just say so. Yong Min asked cautiously, if I'm straight with you, will you let me go? Rewound folded his arms and answered coolly, maybe. If you get down on your knees and beg for your life, I'll think about it. It was clear to him what Rewound was implying. You want me to humiliate myself? Yong Min hesitated, caught off guard by the stunned expressions of his own allies and in front of Seo Aaron, no less. He looked back at Rewound and sighed internally. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to fight him either. But you've pissed me off now, you bastard. Then something clicked in his head. Wait. Didn't I once punch through a concrete wall bare-handed? He grinned at the memory. If I'm lucky, I might even take him out with a single punch. He cracked his knuckles and rolled his shoulders, murking. You've crossed the line now, asshole. His crew stayed frozen, unsure of what to do. Yong Min flexed his shoulders, stepping forward. You want me to kneel and beg? You seriously want to die? But even as he spoke, his brain was already calculating. I'll get close like this, and punch him straight in the face. He was confident. No one, not even him, could survive a hit like that. No normal person could withstand a punch strong enough to break walls, right? But Rewound didn't just stand there, he calmly withdrew his weapon and set it aside. Yong Min froze mid-step, stammering. What are you doing? You're throwing your weapon away. Rewound raised a hand and replied with perfect composure. If we're fighting hand to hand, and I've got a weapon while you don't you think that's a little unfair? Winning like that would be too boring. Yong Min seethed, face twisting. You're such a goddamn clown. But while he was still mouthing off, Rewound had already made his move fast. In a blur, Yong Min dashed toward him. Yong Min quickly raised his fist, cocky and confident, sneering inside. "You idiot. Tossing your weapon aside and exposing your face like that." He swung, aiming straight for Rewound's head. "Die." But Yong Min's speed and reflexes were far superior. He effortlessly dodged the punch. Not only did Yong Min miss, but he also took a clean punch to the face, followed by a sharp kick to the gut that sent him flying backward. Yong Min calmly pulled his leg back like nothing had happened, not even slightly winded. Yong Min collapsed to the ground, trembling as he supported himself with his arms, cursing through clenched teeth, "You bastard." He looked up, only to hear Yong Min's voice right in front of him, "Watch your mouth." With that, Yong Min stepped in and kicked him hard, sending him flat on his back. "Filthy words like that hurt my ears." Yong Min cried out in pain. As he struggled to sit up, clutching his face, Yong Min stopped just short of him, then suddenly grabbed him by the collar and began to land a flurry of punches to his face. Yong Min was helpless, unable to fight back, only able to feel each brutal hit as he thought. "These errant punches, it feels like my face is getting pounded by a damn sledgehammer." He looked up at Yong Min's face, cold and ruthless as he rained down his blows. "Is this bastard really as strong as me? He doesn't even have the strength rune like I do." As those fists kept slamming down, Yong Min could only wonder, why is he so strong? All he could see was that blank expression and those glowing red eyes. At that moment, his teammates could no longer just stand and watch. They raised their weapons and bows, calling out to him. One shouted, "Shoot that bastard." It snapped Yong Min's attention for a second just as an arrow flew toward him. Co Aaron panicked and screamed, "Black Reaper, dodge it." He did. Yong Min evaded the arrow with ease. Panicking, the archer started firing one arrow after another. "Die, Yong Min." But Yong Min kept dodging, weaving through the air in a zigzag path, rushing toward him. In a flash, he was already beside the panicked archer. "Let me guess, you only got lucky hunting monsters and ended up with that bow, right?" The archer froze in fear. Yong Min raised his hand, summoning his scythe. He grinned. "Too bad for you." And with that, he swung the weapon. "Because now you've run into me." The scythe sliced clean through the archer's hand, cutting deep. It happened so fast, the guy didn't even have time to react. The pain hit an instant later, sending him collapsing to the ground, screaming, "My hand." Still, he cursed through the pain. You bastard." Two others stood further back, clearly shaken but still holding their weapons. One barked defiantly, "You think you can mess with us and just walk away?" One of them charged at Yong Min, dagger in hand. "Die, you piece of shit." Yong Min remained calm. "Is that what you think?" Then, he activated his death mark. A glowing black skull appeared over the attacker's head, surrounded by a faint red glow. Yong Min swung his scythe behind him, then, without hesitation, slashed it forward with all his might. The swing of Yong Min's scythe sliced cleanly through the guy's leg. In an instant, it was severed, and the man collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. The last remaining attacker stood frozen in panic, his legs trembling at the sight. As he was still staring at his fallen comrade, Yong Min dashed forward. Before he could react, Yong Min was already beside him. "You had the guts to come at me with a weapon, huh? You must have thought you had some skills." With a single swipe, the scythe slashed through his arm, even through his armor. Blood sprayed as his limb fell to the ground. The guy clutched at the stump, wailing in pain, a glowing black skull appearing above his head just like before. Yong Min glanced at the mark. As expected of death mark. With that double damage effect, even armor gets shredded in one hit. He looked around. Everyone was down, writhing and groaning in pain. Not a single one left unharmed. Too easy, he thought. But then, I can't just leave it like this. His grip on the scythe shifted slightly, and the boy sitting on the ground let out a horrified cry. Yong Min had made up his mind. "I need to etch this fear deep into them so they never dare approach me again." The archer lay on the ground, both legs slashed deeply, trembling and unable to stand. The one who had attacked with the dagger was now begging weakly, "Please stop." The last one, pale as a corpse, pleaded desperately, "I'm going to die, please, have mercy." Yong Min swung his blood-soaked scythe, and said coldly, "Don't be so dramatic. You're not dying just from spitting up a little blood." He exhaled slowly. "That's the end of this lot." Then his gaze shifted toward the tree where Yong Min was hiding. "There's no point in hiding." He raised his scythe. "No exceptions." With one strike, he slashed at Yong Min's hand. His scream rang out loud and high, just like the others. Stop whining like a child, Rewound said flatly. But he knew this wasn't enough. He remembered the torment and bullying Yong Min and his gang had put him through in the past. What I suffered was far worse than the pain you're feeling now. Without a shred of mercy, Rewound raised the scythe again and hacked off Yong Min's remaining arm. Seo Aaron and Ensankul stood in stunned silence, watching the horrific scene unfold, their faces pale as Yong Min's screams echoed. Ensankul grimaced in fear. He cut off both his arms without hesitation, even though they've completely lost the will to fight. Watching Rewound methodically dismantle Yong Min piece by piece, he couldn't help but think, to some, this might seem cruel. But honestly, I kind of like someone who's that cold-blooded. Sweat beaded down his face. That's the Black Reaper. The guy who stood up to the guild leader. Rewound finally turned and asked, "Are you two okay?" Looking at the man in front of him. And Ensankul replied, "Yes. Thanks to you." Rewound gestured toward Yong Min's group and declared, "You don't have to worry about them anymore. As you can see, they're completely crippled. We should get ready to vote soon." Seo Aaron and Ensankul bowed deeply. "Thank you so much for helping us. Truly, thank you." Black Reaper. Seo Aaron looked up hesitantly and asked, "Still, aren't they going to die soon?" He glanced at the bloodied group and scoffed. "So what? They're not even worth as much as animals." As he turned back, he noticed she had lowered her gaze, hesitating. Too soft, he thought. Why bother caring about scum like them? What is she, some kind of saint? Or maybe she's just trying to keep up appearances because she's famous. Suddenly, Ensankul spoke up, "Mr. Black Reaper." He politely raised his hand and asked, "Can I ask you something? I hope you don't mind." Rewound slipped his hand into his pocket. "What is it?" Looking at Yong Min and his battered group barely clinging to consciousness, Ensankul asked out of curiosity, "Why'd you let them live? In this world, it's not really a big deal. If you killed them." Hearing that, Yong Min flinched despite his miserable condition. Rewound chuckled. The reason? Deep down, he respected Ensankul. No wonder he's Jeonglok's right-hand man. Staring down at the pitiful scene, Rewound answered, "Simple. There's nothing to gain from killing them." "Nothing to gain?" Ensankul repeated, confused. Sure, leaving them like this could cause problems later, he thought. Rewound turned to glance at the group now unable to even move and asked, "Problems?" He gave a faint smirk. "You think they're capable of that?" Then he added, "Besides, reducing the player population isn't a good idea. Fewer survivors means fewer spots for those who clear the game." Hearing that, Ensankul finally understood. He nodded in agreement. He's right. If fewer people make it through, the number of shelters for survivors shrinks too. He glanced at Rewound again, impressed. He even considers factors like that. This guy really does think differently. He's sharp, truly impressive. Exhaling in relief, Ensankul said, "Got it. We'll stop worrying about that trash." Rewound immediately turned to leave. "Then I'll be on my way." But Ensankul called out, "Wait, Mr. Black Reaper." Wanting to repay the life-saving favor, he offered, "If you give me your bank info, I'll send you something in the real world as thanks." Without stopping, Rewound replied curtly, "No need." Watching his back as he walked away, Ensankul muttered in disbelief, "He helped us and doesn't even want a reward." He thought to himself, "I need to report this to the guild leader right away." Just then, Yong Min's pitiful groans caught his attention. "As much as I want to kill them," he told himself, "I'll hold back." Like the Black Reaper said, killing them won't do any good. He spat on Yong Min's head with disgust. "Scumbags." Then called out, "Let's go, Aaron." "Got it," she replied. Elsewhere, a crowd of people had gathered at the voting grounds, and the atmosphere was chaotic, filled with shouting. "Please, give me your votes. Vote for me. If you elect me as your area representative, I promise to do a good job." "No, I'm better than him. I can do way more." Two men began yelling and shoving each other. You fat pig. What did you just call me? Say that again." Seeing the two about to throw punches, others stepped in to calm things down. "Guys, come on. Even if we all teamed up, we're still weak. Fighting among ourselves isn't going to help." "Exactly." Seizing the moment, one guy put his hand to his chest and said, "Houtheads like them don't deserve to be reps. Let me do it." But then another voice rang out, "Hold on." A confident man pointed at himself. "My dad's a member of the National Assembly. Doesn't that make me the better candidate?" That only earned him suspicion. "Your dad's a congressman. Who's gonna believe that?" While all this bickering went on, a calm voice suddenly echoed through the crowd. Everyone fell silent and turned to look. It was the one they called Mint Chocolate Kid. He said, "We've only got 2 hours left before voting ends. We can't waste time like this, we need to cast our votes now." People nearby turned to him and asked, "So how do we decide who to vote for? Got any suggestions?" He answered, "I do. And it's a good one." Excitement buzzed through the crowd. "Really? Who?" He smiled and said, "Everyone quiet down." As the crowd hushed, the corner of his mouth curled upward. "These idiots are hanging on my every word again." He turned away, grinning wickedly as their eyes followed him. "Just as I predicted. They've already fallen under my persuasion rune again." When he first obtained the persuasion rune from a random rune shard, he was honestly disappointed. Recalling the moment he picked up the stone, he had thought, "What the hell is this crap?" A system message popped up: persuasion rune effect. Increases persuasive power toward the current conversation target. Does not affect targets ranked higher than the user. He sighed. Persuasion rune. What good is that gonna do against monsters that can't even talk? But before long, he figured out how to use it effectively. It started when a group of men was busy killing some easy goblins. He spotted a goblin pinning a woman down, stopping her from moving. Seizing the opportunity, he shouted dramatically, right on cue. The persuasion rune just activated. "Everyone, that woman over there is in danger. Forget the goblins and go help her." As if spellbound, the men dropped what they were doing and rushed to help. "You're right. Let's save her first." Smirking to himself, he thought, "I kept repeating that trick to steal nearly dead goblins, and ended up killing 100 of them without breaking a sweat." Back to the present, he smiled slyly. "If I get lucky, I could end up as the regional representative easily." Mint Chocolate Kid activated the persuasion rune and spoke up. "Everyone, we should narrow down the candidates first. Let's reduce the number of choices to around 5, it'll make voting easier." Everyone seemed entranced, nodding in agreement without question. "That makes sense. Yeah, if everyone just keeps shouting for votes, we'll never get anywhere." He raised his hand again to steer the crowd. "Then let's begin by narrowing it down. If you want to nominate someone, raise your hand and point them out." Hearing this, a chubby guy quickly raised his hand and tried to nominate himself. But Mint Chocolate Kid shut that down immediately. "Obviously you can't nominate yourself. Otherwise we'll end up back where we started." Hearing that, the chubby guy let out a disgruntled snort, disappointed. Meanwhile, those under the rune's influence murmured among themselves. "He's got a point. There's really no other way." Mint Chocolate Kid grinned inwardly. It's so easy to manipulate these lowlifes. People began thinking hard, uncertain. But who should I nominate? I don't even know anyone. And I sure don't want someone else to be the rep instead of me. Watching the indecision spread, he smirked. Just like I expected. Silence. Only the standouts will get nominated at this point. Then suddenly, a man raised his voice. "I want to nominate Mint Chocolate Kid as the representative." Hearing his name, Mint Chocolate Kid grinned internally. Bullseye. The man continued, "After all, a representative should be someone level-headed with strong leadership skills." Mint Chocolate Kid feigned surprise. "Me?" The man nodded and turned to the others. "Yeah, he's been handling everything well so far. Don't you agree? You agree too, right?" Seeing how easily the crowd was swayed, Mint Chocolate Kid chuckled to himself. "Another fool under my spell." He activated the persuasion rune again, and said humbly, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me." If anyone else has a but before he could finish, someone else interrupted. "I want to nominate the Black Reaper." Hearing another name get thrown out, he thought to himself, fair enough. I mean, of course the guy who ranked number 1 last round would get nominated. Now that someone else had spoken up, the rest of the crowd followed suit. "Then I nominate the guy who came in second last round. Life is a documentary." Hoi ChatGPT, the runner-up from the previous round. Life is a documentary. "I want to nominate the third place as well. Black Dragon on the right hand." Mint Chocolate Kid continued orchestrating the crowd. "That makes 4 candidates. Anyone else?" No one responded. Seeing that, he clapped loudly to regain their attention. "Then we'll finalize it with 4. Before we vote, let's have each candidate give a short speech." "Sound good." He activated the persuasion rune again. "I'll go first." Mint Chocolate Kid looked smug, pleased with how easily things were going. Persuading this bunch of pathetic fools is a walk in the park. Still under the influence of the rune, he began confidently, "If I'm chosen as the regional representative, I'll cut the crap." "Enough already." A sharp voice interrupted him. Mint Chocolate Kid spun around in surprise. It was Life is a Documentary, the regional second-place player Jongsik. Scratching his ear as he walked over, Jongsik said bluntly, "I don't want to hear another damn word of your bullshit." Trying to salvage the situation, Mint Chocolate Kid used the rune again to calm him down. "What are you doing?" But Jongsik seemed completely unaffected. Instead, he laughed and called him out. "Hey Mint Chocolate Kid. You really think this world's that simple? That people just blindly follow every little word that comes out of your mouth?" Mint Chocolate Kid flinched. No way did he figure out my skill. Impossible. He's probably just bluffing. Jongsik's face twisted with anger. "Who the hell do you think you are, deciding who gets to be the regional rep? You manipulative little rat." Trying to stay calm, Mint Chocolate Kid replied, "You're crossing the line. There's a saying, words reflect one's character. Is it really necessary to stoop to insults?" He thought, that should do it. But Jongsik roared, "You bastard." His face contorted in rage. "You're lecturing me now? You got a death wish, huh?" Mint Chocolate Kid reeled. "My skill, it's not working on him. Don't tell me no, it can't be." Jongsik then turned to the crowd and shouted, "Hey, dumbasses. Screw this election crap, just vote for me, or I'll kill every last one of you." "Got it." Mint Chocolate Kid let out a long breath, trying to hold it together. "You're beyond saving." He took a step forward, still composed. "You really think people will listen to someone who talks like that? Quit embarrassing yourself and back off." A heavy silence fell. Then, without warning, Jongsik pulled out a knife and slashed Mint Chocolate Kid across the face. Blood sprayed everywhere. Panic erupted. Clutching his neck and struggling to stem the bleeding, Mint Chocolate Kid let out a choking groan and collapsed. His body went still lifeless. Jongsik, still holding the blood-stained knife, pointed at the fallen body. "If you don't vote for me, start digging your graves." The crowd erupted into chaos. "He's dead. That guy killed Mint Chocolate Kid. He's insane. A murderer." Jongsik spun his blade and glared at everyone. "So what? Got a problem with that? Come say it to my face." One man, the same one who had nominated Mint Chocolate Kid, yelled, "You lunatic. You've lost your damn mind." Jongsik grinned coldly. "If you won't come to me, I'll come to you." He lunged forward and began slaughtering anyone who dared speak out. The crowd screamed in terror. "Help. Somebody help us." Jongsik was in a frenzy, reveling in the bloodshed. No cops. No reports. No cameras. "This is perfect. Like a butcher, he slaughtered everyone in sight. I can kill whoever I want. Innocent or not." Wielding his knife with blood dripping from his hands, he threatened, "If you don't vote for me, you'll be next." "Got it." Everyone backed away, terrified. With a blood-smeared face, Jongsik smirked. "They're scared. So they'll vote for me. That's how I'll win." Then he thought of Rewound the Black Reaper. "He's the annoying one I need to kill first. Once he's out of the way, I'll be number one." Suddenly the system rang out, "Jonal extermination complete. Lives taken 265/100. Another notification followed, "All stats doubled due to Butcher Rune. XP tripled. You've leveled up. You are now level 16. Rewound glanced at his stat screen. He looked down at the mountain of slain beasts and thought, "The higher your level, the slower you level up. I killed over 200 monsters in the last 2 hours, and only gained 6 levels." Closing the screen, he considered the upside. At least hunting has gotten easier. His eyes fell on the 2 glowing red stones. "It's definitely because I've got both the Death Rune and the Butcher Rune." He sheathed his weapon and decided, it's about time. Stowing his gear away, he stepped forward. Time to move on. Suddenly the system chimed again, and a glowing teleportation circle appeared. Voting phase ended. Time remaining, 0 minutes 0 seconds. Summoning all players in the region back to the starting point for final vote. The wounded players were forcibly summoned to the open field. Even those still in the middle of hunting were shocked to find themselves suddenly teleported back, and Sanctual and the others who had just returned stood frozen at the sight before them. What the hell is this?" he muttered. Surrounding the blood-soaked figure at the center were countless corpses, the air still thick with the stench of fresh blood. What happened here? Seo Erin instinctively covered her mouth, horrified. Don't tell me he killed all of them. Rewound stared silently at the scene. Looks like Jongsik's the ringleader again this time. That maniac turned toward him, face smeared in blood. A twisted grin tugging at his lips. Jongsik, leader of the Jongsik gang and the second strongest warrior in his district. Ryaman knew the guy well, arrogant, ruthless, and utterly unhinged. Seeing that deranged smile, he thought grimly, that bomb's gotta be defused before it blows. Rewound shot him a cold, deadpan glance, but now wasn't the time to act. Jongsik strolled over with blood-caked boots and greeted him like an old friend. Hey, Black Reaper. Where've you been? I've been waiting a long time for you. Ryan kept his hands casually in his pockets and asked flatly, what do you want? No big deal, Jongsik replied, full of fake warmth. Just wanted to ask you one thing. He smirked and cut straight to the point. Join me. Serve under me. That made Ryaman raise an eyebrow. Serve under you. Jongsik spun his bloody dagger between his fingers, grinning. I'll let you live if you do. But Ryaman let out a sharp snort and laughed in his face. Without hesitation, he fired back. You want to throw down now or what? His voice dripped with mockery. Get on your knees and beg me. Do that, and maybe I'll let you live. Jongsik's smile twitched, his eyes narrowing in fury. He gripped his dagger tighter. Jesus, this lunatic. You still don't get the situation, do you? Then he scoffed confidently. Once I become the regional representative, are you deaf or just stupid? Ryaman interrupted coldly. Dark energy surged around his hand as his scythe materialized out of thin air, pulsing with terrifying magical force. He stood poised to kill. Jongsik's eyes widened, and fear crept into his expression. What the hell is that? Where did he get that weapon? Shit, I picked the wrong guy to mess with. Ryaman looked at him with dead calm. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue. Jongsik gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down over the dried blood on his face. He was clearly rattled, but his ego wouldn't let him back down. I'm Jongsik, he growled, desperate to hold on to his pride. Leader of the Jongsik gang. You really think I'd kneel to someone like you? He crouched low and spun his dagger threateningly. Bring that fancy weapon of yours and come at me, mutt. Ryaman smirked faintly. Still the same dumb hothead. That should be enough of a tease. But Ruman knew better than to go all out. If I show off too much power and get voted in, things could get complicated. A devilish grin formed on his lips. Better to make him the rep, so I can use him later in round 3. He lifted his gaze, his crimson eyes reflecting the sky above. Besides, the angel should be showing up any minute now. Just as Ryaman finished speaking, a pair of white wings fluttered down from the sky and landed in their midst. So, have you all gathered, humans? A serene yet commanding female voice asked. Everyone turned to look. Ryaman shot a cold glance at Jongsik, who was still frozen in confusion. You're lucky, he warned quietly, retracting his scythe with ease. Next time you feel like challenging someone, maybe check who they are first unless you're eager to meet your ancestors. Jongsik, still drenched in blood, couldn't say a word. He clenched his jaw tightly, his mind racing. Shit, I almost had a heart attack. Fine, I'll let it go this time. But once I become the representative, I'll make that bastard pay for the humiliation tenfold. The angelic figure smiled and asked sweetly. Have you all chosen your regional representative yet? Her gaze fell on the bloodied corpses scattered across the field. Ah, I see. So in those past 3 hours you weren't just chatting, were you? She tilted her head with an amused expression. Of course I couldn't care less if trash like you ends up dead. With a casual flick of her finger, she gave the order, shall we begin the vote now? A system screen popped up in front of each player, causing a murmur of confusion. Regional representative voting has begun. You have 1 vote. The player with the most votes will become the regional representative. Look at the person you want to vote for and think, vote. Ryaman stared at the floating message, deep in thought. Players who fail to vote within 5 minutes will be eliminated and erased from the game. The countdown had already begun, 4 minutes 59 seconds remaining. The weaker players instinctively turned toward one person. Just look at who you want to vote for, huh? Jongsik grinned, thrilled to see so many anxious eyes locked on him. Just as I thought. They're all looking at me. He scanned the crowd, but then something felt off. The guy known as Crude and Loud suddenly jabbed a finger toward a chubby girl and shouted. Hey. You, Miss Steamed Bun. She flinched, startled. Me? Yes? He stormed over, shouting. You got a death wish or something? Why aren't you looking at me? I voted for you. I swear. Ryaman sighed in exasperation, watching the chaos unfold. Jongsik glared at the crowd, barking. If you're not looking at me, you're dead meat. Second by second, the vote timer ticked down, his voice echoing across the space. Who just turned away? Huh. Finally, the countdown reached 0, time remaining, 0 minutes. The angel clapped her hands cheerfully. Time's up. Lucky for you dumb humans, you all managed to vote in time. She clapped again, summoning a system update. Shall we tally the votes? A massive screen appeared above them, showing the final results. Regional representative vote results 1. Life is a documentary, 2,412 votes 2. Black Reaper, 2,077 votes 3. Black Dragon on the right hand, 249 votes 4. Steamed Bun Cutie, 6 votes 5. Adorable Little Bird, 5 votes. Jongsik stared at the screen in disbelief. Wait, I came in first. But only with 2,412 votes. And Black Reaper came in second. His eyes darted around in anger. The nearby players quickly averted their gaze, pretending they didn't exist. Those bastards, I told them to only vote for me. And they still voted for him. The angel reviewed the results with a smirk, then turned to the group. The results are in. Life is a documentary will be your regional representative. She chuckled softly, clearly enjoying the moment. I'll now grant you the authority to issue commands. Another screen appeared. You have been chosen as the regional representative. As representative, you are now granted the authority to command. As soon as Jongsik gained the right to command, his thoughts turned immediately to revenge. You're gonna regret not killing me, Black Reaper. Once I'm in control, I'll make everyone turn on you. But just as he was consumed by his plans, something else popped up in front of him. A new system window. Temporary skill. Authority to command effect. You may issue commands to players and control their actions. Players cannot disobey your orders under any circumstance. Usage limit, 10 commands, remaining 10/10. Restriction, can only target one player at a time. Does not apply to rank A players. Jongsik's smug expression quickly faded, replaced by confusion. Wait, it doesn't work on rank A players? So if someone's already rank A, they can just ignore my orders. He clenched his fists, frustrated. Damn it, I can't control everyone after all. Then, the sharp-eyed angel lifted her gaze from behind her curtain of white feathers and grinned mischievously. My dear humans, I'm sure you think the voting part is over, right? Her voice rang out with eerie glee. Well, guess what, it's not. There's a hidden mission in this round too. Confused murmurs rippled through the crowd. What? A hidden mission? As she spoke, a new system screen popped up in front of every player, and Sanchal squinted in disbelief. Round 2, side mission. Level up before the vote objective. Reach rank A and obtain a rank up item. If successful, you will receive a 50% discount on today's special item. Co Erin read the screen aloud, stunned. A rank up item? And we have to reach rank A? The angel scoffed, as if she had expected their cluelessness. That mission window has been available since you hit level 10, but none of you noticed it, did you? One player scratched his head nervously. But there weren't any monsters left. How could we level up? That remark clearly annoyed her. What are you talking about? The forest was crawling with monsters. She waved a hand and summoned yet another system message. Anyway, don't get too discouraged. Only 80,000 people will be able to reach rank A in this round. And as if casually dropping a bomb, she added, oh, and someone in this very region has already reached rank A. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Wait, what? Already? Who? With a smug snap of her fingers, she said, let's take a look at the results of the hidden mission, shall we? A large leaderboard appeared in the air. Round 2. Hidden mission leaderboard. All regions 1. Black Reaper, Reaper class, level 16, 39 minutes, 42 seconds 2. Heavenly Demon, Dark Knight class, level 10, 2 hours, 36 minutes, 15 seconds 3. The Idiot Mage class, level 10, 2 hours, 37 minutes. Region-esque 4551. Black Reaper, Reaper class, level 16, 39 minutes, 42 seconds. The mystery was solved. Black Reaper was the first to hit rank A. Gasps and whispers spread through the players like wildfire. He's the first in this whole area to reach rank A. And he's a Reaper, you? Too. Dozens of stunned eyes turned toward Ryaman, who stood quietly among them. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. His presence alone answered everything. Now, everyone was cautiously circling around Ryaman, whispering in awe. A Death Reaper? What kind of class is that? Must be powerful, huh? Is that why he's been walking around carrying that giant scythe? Even Jongsik was grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I was about to use the command authority to force Black Scythe to fight back, but who would thought he'd change classes at the perfect moment like that? The angel approached the ranking board and spoke up again. For round 2, the rankings have been determined based on who completed the subquest first. She studied the board, muttering thoughtfully, so the player who changed their class in this region, is that hooded? But then something genuinely surprised her. Ryaman, you didn't just rank first in this region, but you're ranked first across all regions? She turned to him, now speaking with clear admiration. Impressive. Black Scythe, your class as a Death Reaper is quite rare, and the nickname fits perfectly. So tell me, how did you come up with that name? Did you know you'd get this class? There was a strange undertone in her question, like she was fishing for something deeper. Rewound simply looked up and replied calmly, I had no idea I'd get a class that matched my nickname. The angel let out an intrigued "oh," as if she'd just discovered something delightful. Then maybe becoming a Death Reaper was fate, huh? Guess so, Rewound replied coolly. But in his mind, he already knew the truth. Even the angels don't know how to obtain the Death Reaper class. All they know is that it's a special one. The angel chuckled, clearly amused as she repeated herself. A destiny, huh? Fascinating. Her curiosity about this Black Scythe only deepened. To think someone in this region actually changed classes already. Which also means you're the only one who can't be affected by the command authority, right? Her comment caught everyone's attention. He can't be controlled by the command authority? What do you mean by that, oh angel? Since she was already in a good mood, she explained it to them generously. Well, I suppose now's a good time to clarify. The command authority doesn't apply to humans who've acquired a class. So the regional representative can't force Black Scythe to obey him. That's just how it works. She wasn't shy about exposing the representative's limitations either. Also, the command authority can only be used 10 times total. So just because someone is a representative doesn't mean they hold unlimited power. The other players were once again stunned. Only 10 uses? Oh wow, that makes a lot more sense. Jongsik clenched his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Damn it, that damn angel. You weren't supposed to tell them that. But the small talk was over. She moved on to her next task. Well then. Let's reward Black Scythe for being the first to acquire a class. With a crisp snap of her fingers, a powerful notification echoed out. Congratulations. You've completed the mission as the top-ranked player in your current region. Congratulations. You've completed the mission as the top-ranked player across all regions. Ryaman reached out and tapped the glowing screen to make his selections. You have received the reward for being first in your region. Choose one low-tier rare armor. You have received the reward for being first across all regions. Choose one special reward. Once again, familiar screens lit up in front of Ryaman's eyes. Please select one of the following rare armor options. Reward. Choose the item you desire. Metal armor of a medieval warrior, leather armor of a seasoned hunter, lightweight robe of a battle mage. Without hesitation, he tapped on the middle option. The first one's way too heavy. The third barely even counts as armor, he thought. This one's just right. Then, a second golden chest opened before him. Please select one of the following special rewards. Reward. Choose the benefit you desire. Triple experience gain for round 3, 3000 gold. Information about round 3. Ryan paused to think. Round 3 will be crawling with monsters, so obviously, I need the triple exp. He made his choice with firm resolve. With everything complete, a soft golden light began to wrap around his body. All rewards have now been distributed. Elsewhere. And Sangchul and Co. Aaron looked anxiously toward the angel. The rest of you may return now, she announced calmly. Round 3 is next. Yong Min, his face a bruised, swollen mess, was forcibly transported back like the others. It's going to be a hell of a ride, he muttered. The angel couldn't help but smile in delight. Let me summarize the results of round 2 across all zones. Survivors 873,500,205. In this region, sex 45.5, survivors 4,988 souls. These will soon be returned to their physical bodies in the dimension, as of May 1, 2023. Round 3 will begin shortly. She gave them all a parting message with a smile. We'll see you again in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Your souls will now return to your physical bodies. With that, the transition began. Yong Min jolted upright, completely rattled. The first thing he did was wiggle his fingers in panic. Once he confirmed everything was intact, He let out a huge sigh of relief. Just like I thought. As long as I don't die, I come back with everything in one piece. But then his face darkened as a harsh realization struck him. I'm never messing with Black Scythe again. Ever. Damn it. I want nothing to do with that cold-blooded freak. Meanwhile, and Sangchul was with Seo Erin, comforting her after the chaos. You did well, Erin. She sat on a plush chair, then replied softly. I didn't do much, you're the one who carried the weight of it all. She turned to him with a gentle smile. Thank you for protecting me. He quickly adjusted his tie, looking away awkwardly. I'm your manager and bodyguard. It's part of the job. Then Seo Erin brought up the person who had really saved them. Also, I'd like to thank Black Scythe again. Is there any way I can do that? And Sangchul shook his head. We don't know what he actually looks like, so it'd be impossible to find him. Seems like Black Scythe that doesn't want to reveal his identity. Seo Erin tilted her head, still puzzled. He doesn't want to. Her manager explained further. Remember when I asked him for his bank info to send him compensation? He rejected it immediately. And Sangchul paused, then added more directly. Black Scythe knows that a bank account could be traced to his real name. Seo Erin looked down, disheartened. Sensing that, Sangchul offered an idea to cheer her up. If you really want to thank him, why not wait until the next round? Find him and give him an item or something. Seo Erin's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. I'll figure out a way to repay him properly. They paused their conversation as the room around them grew dim. Then rest well for tonight. See you tomorrow. Yes, goodbye. And Sangchul headed toward the elevator to return to his own room. Just as the doors closed, he felt a vibration in his pocket. His phone was ringing. He picked it up and placed it to his ear, speaking carefully. Chairman Ma. A cold voice came from the other end of the line. Director of Operations, and Sangchul. He responded warmly, showing concern. You haven't gone to sleep yet, sir. The man on the line chuckled. I just got back. Had a glass of whiskey to unwind. The elevator stopped at the 4th floor while their conversation continued. I've already seen the results summary. Congratulations, Chairman, on successfully changing your class to Dark Knight. The chairman responded humbly before steering the conversation elsewhere. Nothing worth congratulating. What about your side? Did anything happen? And Sangchul gave a succinct update. Seo Erin and I only managed to reach level 8. We got injured along the way and couldn't continue hunting. Injured? The man repeated, curiosity creeping into his voice. And Sangchul exited the elevator into the parking garage, looking around for his car. I was actually just about to report something important to you. Would now be a good time. The line went quiet for a few seconds, as if the chairman had suddenly sensed the gravity of the topic. It's related to Black Scythe. He stood by a large window, gazing out at the night-lit city. Come to the hotel. I want to hear it in person. And Sangchul responded promptly, ever the professional. Yes, sir. I'll be there in 20 minutes. He opened the car door and got in completely unaware of the shadowy figure crouched nearby, blending into the walls. That person, wearing a hood pulled tightly over their head, watched the car slowly drive off into the distance. It was Ryumin. Just as I thought. He's heading to meet with Gyeonglok. Ha. 10 minutes earlier, while his younger brother was still fast asleep beside the bed, Ryumin had already woken up. He sat quietly, pulling up his system interface. A prompt appeared in front of him. Please think of the person you wish to locate, and say their name aloud. He answered mentally. And Sangchul. Name and facial recognition match confirmed. Locating target. Thanks to the system's function, Ryumin immediately gained access to Sangchul's current location. Target found. Distance to target, 9 meters. That close. Still inside the penthouse building. Suddenly the number began to rise. And fast. Ryu narrowed his eyes. The number's increasing. As it neared 100 meters, his curiosity intensified. That fast a change, he must be in an elevator. But why would he be heading out this early in the morning? A thought suddenly flashed through Ryumin's mind. Could he be heading to see Gyeonglok? Without hesitation, he threw on his jacket and left the room. Better confirm it. Now, back to the present. Ryumin was already standing in the underground parking lot. Good thing I checked right after getting back. Tonight. The moon was almost completely veiled by thick clouds. The darkness blanketed the sky, casting deep shadows over everything. A mysterious figure stood quietly within the building, gazing out at the night. A perfect night for tailing someone. He turned slowly and thought to himself, for now I'll endure it. Let's hear the report first. Meanwhile, Gyeonglok settled into his expensive leather chair, dozens of questions swirling through his mind. Black Scythe. What player hasn't heard that name? First place in both round 1 and round 2. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest, a habit born from unease. There's something about that first place ranking, I don't like it. He suddenly stopped tapping as another suspicion arose. Could it be that he picked a fight with one of my subordinates? His hand spotless, yet firm, rose slightly as his expression grew colder. If that's the case, I can't just let it slide. Anyone who lays a hand on my right-hand man is basically declaring war on me. Gyeonglok's face darkened as he followed his train of thought. I won't let anyone get in my way. I don't care who they are, even if they're number 1. After a while of waiting, the person Gyeonglok had been expecting finally arrived and knocked on the door. A familiar voice called from the other side, "Sir, are you inside?" "It's in Sangchul." "Yes, come in," Gyeonglok replied, rising to greet his right-hand man. "Unit Chief An, it's good to see you again." Sangchul stepped in and responded politely, "Likewise, Mr. Chairman." He smiled warmly as he continued, "It's all thanks to you, Chairman." Gyeonglok chuckled like an old colleague. "I didn't do anything. We weren't even in the same zone." Still, Sangchul bowed his head respectfully. "Just having you around fills me with energy, sir." "Thank you. You're good at flattery, Chief Gan," Gyeonglok teased, gesturing toward the couch. "Please have a seat." With a soft grin, Sangchul replied, "It's not flattery, it's just the truth. And congratulations on surviving, albeit a bit late." Both men sat down and eased into conversation. "Surviving?" Gyeonglok scoffed. Round 2 felt like a child's game for candy. Sangchul kept up the praise. "Then let me congratulate you on leveling up, sir." He took a sip of his whiskey before waving it off. "Not a big deal. I just got lucky." But Sangchul didn't hold back in admiring the man in front of him. They say luck is a skill too. Besides, finishing second and third across all zones is no small feat. Gyeonglok smiled and glanced over at him as Sangchul continued, "It's truly the greatest honor of my life to serve someone like you, Mr. Chairman." He gently set his half-full glass down, then asked with a sly look, "With all this praise, I'm guessing you came here wanting something from me, didn't you?" Gyeonglok tilted his head and smirked. "Let's hear it. What is it you want to ask?" Somewhat nervous, and Sangchul finally got to the point. "Well, could you tell me where to find an item that increases your level?" Leaning back into the chair, Gyeonglok answered casually, "Oh, that. I just happened to pick it up while hunting monsters." But in truth, he was hiding something. It was actually thanks to that random rune I got, the Dark Knight's rune. A flashback played in his mind from the other world, when the angel had announced one final thing, "Say item vault and take a look inside. I have a gift for you." Back then, Gyeonglok had quietly spoken the command in his mind. Item vault. A new screen had appeared. Rune, Dark Knight effect, increases all stats. Envelops your weapon in a dark aura that damages enemies. Upon reaching level 10, you will automatically change to the special class Dark Knight. Holding the rune in his hand, he had felt its power surging through him. "So I can become a Dark Knight once I hit level 10, huh?" It was his little secret. I really hit the jackpot in round 1. Getting a rune that's practically cheating, but even now his expression stayed cool and unreadable. "Even to someone I trust like family, I can't reveal everything. Anyone can change in the blink of an eye. That's just human nature." Then, shifting the conversation, he asked in a quiet but firm tone, "Anyway, Chief An, let's get to the point. Who was it that hurt you?" Gyeonglok brought up the name he'd been closely keeping tabs on, his tone serious. "Was it Black Reaper?" And Sangchul quickly waved his hands in denial. "What? No, not at all. In fact, he's the one who saved me." That was the last thing Gyeonglok had expected to hear, and he raised an eyebrow. "Saved you? Tell me everything." After hearing Sangchul recount the entire situation, he finally grasped what had happened. "So those thugs were after actress Seo Erin, and you nearly died because of it?" "Yes," Sangchul confirmed. Gyeonglok repeated the core of the story to himself. "If Black Reaper hadn't shown up, both of you could have died." Sangchul nodded and added, "Seo Erin might have survived, but she would have been left with severe trauma. She wouldn't be able to continue working in the entertainment industry." Gyeonglok fell into a contemplative silence. "So I almost lost a trusted subordinate and a business asset." He swirled the glass of whiskey in his hand. "What happened to the thugs?" "They're dead, right?" His subordinate answered. Even though Black Reaper made them suffer more than death, he didn't actually kill them. That choice left Jonglok perplexed. Why not? Sangchul explained calmly. He said killing them served no purpose. If the total number of players drops, the chances of surviving each round decrease. He's not wrong, Jonglok admitted. But who knows what kind of trouble they'll cause in the future. Still, he wasn't entirely unsympathetic. Thanks to Black Reaper, my subordinate and my investment are both intact. I guess I owe the guy. Then he added, I should find a way to repay him. Sangchul nodded in agreement. I offered, but he declined. Said it wasn't necessary, then left right after. Jonglok's sharp instincts picked up the implication right away. He refused a thank you gift. Probably afraid it would reveal his identity. He's a cautious one. The two men stood up. Gyeonglok said, if you see him again in the next round, pass along my thanks. I genuinely appreciate what he did. I'll be sure to let him know, Mr. Chairman, Sangchul promised. And keep an eye on him, Gyeonglok added. See if there's anything we can do to help. You know I hate being in debt to anyone. His right-hand man understood immediately. Of course I'll follow your instructions. But Gyeonglok wasn't quite done. There's one more thing I forgot to ask. His tone turned serious again. What were the nicknames of those thugs? Meanwhile, down below a withered tree, Ryaman looked up at the brightly lit penthouse. He had been outside the entire time, silently observing. What a loyal dog, he mused. Right after returning to the real world, he went straight to Gyeonglok. But soon he turned to leave. I should head back. I've confirmed where he went. Staying any longer will just raise suspicion. He flagged down a passing car to get home. A celebrity sponsored by Jonglok lives in the same apartment complex as me. I really should thank my little brother. The memory came back to him when the two of them first moved in and went around handing out rice cakes to meet their new neighbors. If we hadn't done that, I never would have met Seo Erin. I wouldn't have learned about the connection between her and Sangchul. As he opened the car door, he thought through his next move. If I use the neighbor angle as leverage, it might be easier to earn Gyeonglok's trust. But whether or not I want to bring him into round 22, I still need to decide. Ryaman was well aware of Gyeonglok's capabilities. That Dark Knight rune of his is absurd, borderline cheating. But it wasn't without its drawbacks. He doesn't have the level up bonus rune, and he's forced to become a Dark Knight. Worst of all, there's that cursed serpent that appears from the magic circle, sucking the life force from whoever he's fighting. To use the Dark Aura, the core ability of a Dark Knight, you have to gather a special kind of mana, dark mana. And dark mana isn't something you can just accumulate by ordinary means. The back of the Dark Knight glowed against the pile of corpses behind him. In a way, that skill was disturbingly well suited for someone with twisted tastes like Jonglok. Ryaman forced an awkward smile. Teaming up with a lunatic like him might be more dangerous than it's worth. As he sat in the car, he mulled it over. For now, I'll consider him a candidate. I can use him however I need. His thoughts drifted to a certain female player, and he felt a little more at ease. There are plenty of other talented people besides him. The car cruised through the empty streets, quietly carrying Ryaman and his plans into the early morning. As soon as it's daylight, I need to get to work. The next day began with a sigh echoing through a convenience store. A man behind the counter grumbled while holding his head. What am I supposed to do now? Still stressed out, he heard a soft noise to his side. At this rate, our sales will drop by half. Julie walked into the store with a bright smile. Hey Dad. He looked up at her and smiled. Hey there Julie. Why the long face? She asked, polite and concerned. He finally explained his worry. Well, the lottery's been completely shut down. Julie was surprised. All of a sudden? Why? Her father summarized the news he'd heard. The government gave a pretty convincing excuse, but they're saying it's because of the players. Her eyes widened as she recalled several online articles. No one knows what kind of abilities players might use. Cam's newsflash: man wins first prize in lottery 4 times, bags $62.7 million. His secret? I dreamt it. Lottery shut down due to repeated jackpot wins. He let out another long sigh. Rent and labor costs are already killing me. I don't know what I'm supposed to do anymore. His daughter quickly stepped in, trying to reassure him. Don't worry, Dad. I'm about to graduate. From now on, I'll be helping out too. Then she mumbled to herself, maybe I should find a part-time job to help the family out a bit more. Her father immediately waved it off. Julie, Let me handle the money. You just focus on your studies. He reminded her of her dream. Your grades are excellent. Aren't you still planning to go to college? You've always wanted to be a doctor. Julie responded calmly, Dad, I've given up on that dream. In times like these, school doesn't really mean much, does it? Her words struck him hard, and he looked down, visibly shaken. You're right. Money doesn't matter if something bad happens to you. You might not survive the next round. He buried his face in his hands. I've just been overthinking everything lately. I'm sorry, Julie. She looked at him with concern, then gently wrapped her soft hands around his rough ones. There's nothing to be sorry for, Dad. None of this is your fault. He still looked a little embarrassed, but she continued cheerfully, I'll be fine, I promise. I made it through round 2 and I even got a class. Class? He asked, not quite understanding. To ease his worries, she opened her hand, and a soft light began to shine from her palm. Just wait a sec, Dad. A gentle energy swirled around his body. Startled, he reached up and touched his head. What was that just now? Julie beamed as she explained. It's a skill called Bamboo Blessing. I got it from my support class role. It boosts all stats a little and helps ordinary people feel more energized. Her father's mood visibly lifted. This is amazing. I feel totally recharged. She giggled. I'll use this on you often, so stay positive, okay? His smile finally returned. I'll be just fine. At that moment, the door opened, prompting him to instinctively greet the customer. Ryaman stepped into the store, dressed in simple clothes. That customer was. Julie leaned in and whispered to her father, You know who he is, Dad. The man stammered in shock. That's the guy who won. Ryan stepped quietly into the store while the two of them murmured excitedly, He's the winner who matched the same numbers on 100 tickets. Approaching the counter, Ryaman greeted politely, Hello, sir. Do you remember me? I bought 100,000 won worth of lottery tickets here. The store owner immediately responded, Puzzled, I remember you. But what brings you here? Without warning, Ryaman bowed deeply. First, I want to apologize. The man flinched, surprised. Why are you apologizing all of a sudden? Ryaman calmly explained, I saw the news. Because I won first prize multiple times, your store was forced to stop selling lottery tickets. Julie, standing nearby, let out a quiet, nervous sigh as she listened. I'm really sorry I caused unintentional trouble for your shop. The store owner quickly waved his hands. Don't worry about it. It's not your fault. Losing the lottery business isn't going to kill me. But Ryaman didn't let it go so easily. Even so, I still feel bad for being the reason you're affected. With that, he pulled a white envelope from his pocket and held it out. I'd like to offer compensation. It's not a huge amount, but the man's eyes widened. Huh? What is this? Ryaman spoke plainly, right in front of both of them. There's 10 million won in that envelope. Flustered, the store owner tried to push it back. You really don't have to do this. Please take it back. But Roman remained firm. Please accept it. I caused the trouble, this is the least I can do. Having said his piece, he turned and began walking away. Well then, I'll get going now. The store owner tried to stop him. Hey, wait, young man. But Ryaman was already out of reach. The man looked down at the envelope in his hands, distressed. What am I supposed to do with this? How could I possibly accept this much money? Julie finally spoke up. Her father, flustered, shoved the envelope into her hands. Hurry, take it back to him. He fully supported her decision. Yes, return it to him right away. Julie hurried out of the store and down the flat sidewalk. It didn't take long for her to catch up to Ryaman. Wait up, she called. He turned around, his expression unreadable. Her face was slightly flushed from running. Ryaman, it's really you, right? He replied in a flat, distant tone, and you are. With a bright smile, she introduced herself. You don't remember me? I'm Min, Julie, we were in the same class. His mind turned, trying to recall. Same class. Julie stopped in her tracks and frowned. Don't tell me you didn't even know we were in the same class? Outwardly, Ryaman smiled apologetically. Sorry, I'm not very good at remembering faces. But on the inside he thought differently. Of course I lied. He knew exactly who she was, Min Julie, a former classmate and the daughter of the convenience store owner. She had a rare class. A buffer, someone who specialized in support skills that boosted teammates. In his previous life, Ryaman had once swung his scythe to protect her during a monster hunt. Afterward, she thanked him repeatedly, making the memory stick. It was then he learned they'd been classmates all along, a twist of fate that had genuinely surprised him. The real reason he'd staged this coincidence was to bring Min Julie to his side. Back in the present, Julie spoke up with a bright smile. "Wanna go somewhere and talk?" He nodded warmly, sure. They strolled for a bit before settling on a bench in a nearby park. Julie pulled out the envelope of money and handed it to him. "Here, take this back." Rewound feigned surprise. "Isn't that the money I just gave you?" Her tone was firm. "We can't accept such a huge amount. Please take it." He didn't push it. 10 million won is quite a bit. I figured they wouldn't accept it. She seems like the type who wouldn't want to be indebted to anyone, no matter how tight things got. When he didn't take it, she gently nudged him. "Come on, my hand's getting tired." But his stubbornness matched hers. "No. I told you already that money is to make up for the trouble I caused. It's the only way I'll feel at peace." She tried again. "But it's just too much." This time he cut her off. "No matter how much it is, I want you to have it. If you don't, I'll keep feeling guilty and won't be able to let it go." Julie looked at the envelope and confessed. "It feels heavy. Too much for me. That's exactly why I'm giving it to you," he thought. He leaned closer and said softly, "Tell your dad too. For me, that amounts nothing. Just take it, and don't worry." Julie glanced down at the envelope in her hands, now clearly uncomfortable. "You're so stubborn, you know that? Why are you like this?" He only gave a faint smile and stood up. "Well, I think that's everything. I should get going." She jumped up, flustered. Wait. She quickly opened the envelope, pulled out a few bills, and said, 10 million is really too much. I'll just take 1 million. That should be fine, right? Rewound raised an eyebrow. You get to decide that? Shouldn't you ask your dad? Julie looked up, hesitant. He'd never be okay with this much money, I know it. That's when something clicked for Rewound. Wait, the convenience store owner is your dad? She nodded. Rewound let out a quiet chuckle. Huh, I go there all the time. What a small world. Julie smiled shyly and tried to roll with it. I know, right? Who would have thought the lottery winner was my classmate? At that moment, a shadow crossed Rewound's eyes. A fleeting sadness. Julie circled back to her earlier question. But seriously, you didn't know we were classmates? The moment you walked into the store, I recognized you right away. Rewound stuck to his story. Sorry. I'm really not good with faces. He smiled at her and added playfully, and besides, isn't this the first time we've ever talked like this? She looked at him, hesitated, and admitted, yeah, it is. Eventually she lowered her head in disappointment. So this is probably the first time you've even heard my name, huh? Rewound gave a sincere-sounding apology. I'm really sorry. Looking at her flustered expression, he thought to himself, I do feel kind of bad pretending not to know her. Still, he gazed at her gently. But I'm not doing it out of malice. I just want her to take an interest in me. Julie nervously shuffled her feet against the brick pavement. Then she straightened up and pointed to herself. I told you already my name's Min Julie, and we're classmates. She stood a little taller. And this is my face. Now you'll remember me, right? Her face was glowing red, so Rewound decided not to tease her any further. He smiled warmly. I'll remember. Suddenly realizing how awkward she was being, Julie grew even more embarrassed. What am I even doing? Introducing myself to a classmate right before graduation, seriously. Then Rewound said something a little suggestive. Well, at least I know now. And hey, just because we're graduating doesn't mean we'll never talk again, right? He saw an opportunity and went for it. Actually, could I get your number? Julie blinked, caught off guard. My number. Rewound was already holding out his phone. What's wrong? It's not weird to ask a classmate for their number, is it? She quickly reached out. Give it here. Avoiding eye contact, she quietly typed in her number and handed the phone back. Here. Rewound glanced at his screen and smiled. It's fate that we ran into each other like this. So let's keep in touch, okay? Julie, flustered by his unexpected charm, could only stammer yeah, okay. Their little encounter wrapped up with Rewound taking the initiative. Well then, I'll get going. I've got something urgent to take care of. That's when she remembered the envelope, but it was too late. Rewound waved as he walked off. Wait, hold on. The envelope. She stood there, speechless, still holding the money she hadn't returned. I didn't get a chance to give it back to him. Placing a hand over her chest, Julie turned and ran in the opposite direction. It was so strange how he asked for my number out of nowhere. Crap, my heart's beating so fast. As the warm morning sun lit her face, she finally admitted something to herself. Even though I know he probably only sees me as a friend, I like Ryaman. Things weren't always this good between us. In the beginning, our encounter was pure accident. Ryaman had been ambushed and beaten behind the school by a group of bullies. Julie had witnessed it all. You bastard. I told you to bring the money. What'd you think we were joking? And no, Julie, hiding nearby, whispered into her phone, hello? Police? Even after calling for help, she stayed hidden behind a utility pole, quietly watching the boy's solitary figure. Did I follow him because I felt sorry for him? Or was it guilt because I was the one who called the police? Whatever the reason, she trailed behind to make sure he got home safely. That's how she ended up witnessing him inside a convenience store, calmly working his shift like nothing had happened. They were only separated by a glass wall. That's when I realized he's much stronger than he looks. Even during classroom duties, her eyes would always drift toward him. That was when it started. When I started getting curious about him, she'd secretly glance at Ryaman as he slept on his desk. But I never had the courage to talk to him. Even when he'd meet up with his younger brother, she'd quietly watch from a distance. Eventually, her feelings for him grew so strong, she couldn't even bring herself to get close. Who would have thought we'd run into each other again, like this? Julie stood still, closed her eyes, and offered a silent thank you to the heavens. I'm brave now. This must be a sign from above, a chance I've been given. A soft breeze swept through her short hair, rustling lightly as if to cheer her on. I can't just pretend I don't know him, not after accepting that 10 million won. She smiled softly, the kind of smile only a girl newly in love could wear. Should I ask him to grab a bite with me sometime? At that moment, Ryaman had some free time, sitting on his bed scrolling through his phone. A string of messages popped up on his screen. Have you eaten yet? I have something I want to talk about. Can we meet in Area 1? I'll treat you to a meal. Seeing the message, he replied casually, sure, but I'll pay. The person on the other end was clearly persistent, insisting on covering the bill. Let me pay, please. She even added a cute sticker to emphasize her determination. Ryaman chuckled softly and typed back, I've got plenty of money, you know. It was obvious that she was set on treating him, but Ryaman didn't like the idea of freeloading without good reason. What do you feel like eating? He asked. Looking at their exchange, he leaned back a little, thinking with a faint smirk, looks like she really does feel like she owes me something. Inviting me out of the blue like this, definitely a good sign. A light smile tugged at the corner of his lips. If I approach her naturally and become closer, it'll be easier to get her on my side later. After switching off his phone, he climbed out of bed, still thinking to himself, I'll help Julie. I'll make sure she gets to round 20. Out in the living room, Rewound was lounging on the sofa when he suddenly looked up and noticed his older brother was all dressed up. He tilted his head in curiosity. Young, where are you going? Without missing a beat, Ryaman replied calmly, meeting up with a friend. Rewound hesitated a bit before asking, friend? Not a girlfriend, is it? That made Ryaman chuckle as he countered playfully, why? Can't your big bro go meet a few girls now and then? Then, as he slipped on his shoes, he gave his brother a quick reminder, I'm eating out, so don't skip dinner. Got it? Rewound nodded obediently. Okay, but once his brother was gone, he just sat there on the sofa, staring off into space. No one knew what was going through his head until his expression suddenly shifted, like he'd been struck by lightning. No way is he going on a date. Scene shift to a classy steakhouse with warm lighting and soft music. Suddenly, a voice broke the momentary silence. Do you like steak? Julie blinked, caught off guard. Her cheeks flushed as she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. What? He looked at her calmly, completely unfazed, and repeated, do you like steak? Still flustered, she managed to stammer out an answer, yeah, I really like it. He nonchalantly sliced his steak as if they were just having a regular chat. Then eat up. Julie responded politely, but deep down, her thoughts were spinning. I can't believe I'm having dinner with Ryaman, just the two of us. This has to be my lucky day. The two of them quietly ate their meals under the soft melodies playing in the background, accompanied by the distant chatter of other diners. The atmosphere between them was awkward. Julie could feel it. It's getting kind of tense in here. I should say something. Come on, be brave. After scrambling through her thoughts, she finally landed on a question and blurted it out a little too quickly. How did you manage to win the lottery so many times? Wasn't it 4 times in a row? Ryaman was enjoying his meal with zero concern for the awkwardness in the air, but her question pulled his attention. He looked up and, without the slightest hint of shame, casually made up a ridiculous explanation. I had a dream. My ancestors told me the numbers. Pretty lucky, right? Julie immediately imagined some ancestral spirit appearing in a dream, eyes sparkling as it whispered, "Remember these numbers?" She blinked and asked with genuine curiosity, "In your dream? So how much have you made from that lucky dream?" With a completely calm expression, he replied, "Let's just say I probably won't have to worry about money for the rest of my life, though I will have to worry about staying alive." That last bit made her pause, but before she could dwell on it, another question came to her, one that had been bugging her for a while. "Speaking of which, I've always been curious, what was your first round like? Fighting goblins must been rough, right?" He nodded with no hesitation. "Yeah, took quite a bit of time." She leaned in a little, eager to learn more. "Which area were you in?" Rewound shrugged slightly. "Don't really remember, just that the number ended in 5. Julie looked a bit disappointed, letting out a soft laugh. "Mine ended in 7. That means we wouldn't have crossed paths." He gave her a gentle smile but kept his true thoughts to himself. "No need to feel bad, Julie. We'll meet eventually. Once the number of survivors drops, the areas will start merging anyway." Their conversation gradually eased into a more natural rhythm as they continued with basic questions, getting to know each other. "What level are you at now?" "Level 10. Same here. Have you chosen a class yet?" "Not yet." "What about you?" Julie's face brightened as she responded, "I was lucky enough to get a class change item. My class is called Buffer." Ryaman raised an eyebrow, repeating the name. "Buffer, huh?" He chuckled warmly and added, "So that means you can give your teammates buffs, like in a game." In his mind, he was secretly relieved. Good, she ended up being a buffer this time too. Julie, clearly excited to show off, suddenly raised a hand and began focusing her energy. "Wanna see? One of my skills is called Blessing. It boosts all your stats." Ryaman leaned forward with interest. "Seriously? Show me." Right after that, she cast a beautifully ornate skill that shimmered with color right on his forehead. Then, a system notification popped up before his eyes. "Blessing has increased all your stats by 50%. Duration remaining, 2 minutes 59 seconds. Seeing his stats get such a massive boost, Ryaman was clearly impressed. As expected of a special class, the effect is seriously good. He didn't hold back on his praise either. "That's impressive. Once she reaches max level, this skill's effect will double," he thought. "Which means a 100% boost across the board, but only if she hits max level." He looked at her with satisfaction. "Good thing she used it on me." As she smiled at him, warm and friendly, he thought to himself, this was the goal all along. His mind drifted for a moment to the reward he had received earlier, a random gold pouch for my first class change side quest. Going by the name, it probably gives me a random amount of gold. And if it scales with luck, then the higher my luck stat, the more I'll get. Returning from his thoughts, he gave her a genuinely grateful smile. That effect was amazing. "Thanks, Julie," she waved it off cheerfully. "If you ever need a blessing, just say the word. Using that skill doesn't really drain me." Not wanting to sound too formal, he replied simply, "Got it." Then, shifting gears, he brought up what she'd mentioned earlier. "Didn't you say there was something you wanted to talk about?" Julie blinked, momentarily thrown off. "Oh right. I meant to say that first." She gave him a warm smile, visibly touched. "Thank you so much for the 10 million won. My dad told me to thank you too." Afraid he might take it the wrong way, she quickly added, "But I still plan on paying you back, no matter what." He looked a little awkward hearing that, rubbing the back of his neck. "That's what you wanted to talk about?" "I already told you, you don't have to worry about it." She didn't seem the least bit discouraged and even offered another suggestion. "Well, if you really don't want the money back, then maybe you'd accept something else. I've got just the thing." Julie pulled something out and handed it to him. "Here, take this." He looked down, curious. "What is it?" In her hand was a strange-looking purple item. She held it out to him with both hands and said sincerely, "I picked it up while hunting. Since you don't want the money, I thought at the very least, I should give you this." Her face was completely earnest as she added, "It's from the heart, so please don't turn it down." After finishing their meal, the two parted ways for now, exchanging polite goodbyes. "That was a great meal. Let's catch up again sometime," he said. "Yeah," she responded with a bright smile. be careful in the next round." He waved over his shoulder, "You too. We've got to stay alive long enough to meet again." Once they said their goodbyes, Min walked slowly down the paved road alone. He opened his inventory and tapped on the item Julie had just given him. Lesser violet mana crystal, type, material description. A beautiful purple gem containing faint traces of mana. Can be socketed into equipment to boost stats. He stared at it, a small smirk playing on his lips. Min carefully read through the item's description, silently marveling at how fate had played out. Who would have thought I'd get something like this from her? He reached into his inventory and pulled out the mana crystal, turning it over in his hands as he analyzed it. Just going by this short description, it's hard to tell what it actually does. He held the crystal up toward the light, deep in thought. Once I hit level 20, I'll understand just how rare this item really is. At level 20, players unlock a fixed skill and gain access to a feature called combining. It worked similarly to blacksmithing, but on a higher level players could fuse a weapon with a magic crystal, upgrading it with a variety of effects. The skill itself could even be leveled up and customized later on. Min began to mentally list the 7 types of mana crystals: red for attack power, orange for strength, yellow for luck, green for agility, blue for intelligence, indigo for damage reduction, and finally purple, the rarest of all, the one in his hand. Each colored crystal granted a different stat bonus, and all were considered incredibly valuable for their potent effects. But the violet mana crystal stood above the rest. It boosted all stats, and had an insanely low drop rate. Min smiled, truly grateful. I can't believe I got my hands on this so early, and in such an unexpected way. He realized something else. A pleasant surprise. My real-life luck stat must be sky high or something. He tucked the precious mana crystal safely back into his inventory. I'll save it until I reach level 20. With time still left on Julie's blessing duration, 30 minutes and 58 seconds, he decided it was the perfect moment to open his bonus reward pouch. I should open the gold pouch while I'm still buffed. But then something clicked in his mind. Wait a second. He started rummaging through his belongings, pulling out a small white bag. Inside were mealworms. Exactly 100 of them. He stared at the bag with a thoughtful expression. The butcher's rune increases all my stats by 1% for every kill I make. And that includes insects. As long as it's a living creature, it counts. With that, he dropped the bag onto the floor and said calmly, "Sorry about this." Then he raised his foot and stomped. A system notification immediately popped up. Creatures killed, 45 100ths. All stats increased by 45% due to the effect of the butcher's rune. Again and again, he stepped down with quiet resolve. Creatures killed, 67 100ths. All stats increased by 67%. Each stomp pushed the number higher, until finally creatures killed, 100/100. All stats increased by 100% due to the effect of the butcher's rune. With the task complete, Min summoned his status window. Status window name: Min title, Novice Reaper level, 16 class Reaper titles. The Final Wanderer, hidden. The First Godslayer, hidden. Stats: Strength 9, Intelligence 9, Agility 63, Luck 45 stat points. 0. As he scanned over the numbers, one detail stood out. My luck went from 15 to 45. That's a big jump. I can definitely expect good results from this. Then, Min summoned his inventory again. Inventory. From the neatly organized grid, he pulled out the bonus reward item Random Gold Pouch. Random Gold Pouch type, consumable rarity, rare effect. Grants the user a random amount of gold, ranging from 1 to 9,999. Usage requirement: must be used before the next stage begins, and only available to players ranked above Novice tier. A limited edition reward granted exclusively to the first player to change classes. Item disappears automatically upon entry into the next dungeon. Gold amount is affected by your luck stat. Min's lips curled up in satisfaction. Alright. My luck stat is currently maxed out, thanks to both the butcher's rune and Julie's buff. Confident in his setup, he wasted no time. Use. The gold pouch in his hand floated up into the air, spinning gently as it shimmered with magical energy. A faint glow pulsed around it. Min tilted his head slightly as he watched. Let's see how much I get. Even with the same luck stat, the outcome varied, such was the nature of random. But Ryaman had a pretty solid estimate in mind based on prior experience. With my current luck, I'm guessing somewhere between 3,000 to 6,000 gold. But then his eyes widened. His confident expression froze in shock, eyebrows raised. Wait, what? A system notification appeared. You have used the random gold pouch. The message made Ryaman pause. Another message quickly followed. You have used the random gold pouch. You have received 9,999 gold. Ryaman blinked in surprise. 9,999 gold. He was genuinely caught off guard, though not displeased. The maximum possible reward. His thoughts flicked to the buff he had just received. That blessing really paid off. The system finalized the transaction. Your total gold is now 16,249. That's more than enough to buy an epic tier item. Ryaman mused as the interface faded from view. Still, the item I want won't be available for another 2 weeks, so I'll just sit tight until then. Morning sunlight streamed through the windows of the modest apartment the two brothers shared. Ryaman stepped inside, taking off his coat. I'm back, he called out. Rewound, still tapping away on his phone, perked up immediately. Young. He looked up with half his face hidden behind his phone but grinning ear to ear like a puppy seeing its owner. So, how was the date? Ryaman looked confused. Date. Rewound furrowed his brows, a little let down. Didn't you go out with your girlfriend? Ryaman dropped onto the couch and skillfully dodged the question. Don't be ridiculous. Did you eat yet? Taking the cue, Rewound flopped down next to him. I ordered black bean noodles. Leaning on one arm, Ryaman glanced sideways at his brother, voice slightly judging. You should have picked something better. Rewound pouted. What's wrong with black bean noodles? Do you have any idea how long I've been craving it? The comment tugged at Ryaman's memory. That's true, just last month, we were barely scraping by. His thoughts continued. On that note, my Bitcoin investment's up to $150 million now. But if it's anything like before, the value's going to drop in 2 weeks. That's when I should cash out. Meanwhile, Rewound's gaze lit up as something on the TV caught his attention, a sleek new car flashing across the screen. Ryaman noticed it too. And a thought sparked. Before that, I should probably go get my driver's license. In the exam room, everyone was focused on their written tests. Ryaman sat among them, taking the commercial driver's license theory test. He let out a quiet sigh. How many times have I taken this already? He wasn't nervous, more bored than anything. Let's just go through the motions and get out of here. Without a word, he grabbed his coat and stood up to leave. The proctor raised an eyebrow, clearly puzzled. As Ryaman's silhouette grew smaller, heading toward the exit, the man's mind buzzed with questions. What's his deal? Out of curiosity, the proctor glanced at Ryaman's screen and his eyes widened. Your score, 95/100ths. You have passed the commercial driver's license theory test. His jaw dropped. Wait, he scored 95. In that little time. But Ryaman wasn't surprised in the slightest. Of course I passed. I already knew how it would turn out. Took me 4 days to get this license. That's plenty. Ryaman handed over his newly issued driver's license to Rewound like it was some kind of glowing treasure, wearing a proud expression. Blinding, isn't it? I've probably got more driving experience than anyone else. Then, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Wait a second, how many years has it even been? How old am I now? Right after getting his license, Ryaman didn't waste any time, and immediately went out to buy a supercar, a red Lamborghini Aventador. It didn't take him long to pick it out, mostly because he'd driven the same model several times before. How long would it take if I ordered an imported one? He asked. If you place the order today, the sales rep replied with a beaming smile, you'll receive the car within a month. Ryaman tapped the screen of the iPad and said, All right, I'll sign now. The rep practically lit up with joy. Excellent, sir. You've got great taste. His over-the-top enthusiasm made Ryaman momentarily speechless. 2 weeks passed. It was a beautiful day, the perfect timing for what he had planned. Time to say goodbye to all that Bitcoin, he thought with a sly grin as he stared at his phone. Rewound noticed the mischievous look on his brother's face and asked, Something good happen? Why are you smiling like that? Ryaman sat down on the couch and answered casually, I just sold all my Bitcoin. Rewound blinked in surprise. Seriously? What's the price now? $300 million, Ryaman said coolly. Rewound practically jumped. $300 million. He sat down, totally stunned. But your lottery winnings were only around 60 million. And now it's 300 million. Ryomin nodded with the calmness of someone who just won a small prize. That's right. Rewound's face was a mix of awe and disbelief. I remember when you said you wanted to invest in Bitcoin last month. I tried to talk you out of it. But wow, you really pulled it off. Ryomin chuckled. Even I didn't expect it to spike that hard. Last time it only went up to 280 million. He thought to himself. After a moment, Rewound finally calmed down. So you're done now, right? Of course, Ryomin said, eyes still on his phone. Rewound lifted a glass of water, smiling. That's a relief. But just seconds later, Ryomin added nonchalantly, now it's time to invest in stocks. Rewound nearly spat out his drink. What? Worried, he asked, Hyung, do you even know anything about stocks? What are you even planning? Ryomin gave him a reassuring look, the corners of his mouth lifting in amusement. Don't worry, with a straight face, he added, I had a dream. Rewound froze. You had one of those dreams again? The kind that tells the future? Yep, Ryomin replied confidently. In the dream I saw that if I invest now I'll make a killing later. Rewound could only sigh in defeat. Fine. Do whatever you want. Then. As Ryomin glanced at his younger brother, he thought to himself, I can't really blame Rewound for worrying this much, but I already know what's coming. Then, turning back to his phone, he focused on the company he had in mind for investment. The company I'm going to invest in is. A long list of stock names scrolled across the screen. One in particular stood out, ranked 85th on the Costa Index with a market cap of around $900 million. Heavenly Demon Consulting. Heavenly Demon Consulting is owned by Jeonglok. Ryomin recalled. It's not well known right now, but after round 4, they'll introduce a special system and grow rapidly. Ending his brief flashback, Ryomin smirked, pleased with his decision. If I already know this company will blow up, there's no reason not to buy in. He tapped his phone screen. If I can secure a large share and get operational control, I'll be able to influence the company as a major shareholder and make a solid return. Without hesitation, he hit the order button. First, I'll invest $280 million and take 31% ownership. Just then, a voice cut into his thoughts. Please, it was Rewound, his hands clasped together, silently praying, please let my brother's dream come true again. That seals the deal, Ryomin thought, glancing back at the screen as a message popped up. Order no. 5.84.241. Purchase completed successfully. Now that it was done, he turned his attention to the next task. Next up, time to buy that item. Night fell, and the lights across the city dimmed except for one apartment, where the brothers lived. Inside, only a single desk lamp glowed in the darkness. The soft chime of the system echoed through the room, followed by the shop interface appearing on screen. Ryomin lay in bed, one arm behind his head, thinking, this is why I've been saving all that gold. He tapped the equipment tab, silently appreciating the benefits of his wealth. With enough gold I can buy all sorts of skills and items. Honestly, nothing beats this level of convenience. Items filled the screen as he scrolled through. Sure, most of these are basic tier, but that doesn't mean I can't snag something rare or even epic if I know when to look. A flashing banner caught his eye. Today's item. Today's item. Ryomin smiled slightly, lost in his thoughts. This is a feature that sells one random item each day. Most players just cross their fingers and hope for something good because no one knows what'll show up. But me. I already know exactly what's coming and when. With that, he tapped the daily item banner. And today's the day the epic item I've been waiting for goes on sale. The system loaded and displayed the item with detailed stats. Item, dry bone necklace. Type, necklace. Grade, epic. Effect, 3 intelligence. Gain 1% attack speed for every enemy killed, max 25%, until the round ends. Restriction, novice or higher. Durability, 500/500. Price, 4,600 gold. Sale ends 23:59:59. Ryomin's voice lit up with excitement. There it is. Drybone necklace. He smirked. It boosts intelligence and attack speed, and for what it does, it's actually pretty cheap. Now that he had exactly what he wanted in front of him, there was only one thing left to do: buy it. Ryomin returned to the main inventory screen. A system prompt popped up, displaying a coupon along with its usage conditions. 50% discount coupon for today's item type. Consumable grade. A rare effect. Grants a 50% discount on the item featured in today's shop. Restriction: valid only until the next round, usable by players ranked novice or higher. Description: a limited time reward item granted to players who complete a side quest in round 2. If not used before the next round begins, it will automatically expire. Rewound paused to think for a moment, then hovered his finger over the purchase button. If I used this coupon before buying that necklace. The amount of gold he had left after the purchase made him blink in surprise. Gold remaining. 13,949 Rewound shot up from the bed. I still have this much gold left. Resting his chin in his hand, he started thinking, mentally revisiting the items he had originally planned to buy. At first, I was going to use the leftover gold to grab a set of regular gear. He ran a few quick calculations, his mind then drifting to some basic support skills he'd been eyeing. But if I hold on to another 6,000 gold, I could afford one more general skill. And skills, even basic ones, are more valuable than regular gear. A smirk formed on his lips as he leaned deeper into his thoughts. Alright, that settles it. I need to earn another 6,000 gold fast. Good thing round 3 is crawling with monsters. Time passed. On May 1, 2023, the central gem in the middle of the town square began to glow with a deep violet hue. All around it, countless townspeople gathered, some bathed in a golden light that shimmered across their bodies. So it's here, Rewound thought. This day was bound to come eventually. Damn it. I got dragged into the afterlife again. After being forcefully logged into the game, players immediately started voicing their confusion. This isn't the forest this time. Where the hell are we? Some of them cautiously scanned their surroundings before making a guess. The buildings are all destroyed, but it looks like a village. Upon hearing that, another voice cut in with a sharp rebuttal. Village, my ass. It's more like a pile of rubble. They soon noticed the massive walls encircling the entire area they were standing in. Wait a second, look. The whole village is surrounded by walls. This is real. It was then that everyone finally noticed the striking sight at the center, a massive gemstone radiating a strange glow. What's up with this crystal? So what exactly are we supposed to do in round 3? At that moment, Rewound appeared in the distance, quietly observing the scene. This place is new, everyone looks pretty uneasy. His gaze shifted toward a single person who stood out from the rest, someone surprisingly calm amidst the confusion. The only one keeping it together is Jongzik. Cut to Jongzik's side, where he stood nonchalantly as murmurs started rising behind him. Isn't that guy the zone rep for the evil faction? More whispers followed, growing louder by the second. Yeah, real life thug, that one. Life's a documentary, and he's the starring gangster. He even threatened me with a sword to vote for him. Some players even mentioned another name in their hushed gossip. Should have been the Grim Reaper as our rep, not that psycho. Suddenly, one of the guys raised a hand to warn his buddy. Hey, keep it down. That guy's got authority now, remember. But the others didn't seem the least bit worried. In fact, they responded with cool indifference. So what? He only gets 10 uses of that authority. Not like it's scary or anything. The more Jongzik listened, the more his temper boiled over. He snapped, spinning around and barking at them. You bastards better shut the hell up. Ironically, the threat didn't seem to intimidate anyone. In fact, it seemed to spark more ridicule. What'd he just say? Like he's the only one who knows how to curse. Oh, please try harder. Not backing down, Jongzik pointed directly at the group, clearly fed up. Which one of you was mumbling just now? That finally got them to back off. They quit the gossip and scattered away. Jongsik's face twisted in rage as he cursed under his breath. Damn it, I knew this would happen. If only that damn angel had kept her mouth shut. Just then, a pair of polished leather shoes stepped into view. Standing right in front of him was none other than Yong Min, who bowed respectfully. Good to see you, sir. People around them recognized him and started murmuring again. Yong Min? What's he doing here? But Yong Min ignored the questions, lifting his head and looking at Jongzik with unwavering sincerity. You, the living legend. The boss of bosses, Jongzik. Senior Jongzik, I came here just to greet you. Jongzik looked him over, raised an eyebrow, and asked calmly, Senior? You saying you're one of my boys? Yong Min replied right away. Not yet, sir. I'm just a 20-year-old guy with a dream to live the gangster life. Jongsik's face practically turned into a question mark. What is this guy even saying? He wants to be a gangster. Is he out of his mind? But Yong Min grinned brightly, eyes full of admiration. You're my role model. I really want to join the Jongsik gang." Before Jongsik could ask anything else, Yong Min's next move caught him completely off guard. "What the?" Yong Min suddenly dropped to his knees and bowed deeply, his voice strong and unwavering. "I'll dedicate my entire life to following you. Please take me in." Jongsik was so stunned, he actually let out a chuckle. "I've met my fair share of crazy people, but this kid's on another level. I kinda like his spirit though." Thinking that, Jongsik gestured for him to get up. "Stand up." Yong Min immediately straightened up and responded quickly. "Yes, sir." Jongsik looked at him curiously and asked, "Are you blind or something? Don't you know my reputation's hit rock bottom? And you still want to follow me?" Without a hint of shame, Yong Min replied, "I don't care." Clenching his fist and tapping his chest with pride, he added, "You're someone I truly respect." He looked Jongsik dead in the eye, speaking with heartfelt conviction. "As long as you take me in, I don't give a damn what anyone else thinks." Being praised and idolized like that, Jongsik couldn't help but crack a smile. "I like that answer. Fine. I'll take responsibility and teach you." Grateful beyond words, Yong Min kept bowing as he expressed his thanks. "Thank you, sir. It's truly an honor." People nearby were utterly stunned by his outrageous display. Did that guy seriously just join his crew? What, life's a movie or something? Has he lost it? One person couldn't help but mutter, "Guess the saying's true, birds of a feather flock together." Watching everything unfold from a distance, Rewound was very pleased. Teaming up with Jongsik this time too, that's definitely a good thing. Just then, the angel suddenly appeared in the sky and asked in a calm, echoing voice, "Is everyone here?" She slowly scanned the crowd of players below, then smirked. "Let's see, looks like we're missing about 90 people today." Some players didn't quite get what she meant. "Missing people?" one of them asked. Another one tried to raise a question as well, but before he could even finish, a system window popped up in front of him. One by one, the other players received the same notification. Total players, 856,032,200 completions, 214,007,550 current region, ESCs 45 players in region, 4,900 completions, 1,225 as players read the information about round 3. Chaos broke out. "Wait, we're really short on people. What the hell's going on?" The angel's voice remained calm, almost amused. "There's no way that many people died in game." Then her tone turned sarcastic. "Looks like you've been killing each other in the real world. I was wondering just how competitive you'd get." Someone suddenly noticed something important and shouted to warn the others, "Wait, look at the number of people who can clear this round." When everyone looked again, their eyes widened in panic. 1,225 people. What? That's just a quarter of us. One person shouted in frustration, "What kind of screwed up game is this? Is this a bug or something?" The angel burst into laughter. "A bug? Please." Then she spoke the exact thoughts that had been forming in everyone's minds. "What are you so afraid of? There's no bug. No error, you're just upset, because only a few of you can make it through." Then she threw out a chilling reminder. "Did you forget already?" The players looked visibly shaken. "In every round, only half of you survive." And she wasn't done. With an even crueler smile, she added, "But since everyone managed to survive the last round, it only makes sense that this round will cut it down to a quarter, right?" Her words hit them like a punch to the gut. Everyone stood frozen in shock. No way, is she serious? Through the shimmering veil that masked her beautiful but ruthless eyes, she looked down at them coldly and stated, "There's nothing unfair about this. You just need to work hard enough to make it into the top 25%. Then she smoothly shifted gears into explaining the new rules. "Alright, time for the rules of round 3. Her voice echoed clearly as she explained the next challenge. "Every 30 minutes, monsters from my army will appear at the castle gates and target the sacred relic at the center of the village." The angel's figure still hovered in the sky, watching the ground below. "There will be 4 total waves of attacks," she announced. "You must work together to protect the sacred relic." She gestured toward the large purple crystal at the center of the village. "If you manage to defend the relic for the full 3 hours, you'll receive a bonus reward. But if you fail," her voice turned ominous, "the punishment will be severe." She then reminded them of the player rankings. Regardless of success or failure in protecting the relic, Rankings will be determined based on the number of monsters you defeat. The players, now aware of the rules, nervously turned their attention to the massive castle gates ahead. Given the nature of this round, there were bound to be more monsters than usual. "Sure, they're stronger," one of them muttered. "But that just means more XP and gold, right?" But they all knew that wouldn't be the case. Stronger monsters meant reduced rewards. Outside the gates, horrific sounds began echoing in the distance: growls, stomps, inhuman screeches. Jongsik meanwhile smirked after hearing the ranking rules. "So all I have to do is kill the most monsters? Easy. I've got the command authority. This round will be a piece of cake." Suddenly, the angel clasped her hands together dramatically. "Oh, I almost forgot," she added with a wicked grin. "The representative chosen from the last round, that was Life is a Documentary, right?" She looked amused. "Starting this round, he'll be able to use the command authority. But I bet everyone's wondering, what happens if the rep dies?" Her smile stretched into something more sinister. If a representative dies to a monster or an environmental hazard, the role simply becomes vacant. But her tone dropped, and the crowd felt the chill. What if a fellow player kills them? Jongsik froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. As the angel's words became more and more suggestive, the surrounding players began harboring dangerous thoughts. "In that case," she continued, "the killer immediately becomes the new representative, and receives all 10 command uses." Clapping her hands cheerfully, she concluded, "Alrighty then. Monsters will arrive in 10 minutes. Work together and try to survive the next 3 hours." She gave a final, mocking remark before vanishing in a flash of light. "Not that I believe you actually can." Jongsik stood there, feeling like he'd just been force-fed a mouthful of crap. Furious, he yelled at the now empty sky. But then he felt it. Eyes on his back. Intentions deadly ones. The other players, instead of preparing to fight monsters, had turned their weapons on him. Seeing this, Jongsik snapped. He summoned his weapon and roared, "You bastards want to fight? Come on then. I'll take all of you on, one by one." Their bloodlust was undeniable. Their eyes, locked on him. "You act tough, but you only get 10 uses of that command authority." The angel said it, "Whoever kills this guy becomes the new rep." Someone even had the gall to shout, "If I become the next rep, even better." Just then, a figure emerged from the crowd. It was Rumin. Calm as ever, weapon in hand, casually walking toward them. Jongsik noticed him and stuttered in panic, "Why you? What are you doing, Black Scythe?" Ryama walked up to him and said calmly, "Relax. I just want to talk." But all Jongsik heard was the implication that he was scared. Scared? What are you talking about? Say what you mean. He tried to regain control of the situation. "Let me warn you now, if you're here to make me bow down," Ryumin cut him off. "I have a proposal." Seeing Jongsik hesitate, Ryumin didn't waste time beating around the bush. "I'm guessing you're in a tight spot right now." Then, with a tone both casual and confident, he dropped the offer, "How about I protect you?" Jongsik blinked in surprise and confusion. What did you just say?" Black Scythe remained patient, calmly repeating himself. "I'll protect you from the other players. In other words, I'll be your personal bodyguard." That stunned everyone. Wait, what? Black Scythe is going to protect Life is a Documentary. So does that mean we'll have to fight him if we go after Jongsik? They hesitated. No one looked too eager to cross Black Scythe now. This complicates things. So what do we do? Jongsik, overhearing the whispers of fear, couldn't help but think, "I never imagined Black Scythe held this much sway. Judging by their reactions, his offer might actually keep me alive." But he quickly sobered up. Of course, nothing comes for free. His expression turned serious as he asked, "So, what do you want in return?" Black Scythe spoke gently, as if it were no big deal. "Nothing much." But then his eyes sharpened like a blade as he laid down his condition. "You'll follow every order I give. That's the deal." Jongsik froze. "What?" His jaw clenched. "Is he asking me to become his underling?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he tried probing for an explanation. "Why are you even making this offer?" "I can't say," Black Scythe replied without hesitation. Jongsik pushed again. "And what kind of orders are we talking about?" Black Scythe remained calm. "I can't tell you that either. Just know that you'll have to obey. No questions asked." That easy tone pissed Jongsik off. What, he expects me to follow him blindly for life? Screw that. He thinks I'm that gullible. But then he paused. Wait, what happens if I say no? He wouldn't just attack me in broad daylight, right? While he was still caught in a tangle of thoughts, Black Scythe interrupted, voice firm and clear. Make your choice. Then, with a hint of warning, he added, everyone else is waiting on your answer too. Jongsik hesitated, lips parting slightly. After a tense pause, he finally decided. I reject your offer. Black Scythe's eyes briefly flickered with a cold light. Just as I expected. There's no way this arrogant bastard would bow so easily. The surrounding players lit up with joy at his decision. He turned it down. What an idiot. He could have been free to go hunt, but now guess his pride's more important than survival? Huh? Weapons were raised once again. Players started to close in on Jongsik. Does honor matter more than your life to him? Or maybe he just thinks we're beneath him. Black Scythe stood silently, watching the scene unfold, memories of a similar moment from his past surfacing in his mind. Everything's playing out exactly the same. Then, he made his next move. Time to draw a line. He turned back to face Jongsik and calmly declared, all right then. If that's your choice, there's nothing more for me to say. I won't get involved anymore. With that, he turned his back and walked away. Whether you live or die, that's none of my business. The moment those words left his mouth, the others surged forward. You hear that, tough guy? Black Scythe doesn't care what happens to you anymore. Time to take out the gang boss. Jongsik clenched his teeth so hard his jaw ached, but there was nothing he could do except raise his weapon. Damn it, was I supposed to accept that damn offer after all? At that moment, the system announcement boomed across the area. Round 1 is about to begin. Prepare for incoming monsters and defend the sacred relic. The players who had been ready to gang up on Jongsik were abruptly interrupted by a system alert. The round has begun. A brief notice flashed on screen. In 30 minutes, the second wave will begin regardless of how many monsters have been defeated. Panic spread instantly as players scrambled into position. Everyone, protect the relic. Right after that, a countdown appeared, time remaining until round ends. 2:59:59. While others focused their attention on the gate, Jongsik's mind drifted elsewhere. There's no way I can fight alongside people who want me dead. He glanced around quickly, clearly looking for a way out. It's a solo mission anyway. Guess I'll have to act alone. His eyes caught sight of a lone figure calmly walking away. Black Scythe. Where the hell is that guy going? Driven by curiosity, Jongsik began tailing him from a distance, sneaking between ruins, hiding behind debris, keeping his eyes fixed on Rewound. He's really going off on his own. He's heading straight for the gate. Just then, the ominous alert blared. Wave 1 initiated. Gate opening. The giant iron gate creaked open as the system displayed the latest numbers. Players in current zone. 4,900 enemies in Wave 1. 9,800 weak goblins. Grotesque goblins with sickly green skin came swarming in, their numbers growing rapidly. Jongsik's jaw dropped. 9,800. Another system message popped up. These goblins only possess 1/3 of normal power due to stage limitations. Good luck, players. His pride, so firm when rejecting Black Scythe's proposal, was now completely shattered. This is insane. Panic fully set in. Forget this, I need to get away from the front lines. He bolted into a nearby house and ran up the stairs in a rush. But wait, why isn't Black Scythe moving? He's seriously planning to fight all those goblins alone. Anxious and breathing heavily, Jongsik ran his thoughts in circles. Even if the gate's narrow, 10 goblins can still charge through at once. He threw open the second-floor door and rushed out to the balcony, just in time to witness Ryan standing his ground at the front lines. That lunatic. Does he think being a few levels higher means he can take on this whole mob? No way, he's holding out for long. He'll swing a bit and then turn tail, watch. Down below, goblins bared their teeth and raised crude weapons, charging straight at Ryan. But he didn't flinch. With absolute calm, Black Scythe raised his weapon, his scythe gleaming under the light. Then, in a fluid motion, he slashed. 3 or 4 goblins dropped instantly. He looked up, expression still unreadable, as wave after wave of monsters came flooding in. They didn't even care about dying. They just kept coming. Then Rewound stepped forward. His scythe flashed again, this time striking at their vulnerable spots. Goblins fell in chunks, dozens at a time, before they even got close. On the balcony, Jongsik watched, dumbstruck. He's that strong. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the scene. Maybe I'll be that strong too once I hit level 16. Will I really be that strong when I hit level 16? The thought hit Jongsik hard as he realized just how much time he had wasted avoiding combat. Now's not the time to be overthinking this. I need to level up fast. Determined, he turned his attention to the other players still struggling to fend off the goblins. The battlefield had already turned into pure chaos. Screams and shouts filled the air as the ground became a blood-soaked mess. Block them. The west gate is down. Don't let them near the relic. Kill them. No longer hiding, Jongsik stepped down from the building and made his way toward the battlefield. I've got to start killing goblins too. Come on, you walking X-bags. He shouted, luring one over and cutting it down in a single swing. But just as he landed the hit, he sensed something off. Instinctively, he drove his weapon straight into the head of another goblin trying to flank him. Pulling out his blade, he smirked with confidence. With this runic sword I can predict their movements. Too easy. Suddenly, whoosh. Something flew past his face, slicing a chunk of flesh clean off his ear. An arrow. He spun toward where it came from. Wait a second. Goblins don't shoot arrows. That could only mean one thing. Someone's trying to assassinate me. Son of a, who the hell is it? He cursed internally, rage bubbling up. I don't care who it is, once I find them, I'll tear them limb from limb. Then stab. A spear jabbed right into his lower abdomen. Got him, a voice yelled. Gritting his teeth, Jongsik grabbed the spear shaft. You bastard. With a savage pull, he yanked the attacker toward him and drove his dagger straight into the man's chest. Die, you piece of trash. He snarled, yanking his blade back out. But he wasn't done. Another arrow came whizzing past, barely missing his face again. He turned toward the direction it came from and spotted a player holding a bow. Without hesitation, Jongsik raised the stolen spear and hurled it with all his strength. The archer panicked, trying to draw his bow, but it was too late. The spear struck him square in the forehead, killing him instantly. Finally catching a breath, Jongsik clutched his bleeding side. God damn it. It's not the monsters I should be worried about, it's the damn players. If he hadn't been the regional representative, to hell with being a representative. If I could go back, I'd hand this title over in a heartbeat. And now, that offer from Black Scythe started to echo in his head again. Should I have accepted his help after all? But his pride flared up. No, a real man stands tall. I'm not gonna crawl under someone else just to survive. Still, he scanned the battlefield, looking for a solution. There's gotta be a way I can hunt in peace without these vultures swarming me. That's when he spotted someone across the field, another player cutting through goblins with ease. That guy, he recognized him, one of the top players in their zone. Rank 3, right arm of the Black Dragon. A sly grin crept onto Jongsik's face. Yes, he'll do just fine. Hey, he shouted out. The man turned his head, confused. What? Who's calling me? Before the player could react, Jongsik activated his command authority. Right arm of the Black Dragon, you've been chosen. He grinned wickedly as he gave the order. From now on, you're going to protect me. Rewound swung his scythe, cleaving through the monster in front of him. A system alert echoed in his ears. Effect activated, Skullbone Necklace. Attack speed 25%. You have defeated a goblin. Exp. 502-100. Triple X boost active. All stats temporarily doubled due to active effect. Runic Carving. Golden Butcher 3.3 bonus multiplier. 1.66. Rewound studied the status window carefully and muttered, status window. He opened his inventory and let out a low whistle. I've already made nearly 2,000 gold. A bright smile crept across his face. He raised an eyebrow and smirked. At this pace, I could easily rack up 20,000 gold by the second wave. From afar, more monsters began creeping toward him. But Rewound remained composed, deep in thought. No, I need to hoard as much gold as possible this round. Once I have enough, I'll buy 2 utility skills. If I pull it off, I can finally unlock the True Heart runic inscription. His crimson eyes gleamed with cold intensity as they scanned the incoming enemies. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he slashed his scythe in a deadly arc, landing a critical blow. The goblins behind him growled in hesitation. Rewound smirked. What, too scared to charge? He raised his scythe and sprinted straight at them. Fine. Then I'll make the first move. A blinding surge of magic burst into the sky, erupting with a deafening boom and sending shockwaves of panic through the crowd. What was that? What the hell is going on? The goblin that had pinned down a nearby player suddenly vanished. Then the rest disappeared too. A system message appeared. You have successfully repelled the first wave of attacks. The players let out collective sighs of relief. I'm alive, I actually survived. Surviving players, 3,933. Players eliminated, 967. Reward, 500 gold for all surviving players. One exhausted player slumped to the ground. We better rest before Wave 2 starts. Ryomin, standing amidst pools of blood, quietly surveyed the battlefield. 967 players. Even with weakened goblins. This wave wasn't a joke. He turned, eyes searching. Now, where is he? His gaze found Jongsik, who was panting heavily and clutching his dagger, tense with stress. There he is. No surprise he's still alive, but with the way things are going, I doubt he'll survive the next wave. Jongsik, eyes darting in every direction, cursed under his breath. Damn it, he was too focused to realize someone was silently creeping up behind him. They're not even trying to kill goblins. They're all just after me. Suddenly, a shout. Die, Jongsik. But before the attacker could strike, two other players lunged in, cutting him down mid-charge. The glowing command symbol above their heads made Jongsik grin. Thank God for those two. This command authority really is something else. Thanks to them, I made it through the first wave alive. Yong Min stepped in front of him. Are you okay? Jongsik frowned, confused. Why is this nut still following me? I didn't even use the command authority on him. Blood trickled from his stomach wound and stained his hand. The pain shot through his body. I'm losing too much blood. Am I even going to survive this? He clenched his teeth. Damn it, sweat streamed down his forehead. With grim resolve, he forced a thought through the pain. I'll survive this. I'll push through and beat this round. Easy. Then, both he and Yong Min looked toward the west. The monsters were coming again. A new system alert popped up, second wave incoming. Remaining players, 3,933. Enemies, weakened goblins and hobgoblins. Total, 7,866. Note, goblins now have normal strength levels. The monsters roared and charged. They sprinted toward Rewound with weapons raised. The system added a final line. Good luck in this next battle. Calm and unshaken, Rewound sidestepped, letting his scythe glide effortlessly through the monsters. He leapt into the air, aiming straight for the cluster of enemies. With surgical precision, his blade carved through them like paper. Bodies piled up around him. With a flourish, Rewound spun his scythe in the air, slashing through the thickened fog of battle. Moments later, he looked up at his system window. Level up, you are now level 20. Rank advancement from apprentice to regular. New feature unlocked. Skill combination. Rewound raised his hand and gently wiped a bead of sweat from his face, feeling a wave of satisfaction. I did it. Finally hit level 20. Now he could use the combine function to create unique items that couldn't be bought from the shop. A system message appeared. Level up reward. Shadow mark has been enhanced. Additional damage increased from 100% to 120%. You have learned the Death God's unique skill Midnight Abyss. Midnight Abyss unique skill. Radius, 500 meters. Summons artificial night using dark energy. The caster can activate or cancel the effect at will. Next unique skill unlocks at level 40. Rewound read through the notifications and nodded. Shadowmark's bonus damage is now 120%, and I've got a new skill too. Midnight Abyss pairs perfectly with the Reaper's runic glyphs, especially since darkness boosts their power. The system displayed the effects of the Reaper's runic glyphs daytime. Weapon attack power is doubled. Nighttime, attack speed increases by 50%. Nighttime rest greatly reduces chances of enemy detection. Just then, a horde of monsters charged at him. Rewound smirked in delight. Perfect timing. I just learned something new. His voice dropped into a grim, almost theatrical whisper. Midnight Abyss. The monsters froze in panic. A sweeping slash tore through the darkness. Another critical strike landed squarely on the mob. One after another, Rewound's scythe reaped the enemies with relentless efficiency. One of the beasts let out a screech before collapsing under his ruthless assault. His feet touched the ground lightly as if nothing had happened. Behind him, monster corpses lay in heaps, blood pooling beneath them. The system chimed in. You have successfully repelled the second wave. Survivors, 3,343 casualties. 590. All surviving players receive 500 gold. Rewound planted one hand on his hip, letting out a slow breath. Second wave done. Maybe I should use this break to pick up a few utility skills. He tapped into the system store thoughtfully. First skill I'll buy is. He selected one. Detection, a faint magical glow surrounded him. With this I can scan for targets within a 30-meter radius. He glanced around. Seems like the only things nearby are goblin corpses. Should I keep saving up for the 20,000 gold I need? But the system window blinked again. Third wave incoming. Players, 3,343 weakened hobgoblins, 66,686. The players charged in again, fists and weapons flying as the wave slammed into them. You have successfully repelled the third wave. Yong Min gritted his teeth, swinging fiercely at the monsters around him. Then came the fourth wave incoming. Players 3,001 weakened hobgoblins, 6,002. Everyone's faces were worn out and pale after the battle. Another message popped up. You have successfully repelled the fourth wave. Jongsik's face had gone ghostly white, his forehead soaked with sweat. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to think. Just one more hour. If I can hold on for just one more hour, I'll survive this. He glanced at the players in front of him, his face calm, but inside he was calculating. Even though I've used up all my command charges, as long as these idiots keep protecting me, I'll be safe. Then the system flashed a new alert. Fifth wave incoming. Players 2,700 weakened nulls, 10,800. Jongsik's eyes widened in disbelief. 10,800. Why are there so many of them? The system promptly responded. Due to the nature of the current round, the nulls only possess standard strength. We wish you victory right to the final second. Massive, snarling monsters wielding crude weapons surged forward. The players roared in return, throwing themselves into the fight. Die. Jongsik clenched his jaw, ambition gleaming in his eyes. No need to panic, this is actually my chance to set a record. I'll become stronger. Strong enough to rip apart everyone who ever looked down on me. But the screeches behind him snapped him out of his thoughts. He spun around just in time to see a group of players charging at the guards who'd been protecting him. One of them pointed right at his face. There he is. That bastard Jongsik. The representative title belongs to me. This time we kill him. Panicking, Jongsik grabbed the two closest guards and shoved them forward like human shields. You filthy savages. This is the final stretch and you're wasting time on this. Guards, stop them now. But the guards were overwhelmed in seconds, taken down before they could react. Jongsik's eyes filled with sheer terror. His foot instinctively stepped back. Shit. I'm screwed. Without another word he turned and ran. Now's not the time to farm, this is about survival. The players behind shouted, Hez running. After him. His legs carried him as fast as they could. Damn it, just survive this one last wave. One more wave and I'm out of here. Then he saw him standing tall at the front lines, slicing through nulls with ease. The Reaper. Desperate, Jongsik sprinted toward Rewound. Hey Reaper. I accept. I'll do whatever you say, just protect me. Rewound gazed down at him silently, unfazed. I said I accept your offer. Jongsik cried. Panicked. Just help me, protect me. Rewound's red eyes narrowed. His voice was icy. I refuse. Jongsik froze in disbelief. I told you before, Rewound continued coldly. I don't care what happens to you. Live or die, your choice. Wait. Jongsik screamed, but you were the one who made the offer. I agreed to be your subordinate. What do you mean, refuse? Rewound turned away, voice flat as he walked off. I don't need a lackey who doesn't even have command rights anymore. Jongsik stood there, pale as a ghost. His teeth ground together, rage bubbling in his chest. That little shit. He's saying I'm useless now. If only I'd accepted earlier. Then a voice called out from the crowd, you all saw that, right? He was rejected. The players who'd been hunting him began to close in, grinning darkly. Good thing Reaper didn't help him, what would we have done then? Guess it's true. Life is like a documentary. Blood seeped from the wound on his side again, the pain intensifying. Now we can finally kill him however we want. One of them snarled. Jongsik tightened his grip on his dagger, growling, even if I die, I'm taking one of you down with me. Suddenly Yong Min stepped forward, shoving one of the hostile players aside. Senior, you must be tired. I'm here to help you. Jongsik stared at him, dumbfounded. Yong Min, relief washed over his face. That's right, I've got you. If I survive this, I'll take care of you for the rest of crack. Jongsik didn't even finish his sentence before Yong Min drove a fist straight into his face. Jongsik crashed to the ground. Clutching his face, he cried out in pain, "Yong Min, what the hell?" But Yong Min only smiled an unsettling, dangerous grin as he stared down at him. "Let me help you rest in peace," he said darkly. Grabbing Jongsik by the collar, he yanked him up. Jongsik snarled, "You bastard." But it was cut short by a brutal punch to the face. Yong Min didn't stop there. He rained blow after blow on Jongsik's swollen, bloody face until Jongsik lay dazed and motionless, eyes wide with shock. "Shit, is this really happening to me?" He looked up at the person he once saw as a loyal follower, now grinning down at him with betrayal in his eyes. "You traitorous piece of shit." Then, with one final motion, Yong Min lifted his foot and stomped down hard on Jongsik's chest. System message: Regional Representative Life is a documentary has been killed. The representative's power has been transferred to their killer. Player Yong Min is now the new regional representative of ESC's 45-5. Yong Min clenched his fist and shouted in triumph, "I'm the rep now. I'm the king of this place. You have become the regional representative. You have gained command rights, exclusive to the representative." A slew of thoughts rushed through Yong Min's mind. "If I focus, I'll be able to control Co Aaron however I want." His eyes drifted back to Jongsik's lifeless body, and he smirked. "Don't take it too personally. If your stupid gang leader hadn't kept disappearing, maybe things would have been different." He turned and walked off, inwardly sneering. How pathetic. Yong Min spun around to face the group of allied players. He pointed back at Jongsik and shouted, "You guys saw that, right? I beat him to a pulp. Told you I had this in the bag." The others looked around, startled, then awkwardly chimed in. "Huh? Oh yeah. That was awesome." But their eyes flicked nervously to Yong Min's blood-covered hands. The unease was palpable. "This freak just killed someone bare-handed. Gives me the chills," one thought. "Hes nuts, who would guess that blow actually killed the guy?" The crowd began murmuring restlessly. "What's going on? Wasn't this guy always that thug's lackey? So he planned to betray him from the start. Holy hell, that's terrifying. And this guy's our new rep? Really?" The whispers rippled through the area like wildfire. "Hey, everyone, we've got a new representative. Yeah, it's official now." Yong Min didn't say a word. Instead, he turned on his heel and bolted from the crowd, his mind racing. "Now they're gonna target me next, huh? Well, too bad for them, I've got a plan." He dashed toward Rumen and called out, "Reaper." Ryumin looked at him, puzzled. "What is it?" Yong Min spoke quickly, breathless. "You saw the announcement, right? I'm the new rep, I've got command rights now." Ryumin raised an eyebrow. "And?" Yong Min pressed a hand to his chest with a proud smile. "That offer you made to that life is a documentary guy, I'll accept it. I'll follow your orders, just protect me." He was sure Ryumin would accept. After all, Jongsik was rejected because he didn't have command rights. "But I do," Yong Min reasoned. But Rumen didn't even hesitate. His reply was cold and firm, "I don't like your attitude." Yong Min froze, stunned. "What?" Ryumin's voice turned even icier. "If you want me to consider it, then get on your knees and beg." Yong Min stood dumbfounded, pointing at himself. "Are you not listening? I said I have command rights." Rumen shrugged, indifferent. "So, what do you want me to do about it?" He narrowed his eyes. "Sounds like you're confused about who's in charge here. But between the two of us, you're the one at a disadvantage, not me." Yong Min fell silent, his expression tight. Ryumin smirked. "You want me to protect you? Then kneel. Beg for it." Yong Min clenched his jaw, casting a glance over his shoulder at the crowd behind him. Then, all of a sudden, he spun back around, his eyes locking firmly on Ryumin. Without another word, Yong Min dropped to his knees, lowering his head in submission before Ryumin. "I'll do whatever you say," he pleaded, "so please, let me be your subordinate." Ryumin's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, his voice calm and cold. "I've seen this scene too many times to care anymore. But still, unlike Jongsik, this one Yong Min might be useful. For now, at least." "I accept your offer," Ryumin said. Yong Min bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you. But Roman gave him a sharp glare. "Enough. I don't want to see that pitiful face of yours anymore." Yong Min blinked, confused. "Huh?" Ryumin didn't even bother to turn around as he walked past him. Meanwhile, murmurs filled the crowd. What the hell just happened? Wait, so Reaper's protecting Yong Min now? We're screwed. Should we all gang up and attack him now before it's too late? A guy holding a spear quickly objected, panicking. Are you crazy? Have you not seen Reaper fight? He took on dozens at once. We don't stand a chance against that kind of monster. And then Ryomin's cold, quiet voice cut through the tension like a blade, silencing everyone. Let me help you all make a decision. His red eyes scanned the crowd like a predator sizing up its prey. You've got two options, he said, voice dark and commanding. You can surrender your shot at being the regional representative and quietly go back to hunting monsters. He swung his scythe out in front of them, the motion sharp and menacing. Or you can die here by my hand. His face turned downright terrifying, his tone low and dripping with menace. If you're smart, you'll choose the first one. But if not, well, that's fine too. Because anyone who dares to raise their weapon against me stops being human in my eyes. One of the players quickly hid the dagger in his hand behind his back, trembling. Another began backing away nervously. I give up. I'm out. Yeah, me too. Yong Min, still kneeling on the ground, stared in awe at the growling the fear unfolding in front of him. Incredible. He made them back down with just a few words. He slowly rose to his feet, eyes fixed on Ryomin's retreating figure. As an enemy he's terrifying, but as an ally, there's no one more reliable. Despite his calm exterior, Yong Min's thoughts were racing. The way things are going, this round might be wrapping up soon. Ryomin's eyes swept over the battlefield, taking note of the remaining players still struggling to fend off the monsters. Looks like we've successfully cleared the fifth wave, but then, a wicked smirk crept across his lips. Still, wouldn't it be a shame to let things end just like this? Yong Min, he called out. Yong Min quickly stepped forward. Yes, Reaper? Ryomin gave him a cold look. Time to follow through on your promise. What do you need me to do? Yong Min asked eagerly. Just say the word. Ryomin turned, his crimson eyes locking onto him with a piercing gaze. Use your command rights 10 times and destroy the relic. Yong Min's face froze. What? The relic. His mind raced. If the relic is destroyed, a memory surfaced, something the angel had warned him about. If you fail to protect it, you will face severe punishment. He clenched his teeth, uncertainty written all over his face. But if I use the 10 command rights, I won't be able to turn Co. Aaron into my slave later. Confused and hesitant, he asked, Can I ask why? Ryomin didn't even blink. Shut up and follow my orders. Yong Min tried to bargain. Instead of 10, could I just use 9? Ryomin's reply was blunt. I won't repeat myself. If you don't want to die, choose. Yong Min hesitated a moment longer, then finally gave in. I understand. I'll follow your command. Ryomin's voice rang out with absolute authority. I'll be the one to choose your targets. He listed the names calmly. Simu. Little Chili. Don't bother me. Spring, Summer, Autumn. Use your command rights on those 10. Order them to destroy the relic. Yong Min's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Yong Min's eyes darted toward the group in front of him, stunned. Even my own friends are in there. Did he do this on purpose? Bald Blackhead stared at Yong Min and shouted, Dude? Are you serious? Yong Min looked helpless. I'm sorry guys, it's Reaper's command. Please try to understand. His eyes flickered with guilt as he mumbled the names under his breath. Don't bother me, Jim Sanju. One by one, glowing letters appeared above the targeted players' heads, leaving them shocked and confused. Little Chili, Spring, Summer, Autumn, Yong Min murmured, then gave the final command, destroy the relic. A system warning blared, the relic is under attack. Someone cried out, panicking. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed through the air. A group of players raised their weapons and began hammering away at the relic. From a distance, others spotted the chaos and yelled in disbelief. Hey, what are you doing? Stop that right now. Gasps and shouts erupted as the rest of the players realized what was happening. What the hell are they doing? Are they out of their minds? Do they want to get punished? Somebody stop them. If this keeps up, the relic's gonna break. One guy lunged forward, grabbing someone mid-swing. Stop. Stop breaking it, somebody help me hold them back. But another didn't hesitate, he swung his blade without mercy. Kill them all. Cracks began to run down the relic's surface, spreading fast, and then shatter. The relic crumbled into dust. A system alert rang out, the relic has been destroyed. The main mission has failed. Another system notice flashed, as punishment for failure, the avatar of divine retribution will be summoned in 30 minutes. Panic erupted. What? Avatar of divine retribution? What even is that? The system updated, survive Agaradara divine retribution. The round will not end until the timer expires. A nervous voice whispered. Is it like a boss monster or something? Meanwhile, Ryaman smirked in delight as he read the secret mission that had just appeared on his screen. Hidden Side Quest Round 3 Survive the Avatar of Divine Retribution. Reward upon completion, 3,000 bonus gold. Time remaining, 002959. A hidden quest notification popped up on the system. Round 3. Hidden quest Survive the Avatar of Divine Retribution for 30 minutes. Reward upon success, 3,000 gold. Time remaining, 002959. Excited chatter broke out among the players. The system says we get 3,000 gold just for surviving. I told you, guarding the relic only gave 2,000, this way we earn even more. Yeah, this is way better. Rewound watched the crowd celebrate with a thoughtful expression. The quest reward is even bigger than clearing the 5th wave. That's exactly why I had Yong Min destroy the relic. But I didn't break it myself because suddenly, a chilling system alert echoed through the air. Players confirmed to have attacked the relic. The 10 responsible players will now be punished. All stats will be permanently reduced by 50%. The 10 players who had struck the relic turned pale. Panic spread instantly. What? Our stats are getting nerfed. We were just following orders. This is bullsh. A brown-haired archer pointed a furious finger at Yong Min. Yong Min, you bastard. Yong Min stammered. I'm sorry. I didn't know there'd be a penalty like that. Then another system alert made his blood run cold as the regional representative failed to protect the relic. They will also be punished. All stats permanently reduced by 50%. Yong Min froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. No way, he kicked the wall in a fit of rage. God damn it. From a distance, Ryaman silently observed the chaos unfolding before him. Permanent stat reduction hits survival directly. That's a brutal blow. Time to start preparing for the arrival of the Avatar of Divine Retribution. He gave a sharp command. Store. The system menu opened immediately. Ryaman scanned through the shop, selecting items while thinking to himself, let's buy some standard gear with the leftover gold. The system showed item details: Assassin's Hood, Standard Gear, Defense, 20 Agility, 3 Durability, 250/250 Requirements. Normal rank and up. Always smells faintly of blood, like it's never been washed. Smart Long Boots, Standard Gear, Defense, 15 Agility, 2 Movement Speed, 5% Durability, 250/250 Requirements. Normal rank and up. Though they look tight, they're surprisingly comfortable. He nodded to himself. Even small stat boosts can make catching that thing a bit easier. Rewound moved over to the item combination section and began merging equipment with mana stones. Combination successful. 1 to all stats added to bone necklace. He studied the combination screen thoughtfully. Each piece of gear can have 1 mana stone slotted in, so I'll use the same method for the rest. Combination successful. 1 damage reduction added to skilled hunter's armor. Combination successful. 2 strength added to reaper's scythe. Ryaman closed the system window. Low-grade mana stones don't add much, but hey, something's better than nothing. Below him, players stirred nervously. So, does that mean it's starting now? One girl asked, clutching her spear tightly. I'm seriously freaking out. A man near her clapped his hands to rally the group. Let's just hang in there for 30 minutes. Yong Min gritted his teeth and looked around. Yeah, we can do this. All we have to do is keep running. Others nearby nodded. He's right, just survive by dodging and running. But Ryaman lifted his gaze with a solemn expression. Yeah, that's easier said than done. Back in my previous life, only about 500 out of 2,700 players survived this. Most people were reduced to lying on the ground in near-death states, doing everything just to cling to life. In the beginning, the avatar was so tough that it took 5 level 40 players just to stand a chance. He looked up at the glowing rift in the sky, a sly grin tugging at the corner of his lips. But this time I'm gonna kill it myself and claim that massive reward. Rewound froze for a second, shocked. A memory flashed in his mind the moment he brought down the angel Betrayal. It was because of that exact moment that he had earned a unique title. System notification: title unlocked. The first to slay an angel. Condition: be the first player to kill an angel. Effect: all stats are doubled when fighting divine beings. The title would double all his stats whenever he faced a divine entity, and the Avatar of Divine Retribution was exactly that. Suddenly, a dazzling figure descended from the sky. A majestic being with radiant wings spread wide. It was the avatar of divine retribution. The sight stunned the crowd and set off waves of chatter and awe. That's the avatar. All we have to do is avoid it for 30 minutes and we win. Isn't that too easy? Right? I thought we'd be fighting monsters or something. Yong Min let out a long breath and relaxed. Damn it, I was freaking out for no reason. A nearby player squinted ahead. I can't even see anything clearly. Then the small bell hanging on the avatar's staff gave off a soft chime as the being slowly advanced. It glanced at its staff and without warning, raised it high and slammed it into the ground. A massive pulse of magical energy rippled outward from the impact. The crowd gasped in disbelief as blinding light engulfed the entire area. System notification. The avatar of divine retribution has established a barrier zone. Panic broke out as players tried to flee the glowing magical circle, but none could escape. What the hell is this? We can't get out. System message: unless the caster releases the barrier, no player may exit the zone. The group that had destroyed the relic began to pale visibly. We're stuck. You mean we're trapped in here for real? All stats of players inside the zone have been reduced by 50%. They frantically beat against the invisible wall. Let us out. Somebody help us. Rewound stood outside, calm and calculating. About 300 people trapped in there? Huh? One of the players inside pointed toward a glowing sphere. What the hell is that huge orb? Rewound shook his head slightly, thinking with a trace of regret. Too bad I can't save those 3 anymore. The avatar suddenly hovered into the air. Then thousands of ethereal swords began to appear around it. Rewound turned away, smirking slightly. Looks like it's starting. Inside the magical barrier, the trapped players screamed as the rain of divine swords began. They ran in panic, trying to dodge the glowing blades. Damn it, does it expect us to dodge all this? I can't even see them coming. More and more blades materialized around the divine being. The screams grew louder. Bodies collapsed under the relentless storm of radiant swords, unable to escape the deadly barrage. Once you're trapped in the zone, dodging those things is almost impossible, Rewound thought. But technically, if you can dodge them, it's not that hard after all. While everyone was distracted, Rewound moved silently, eyes locked on the avatar. Just as I expected, it doesn't bother watching its back while hunting down humans. As soon as it drops its shield, I'll strike. The blades continued to rain down mercilessly inside the zone. Rewound glanced at the shimmering wall of the barrier. This is my chance. He moved in. It's not like I need to worry about it turning around, it doesn't even have ears. Gripping his scythe tightly, Rewound sprinted straight at the avatar. 5 meters. He activated a skill. Death Mark. A red glyph lit up on the avatar's body. Rewound lunged with his scythe, aiming for a lethal first strike. The avatar suddenly turned, its glowing eyes widening in shock. Too late. Rewound slashed with all his might. Now you notice. It's already over. The avatar let out a shriek as a torrent of holy light burst from its head. Rewound's blade had hit its mark. Perfect strike. He twisted midair, slicing again. Right in the eye. His feet landed firmly on the ground. The avatar screamed behind him, writhing in pain. Rewound looked up at the health bar above the divine being. Thanks to Death Mark, it's already down to 60% HP. One attack knocked off 40%. Not bad at all. Without hesitation, he darted away from the battlefield. Now it'll probably try to cast another barrier to hunt me down, he thought, not even bothering to look back. The avatar of divine retribution raised its staff again. System notification: the avatar of divine retribution has established a barrier zone. But Rewound had already anticipated that. He leapt out of the magic zone just in time, then turned to glance back. Once it realizes the barrier didn't catch anything, it'll drop it immediately, he thought. Without hesitation, Rewound charged straight toward the avatar again. His sharp crimson eyes locked onto the divine figure. And since I already took out one of its eyes. He swung his scythe with lightning speed, sending out a sharp wave of dark magic that flew toward the avatar like a blade. Time to take the other one. The avatar shrieked in agony as new wounds burst open across its radiant body. Rewound landed lightly on the ground, calm and calculated. System notification: the avatar of divine retribution has established a barrier zone. All player stats within the zone are reduced by 50%. Rewound smirked. Doesn't matter anymore. Without both its eyes, it's nothing but a punching bag with a shiny exterior. The divine being howled in rage, conjuring a storm of glimmering swords in the air. Ryumin narrowed his eyes. So it's going to fire radiant blades in every direction to try to kill me now. The sword shot upward. From behind the avatar, Ryumin calmly lifted a hand and muttered Twilight Veil. A surge of dark magic exploded from his body, swallowing the rain of swords whole. The avatar froze in shock. Ryumin lunged once more, scythe raised high. Light can never defeat darkness. Not in this world, not in a system built the way this one is. His eyes glowed blood red as he swept the scythe through the air. It's about time I ended this. Ryumin swung his scythe without hesitation, cleaving into the wing of the avatar of divine retribution. A piercing shriek tore through the air, as one of its majestic wings was severed. The divine being spun around in agony, eyes blazing with fury. But Ryumin was already moving. Another strike landed clean against the avatar's body. Dodging effortlessly, he circled around and slashed at the remaining wing. The second wing was torn apart, and the avatar screamed once again. Ryumin landed lightly, his breathing calm. He glanced up at the health bar floating above the divine being. It's down to just 10%. Seeing the godlike creature frozen in place, Ryumin suddenly bolted away. Now's not the time to finish it off. I need to keep my distance. The avatar's entire body began to glow with divine radiance. System notification: passive skill Final Radiant Glory has been activated. The avatar of divine retribution is now in an invincible state. Ryumin narrowed his eyes. Just as I thought. Once its HP drops below 10%, it enters this phase. The divine being let out a furious roar and raised its staff. Magic circles erupted in the air, one after another. Ryumin calmly watched the barrage begin. Let's see what you've got left in the tank. The staff surged with divine power, casting relentless spells in every direction. System countdown: Final Radiant Glory duration, 50 seconds, 30 seconds, 10 seconds. The ground shook with each attack as the countdown raced toward its end. System countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ryumin smirked as the timer hit 0. System notification: invincibility state has ended. Without skipping a beat, he lunged forward. Cold determination burned in his eyes as he raised his scythe. And then slash. The blade tore through the avatar's body. System notification: you have defeated the avatar of divine retribution. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Gold acquired, 8,200 bonus reward. 4,100. Ryumin stood silently, watching the divine giant collapse in a heap. System notification: you are the first player to defeat the avatar of divine retribution. Title acquired. Godslayer Challenger. He looked on as the holy body of the avatar crumbled before him. Title: Godslayer Challenger. Condition: be the first to defeat the avatar of divine retribution. Effect: reduces damage taken from divine beings by 80%. 2 glowing items appeared in Ryumin's hands. System notification: rewarded, refined ether first time kill bonus. Rewarded, divine rune of radiance, first time kill bonus. He clenched both items tightly. System notification: the acquired rune has been automatically engraved into the player's body. Ryumin opened his system menu and inspected his stats. Just as planned. I got the refined ether. Item: refined ether. Description: a high-grade ether purified through multiple refinements. Emits a rainbow sheen depending on the angle viewed. He nodded to himself. This is the only reason I needed to kill that thing. Refined ether is the key to crafting divine tier gear. Next, he turned his attention to the rune. Item: divine rune of radiance. Effect: 1 intelligence per level. Divine skill effectiveness 1% per level. Ryumin smirked. At level 30, that's 30 intelligence, and a 30% boost to divine skills. That solves my mana scaling problem for a long while. System notification: hidden side quest completed. Reward: 3,000 gold. Cheers erupted all around him. Survivors stared in awe. We made it. I'm still alive. No way, he did it all by himself. Everyone turned their gaze to Ryumin, eyes wide with a mix of fear and admiration. That Reaper guy, he took down the avatar of divine retribution solo. What kind of monster is he? A voice suddenly rang out, grabbing everyone's attention and making them turn around. Incredible, truly unbelievable. Suspended in the sky was another angel, hands clasped and gaze fixed on Ryumin. With a composed yet curious tone, the angel spoke again. To defeat the avatar of divine retribution alone, this is the first time I, Oliver the angel, have acknowledged the strength of a mere human. Oliver floated closer, intrigued. Mind if I ask you something, Player Reaper? Why did you choose to kill the avatar of divine retribution? Ryumin let out a soft sigh. What a ridiculous question. Without even looking up, he replied coolly. Because I wanted to. Oliver frowned slightly, visibly confused. You would risk everything just because you wanted to. You could have simply survived and claimed the reward. Why go so far? Ryumin shrugged. I couldn't just stand around and watch it slaughter all the other players. Gasp echoed from the crowd. He did it to save us. I thought someone that powerful would be arrogant, but he's actually decent. His character is way better than I thought. Oliver rested a hand on her chin, clearly contemplating. To stand up for others in danger, I've heard that humans are strange creatures, but I never thought it was true. That despite constant conflict, you somehow find unity in the face of adversity. She waved her hand dismissively. I still don't get it. Ryumin kept his expression blank. Of course you don't. What would selfish angels like you ever understand? Oliver's gaze swept across the crowd of players, and her voice turned cold. You've all done well to survive. But now is not the time to relax. She smirked, a hint of danger in her smile. Don't forget whether you're eliminated or not depends on your overall performance. Let's take a look at the results, shall we? System display. Round 3 results. All regions Reaper, Death God, LV.30, kills. 3,631 Mage, LV.13, kills 982 Dark Demon Tite, LV.13, kills. 963 Region Esks 45-5 Reaper, Death God, LV.30, kills. 3,631 and Sanctual, Knight, LV.11, kills 687 Aaron Summoner, LV.11, kills. 576, the crowd erupted in disbelief. He soloed over 3,600 monsters. Second place barely cracked 1,000. Level 30. He must be getting bonus exp or something. Ryumin remained quiet, thinking. Yeah, I did get bonus experience, but only by topping every region does it really start to show. System notification. Congratulations. You have completed the mission, ranked 1 across all regions. Congratulations. You have completed the mission, ranked 1 in your current region. Reward for top ranking across all regions, special reward selection granted. Reward for top ranking in current region, rare mid-tier ring selection ticket. Ryumin quickly navigated the system menu, eyes lighting up. There it is, the ring ticket. System display. Please select one of the following rings: Windscar Ring, Azure Arcana Ring, Ring of Resistance. He tapped one without hesitation. Just going by the name, this one seems the weakest. But I'll take the Ring of Resistance. Item, Ring of Resistance, rare mid-tier effect, 4 luck, 35 resistance durability, 450/450 requirement, standard class or higher description. A ring that provides resistance against negative status effects. Ryumin studied the item carefully. Doesn't matter how high my stats are, one bad status effect could kill me. And resistance isn't something that scales with stats. So yeah, this one's the smart pick. Although I don't need it much right now, Ryumin thought, his eyes still on the ring. Most of the monsters so far have only dealt raw damage. Status effects haven't really come into play yet. He shifted his focus as a new system prompt appeared. System message: please choose one of the following rewards. 50% stat boost. Applies only to round 4. 4,000 gold. Information about round 4. Tap to select your reward. Ryumin studied each option carefully. No bonus XP multiplier. Huh. Makes sense, round 4 probably isn't about monster killing anyway. Without hesitation, he tapped the second option. Alright then, I'll take the gold. Overhead, Oliver the Angel laced her fingers together and gave a sly grin. So, human, have you checked your ranking yet? Her voice rang out clearly, instantly raising alarms among the crowd. All players ranked 1,225 or lower will be eliminated. Panic exploded. Wait, what? Eliminated? Angel, please. There must be a mistake. Please check the system again. I killed so many monsters. There's no way I'm ranked that low. Oliver's eyes gleamed with scorn as she looked down on them. What kind of pathetic worms can't even make the top 1,225? With a cruel smile, she snapped her fingers. Let's clean up the trash. A storm of magical energy swept through the area, pulling screams from the players as they were forcibly dragged away. No. Please someone help us. System notification round 3 complete. Total survivors across all regions. 2,147,550 region ESCs 45.5. Survivors 1,225. Your soul will now return to its body in the current dimensional plane. Round 4 begins on November 21, 2023. Congratulations on surviving. Co Erin jolted awake in her bed, gasping for air. She glanced down at her hands, then touched her face, relief washing over her. I'm back. I made it through round 3. She threw off the covers and jumped to her feet. And not just that, I finally unlocked the summoner class. With a bright smile, she looked up as a winged creature appeared beside her. Summon, fairy spirit. The tiny being fluttered gently onto her shoulder, nuzzling her cheek affectionately. It had stayed with her through every round, shielding her with magical barriers. I survived because of these sweet spirits, and because my bodyguard drew all the aggro. Then she paused, eyes narrowing on the glowing system panel in front of her. There's one more thing. Co Erin's heart pounded as she stared at the leaderboard. I made it into the top 3. She reached out and pulled a gleaming item from the system reward interface, a beautiful mana stone. Clutching it in her hands, she blushed slightly. I wonder, would the Reaper like this mana stone I got? Meanwhile, back in his room, Yong Min grabbed a nearby lamp. Crash. The lamp shattered against the wall. Damn it, Reaper, he screamed, teeth clenched in fury. System notification penalty applied. All stats permanently reduced by 50%. He stormed toward the bed, muttering curses under his breath. Son of a. If I had known this would happen, I never would have told them to destroy that relic. His phone suddenly rang, making him jump. He picked it up and froze the moment he saw the screen. His face went pale. I'm screwed. Yong Min stared at his phone in a daze. Seeing Sunghan's name flash across the screen, his gut sank. I'm screwed. He reluctantly answered the call. Sunghan. An explosion of rage blasted through the receiver. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Sunghan was seething. His voice, tight with fury, cut through Yong Min's weak reply. What the hell were you thinking? Don't play dumb with me. You really think we don't know what you did? You ruined everything. You used your command authority to throw your own teammates under the bus. And you still call yourself human? Yong Min shouted back in defense. I didn't have a choice. If I didn't go along with it, that Reaper guy would have killed me. Sunghan snapped. Then you should have died. Yong Min froze, stunned by the harshness. It would have been better than dragging us all down with you. Better than stabbing your friends in the back just to save your own skin. Yong Min exploded. What the hell, man? Like this is all my fault. You think I wanted this? Don't you see my stats got halved because I was the area rep? Sunghan didn't hold back. Like you're the only one who got hit. At least you didn't get betrayed by your friend. You wanted that leadership role so bad. Well, this is the result. None of this would have happened if you weren't so hungry for power. You backstabbing piece of. His voice trembled with barely contained rage. Yong Min could only stammer. Wait, Sunghan, don't ever call me again. The finality in Sunghan's voice was like a knife. From now on, whether it's this world or the other one, pretend I don't exist. Because if I ever see your face again, I will lose it, and I might just kill you. The call cut off. Yong Min stared at the phone in disbelief, breathing heavily. He scrambled to call someone else. No way. This isn't right. I didn't do anything that bad. I'm the victim here. He kept dialing, trying contact after contact. The number you're calling is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Before the message even finished, Yong Min screamed and hurled the phone across the room. Damn it, you bastards. His breathing slowed. Silence fell. He stood frozen, the fury draining into a void of resentment. Friends, huh? Who needs him anyway? Everyone's out for themselves. He clenched his jaw. That guy said he'd kill me if he saw me again. You wanna fight me, huh? Fine. Next time we meet, I'll kill all of you. At a luxury hotel, come in, Unit Leader Ann. A calm voice greeted him. You survived again, huh? And Sangchul entered the room, head slightly bowed. Yes, sir. I've met with you before. Jonglok, seated behind a grand desk, gave a relaxed nod. Round 3 must been a bit rough. You alright? Yes, sir, not too bad. The monsters seemed weaker this time around. Jonglok raised an eyebrow. What level are you now? Did you pick up a class yet? Sangchul straightened. I'm currently level 11, sir. I've chosen the night class. Same level as CO Erin, actually. Oh? Gyeonglok perked up. And what's her class? She's a summoner, sir. Gyeonglok's interest deepened. A summoner? That's not a common class at all. Sangchul nodded. I was surprised too. Once she changed classes, she summoned a spirit that could generate shields. Thanks to her, I was able to safely hunt monsters. Well done, Gyeonglok said approvingly. A smile crept across his face. Keep your relationship with actress Seo nice and steady. Hell, if you're up for it, maybe you should date her. Sangchul blinked in confusion. Date her, sir? What do you mean? Gyeonglok chuckled dryly. I mean, dating makes it easier to learn each other's weaknesses. Not saying you need to get serious, just enough to gather intel. Oh, so should I try dating her then? The question caught Gyeonglok off guard. He chuckled. It's been a while since I saw you so flustered. No need to force anything. If it's too complicated, forget it. Sangchul exhaled, relieved. Understood. Either way, I doubt Seorin likes me that way. Oh, why's that? Gyeonglok asked, amused. She's still formal with me. Keeps calling me bodyguard. That's so. Gyeonglok leaned back, the topic no longer worth his time. Crossing one leg over the other, he gestured. Anyway, what's this urgent report you came to deliver? Sangchul's expression turned serious. He lowered his head respectfully. First of all, sir, I owe you an apology. Gyeonglok looked up. Oh, for what? And Sangchul spoke earnestly, his tone firm. I failed to deliver your orders to assist the Reaper. I also never got the chance to relay your message to him. Gyeonglok leaned back, nonchalant. Is that so? I assume you had your reasons. Yes, sir. It's like this. The two sat down, and Sangchul began to explain in full detail. Gyeonglok listened without interruption, quietly absorbing the story. When Sangchul was finished, Gyeonglok rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The embodiment of the punishment god, huh? Sounds like a real monster, and the Reaper actually took it down. Sangchul nodded. Yes, sir. He overwhelmed it with pure skill as if he already knew how to defeat it. He hesitated before sharing his honest opinion. He strikes me as the kind of person who doesn't need help from anyone. Gyeonglok gave a thoughtful hum. So he's that powerful, way beyond what we imagined. Makes me feel ridiculous for thinking my Dark Knight runes were impressive in comparison. His irises shifted to gold, glowing faintly with intrigue. The Reaper, if I get the chance, I'd love to meet him in person. He spoke with finality. You had your reasons, so I won't hold it against you. Sangchul still bowed his head. I'm sorry, sir. Gyeonglok casually raised his wine glass. That's enough. Let's move on. What about those thugs we were tracking? Sangchul straightened up. One of them goes by the nickname Yong Min. If that's his real name, there are dozens of people with that name across the country. But if he's in his 20s and based in Seoul, the list narrows to about 5. Gyeonglok asked. What about their exact locations? Sangchul looked apologetic. The detective agency said it would take about a month to confirm their home addresses. A month. Gyeonglok sighed in disappointment. So we won't get anything until after round 4. Sangchul poured him another drink. There's no rush, sir. We can take our time. Gyeonglok nodded. How much gold have you saved up so far? About 10,000, Sangchul answered. That's halfway there. Gyeonglok reminded him. There's a general skill called tracking in the shop. Once you hit 20,000 gold, buy it immediately. Sangchul responded quickly. Yes, sir. Then a thought struck him. Oh, and one more thing, I got distracted earlier and forgot to tell you. Last month, a shareholder purchased a massive chunk of stock in your company. Gyeonglok raised a brow. Which company are we talking about? The one you're focused on right now, Heavenly Demon Consulting. He vaguely recalled. Oh right, setting his glass down, he asked, how much of the company do they own? Sangchul's reply came carefully. Don't be too shocked, 31%. Gyeonglok jolted. What? One person bought 31%? Yes, sir. I didn't believe it myself when I saw it on the report. He did a quick mental calculation. If the company's market value is 900 billion won, 31% means they dropped nearly 280 billion into it. His eyes turned gold again, pupils narrowing as he thought hard. Who the hell has that kind of money? Some wealthy figure I don't know? Or, could it be one of my so-called brothers? Reaching for his phone, he muttered to himself. Either way, buying up 31% means this person wants direct control. They're aiming to join the board. Phone in hand, he asked aloud, Unit Leader Ann. Do we have contact information for this major shareholder? Elsewhere, a different hand was already holding a phone, waiting. Ryaman sat, checking his screen for the 10th time, growing more impatient by the second. He should be calling me any moment now. I'm not the one reaching out first, gotta keep appearances as the major shareholder after all. Suddenly the door slammed open. Rewound burst into the room, visibly panicked. Hey bro, what level are you now? The sudden question startled Ryaman, causing him to drop his phone onto the bed. He sat up, wincing. Why are you asking me that out of nowhere? Rewound barged in, clearly annoyed. There's this cocky little brat bragging about how strong his brother is. He keeps showing off and saying his brother's already level 11, and even has a job class. Ryaman let out a long, exasperated sigh. Level 11? I'm way past that, so don't worry about it. Rewound squinted, suspicious. Really? What level are you then? Ryaman scratched the back of his neck, uncertain. What should I say? If I tell him the truth, it might cause all kinds of trouble, so he decided to lie. Level 12. Rewound lit up with excitement. Seriously? Then you've got a job class too, right? Ryaman nodded. Of course. That only made Rewound more curious. Tell me. What's your job class? But Ryaman simply pulled the blanket over himself and turned away. It's a secret. Rewound slumped in disappointment. Come on. We're brothers, there shouldn't be secrets between us. Ryaman replied flatly. There should be. Now get out, I need more sleep. Grumbling, Rewound stomped out and slammed the door shut behind him. A moment later, Ryaman's phone buzzed again. There it is, he muttered, picking it up. He answered the call. Hello. A calm voice came through the speaker. Is this Mr. Ryaman? That's me. Who's calling? Nice to meet you. I'm Yong, CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting. Hearing that, Ryaman smiled to himself. Time to play dumb. The more naive I seem, the easier it'll be to make him lower his guard. Oh, hello there. Yong continued pleasantly. I believe it was last month that you made a very generous investment into our company. Isn't that right? Ryaman feigned ignorance. Investment? Oh, maybe. What's this about? Yong chuckled. You're now the largest shareholder of Heavenly Demon Consulting, so I wanted to meet you in person and treat you to a meal. Ryaman replied casually. Ah, sure. Great. Yong said, sounding pleased. How about this Friday? Ryaman opened his calendar, quickly thinking. Wait, that's when I'm supposed to get the internal contemplation rune. Can't miss that. Sorry, I've got plans that day. How about Saturday? Perfect. See you then, Yong agreed. As the call ended, Ryaman leaned back, arms crossed, eyes full of anticipation. Just as I expected, Yong made that company to earn his father's approval. There's no way he'd treat a major shareholder poorly. He grinned. All right then. Before I meet him, time to go collect those runes I need. In the other world, there were many ways to obtain runes. You could find them in specific places, during particular rounds. Sometimes they were given as special rewards. They might also drop from defeated boss monsters, or though extremely rarely even from ordinary monsters. But Ryaman had discovered something most people didn't know. You could also obtain runes in real life. He walked toward a large warehouse and climbed the stairs. Of course, the conditions required for a rune to appear in the real world were more complicated. Ryaman hid in a corner and muttered to himself. It won't be long now. Jang Sekyun should show up here soon. He scowled at the thought. That name Jang Sekyun is both his alias and his real name. I'll never forget it. After all, Sekyun was the criminal who once kidnapped his younger brother. Ryaman could still vividly recall the man's voice. Back then, when he abducted Rewound, he held a knife to Ryaman's throat and sneered, "You want to see him alive? Then you'll have to give me something valuable in return. Something hidden information that nobody else knows." Ryaman had tried to explain. What the hell are you talking about? I don't have anything like that. But Sekyun had just laughed. Then, with a cold stare, he barked, "Don't lie to me. I know you're a regressor." Ryaman had frozen. How did he know that? As if reading his thoughts, Sekyun stepped closer. Wondering how I found out, aren't you? I've got the internal contemplation rune. I used it to scan your brother's thoughts. Of course I know what you're thinking right now too. Later, Sukhyun had been left unconscious, lying in a pool of his own blood, while Rewound carried Rewound away. From his 11th regression onward, Rewound had been waiting for this chance. A chance for revenge. But now, that revenge was no longer driven by personal hatred. It had become something more strategic. As he put on his mask, his eyes gleamed with determination. I'm going to take the internal contemplation rune before he ever gets the chance. Right on cue, the warehouse door swung open. Sukhyun walked in, carrying a woman slung over his shoulder. He tossed her onto an old mattress and crouched down. Peeling the tape from her mouth, he warned, I'm taking this off, so don't you dare scream. Got it? As soon as the tape came off, the terrified woman pleaded, please let me go. I'm begging you. Sukhyun rolled his eyes, bored. Seriously? That's all you've got to say after I let you speak? Try something better. He played with the piece of tape in his hand, his expression growing darker. Help me. I have a little kid at home, I'll give you money. Just please, I don't give a damn about that crap. He snapped. The woman trembled, overwhelmed with fear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Sorry for what? He barked. She fell to her knees, hands clasped together. Is it because of the way I looked at you the other day? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean any offense. Sukhyun stepped forward, voice dripping with disdain. Yeah, that's right. Why the hell would you act in a way you felt guilty about, huh? His voice lowered to a growl. I was having a terrible day, you know. You could have just looked away. 2 nights ago, Sukhyun had been wandering the streets. Let's see, what kind of girl should I pick today? He'd mused. All I need is one woman to blow off some steam, and I'll feel better. Then he'd spotted her, a woman with a graceful figure, walking alone. He'd turned and followed her down an alley, glancing around to make sure no one was nearby. Then he quickened his pace, eyes locked on her back. With a flash of light, he appeared directly in front of her, making her gasp in shock. Reaching out, he cast a spell that blurred her vision. My eyes, I can't see, she cried out in panic. Her belongings fell to the ground. Her buttons popped open, she screamed. Who are you? Jihan, please. After finishing his vile act, Sukhyun casually walked away, leaving the woman behind like discarded trash. A twisted grin spread across his face. God, that felt amazing. With the world the way it is now, I can do whatever the hell I want. It's the best. Back in the day, he'd spent time in a juvenile detention center. My life used to be complete garbage. Honestly, I wouldn't have cared if I'd just died back then. Then came the day he discovered a rune. The luminous rune. It allowed his body to emit blinding light and temporarily blind enemies. To him, it was a gift. A new thrill. This rune's perfect for a guy like me, someone just looking for a little fun. One day he walked into a cafe. A woman greeted him politely. Welcome, Sukhyun smirked. She's cute. He stepped up to the counter and placed his order. A large iced Americano, please. That'll be 5,001, she said. After paying, he struck up small talk. Are you part-time here? I come by often, but I haven't seen you before. The woman smiled awkwardly. Oh, sorry. I must have missed you. Actually, all the part-timers quit. You know how things are nowadays, this world's become so strange. He thought for a second. Makes sense. With death lurking around every corner, no one wants to waste time working part-time anymore. While she was preparing his drink, he kept chatting. So, are you the owner? Yes, I am, she replied. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? You look pretty young. I'm 32, she said. Sukhyun's smile widened with amusement. So you're not a player, huh? She nodded. No, I'm not. And honestly, I'm kind of glad. Then he dropped the act and leaned in. Can I get your number? I like you. The woman looked visibly uncomfortable. Her silence irritated him. What's wrong? He asked, tone suddenly sharp. Then his expression darkened. What's with that face, huh? You disgusted by me or something? The woman flinched. What? He suddenly slammed the table with his fist and yelled. You think my face is disgusting because of these damn spots, don't you? Enraged, he pushed the coffee cup away. Screw this. I don't want this coffee. Give me my money back. You make me sick. The woman, now trembling, cautiously handed back his bill. Here's your refund. He snatched the money from her hand, snarling. Then stormed out of the cafe. Bitch. Just because she's a little pretty, She thinks she can judge people by their looks. He gritted his teeth, seething with rage. I'll make her pay for that filthy look she gave me. She'll regret ever crossing me. Later, when she stepped out of the store, he ambushed her, clubbing her into unconsciousness. Now back in the present, the woman knelt before him, pleading. Please, I'm sorry, Seokyeon crouched, preaching as if he were some moral authority. You shouldn't judge people just by how they look. Got it. The woman nodded frantically. Yes, I won't ever do that again. But Seokyeon turned away, feigning disappointment. That won't do. You're not really sorry. Then he shoved her to the ground and pinned her arms down. You think I don't know? You're just pretending, so I'll let you go. She sobbed and begged, please let me go. A shadowy figure was approaching from the distance. But Seokyeon didn't notice. He raised a hand toward the woman with a twisted grin. You said you were sorry, didn't you? Then it's time to pay for your mistake. No, please. I was wrong. It's my fault, she cried, struggling in vain. You're damn right it's your fault, he sneered, beginning to lay his hands on her. Now be a good girl and stay still, but just then, a voice rang out from behind him. Don't move. Muscle. Got it. The sudden voice made Seokyeon flinch. His body froze. What the hell? I thought no one was here. Confused and alarmed, he turned his head in a panic. Is this guy a cop? Whipping around, he yelled out, Who the hell are you? The voice responded coolly. Watch your mouth. Rewound stepped forward, holding a massive scythe in his hand. The gleam of the weapon under the dim light was anything but ordinary. His tone was cold, calm. You're gonna be screaming and cursing plenty in a minute anyway. Seokyeon stood there, stunned. His eyes flicked between the weapon and the figure in the white mask. What the hell is that thing? And what's with the freakin' mask? A crooked grin spread across his face, trying to bluff confidence. The hell is wrong with you? You think this is a cosplay convention or something? But Roman raised the scythe without a word. Still haven't figured out what kind of situation you're in, huh? Tell me, does this look like a toy to you? With that, he swung the scythe forward in a blur. Seokyeon's bravado started to crack. Wait, hold on. That thing's real. You're a player. Rewound let out a sharp scoff. Wow. You really are stupid. What do you think? Then he turned toward the woman. Ma'am, you can go now. This is your one and only chance. Seokyeon whipped his head back toward her and snapped, Who the hell said? A crack echoed through the warehouse floor. Rewound had stomped down hard and launched himself forward like a bullet. With zero hesitation, he drove the butt of his scythe straight into Seokyeon's groin. Seokyeon crumpled instantly, howling in pain, falling to his knees. You son of a. Rewound stood over him, completely unfazed. Told you you'd be cussing up a storm. Then he turned back to the woman. Go. I'll take care of this piece of trash. Tears welled in her eyes as she stumbled to her feet. Thank you so much. She ran off, leaving just the two of them in the warehouse. Rewound swung his scythe and slammed it into the concrete with a loud thud, the blade biting into the floor. Well then, now it's just the two of us. He stared Seokyeon down with a grin beneath the mask. Let's start the real game, shall we? Rewound stood still, staring him down, voice cold and taunting. Your attitude's not bad. If you gave up too quickly, this wouldn't be any fun. Seokyeon screamed, enraged. You bastard. How dare you laugh at me? He lunged forward, swinging his dagger wildly. But Rewound dodged every strike effortlessly. Slash after slash, Seokyeon grew more frantic and more exhausted. What the hell is this? He panicked. He's dodging everything. Rewound caught a glimpse of the weapon in Seokyeon's hand. Goblin dagger, huh? Didn't think you'd be carrying one of those. With one clean swing, Rewound sliced through Seokyeon's arm. Blood sprayed. The limb fell. Seokyeon collapsed, shrieking in agony. Rewound casually slipped one hand into his pocket and asked calmly, Hurts, doesn't it? Seokyeon clutched his stump, trembling. Rewound looked at him, unimpressed. I haven't even started yet. Then, in a flash, he moved. A blur of motion and the other arm hit the floor. Seokyeon's screams echoed through the warehouse as Rewound remarked flatly. Come on now, don't be so dramatic. Seokyeon trembled, full body panic setting in. If this keeps up, he's going to kill me. I've got to get out of here. Then it hit him. The light. If I blind him, maybe I've got a shot. He activated his skill, summoning a blinding burst of light. Die, you psycho freak. But nothing happened. Ryaman stood unfazed. Seokyeon's eyes widened. What? It didn't work. You can shine as much as you want, Ryaman said coldly. But it's useless. In Deeth's night no light can exist. He had anticipated this exact move. I knew he'd try it. That's why I activated Death's night beforehand. Ryuman smirked beneath the mask. Nice try, scum. And even without it, he thought, I still would have cut off his arms and legs before he even blinked. Without warning, he slashed again, cleanly severing both of Seokyeon's legs. Seokyeon collapsed, screaming like a dying animal. He lay there, sobbing in pain. You monster, why are you doing this to me? What the hell did I ever do to you? Ryaman stepped forward, voice like ice. Why? He drove the scythe into Seokyeon's thigh. The man howled. Ryaman pulled it back and asked, why do people exterminate pests? He answered his own question. Because leaving them alive only causes more harm. Each word was accompanied by another brutal strike. But even now Seokyeon refused to break. Fuck you, you goddamn lunatic. Ryaman's voice dropped lower. Let's see how long you can keep that attitude. And with that the punishment continued. Slash after slash. Blood and screams filled the room. Seokyeon lay sprawled on the floor, body covered in gashes, mind reeling. Why the hell is this happening to me? What did I do to deserve this? He sobbed. This isn't fair, none of this is fair. Desperate, he clenched his teeth. Maybe it's better to just end it. I can't take this anymore. He closed his eyes, trying to summon the will to bite through his tongue. Fine, I'll just die. Screw this pain. But then he felt cold steel press against his neck. His eyes shot open. Ryuman stood over him, scythe held firm. What's wrong? Ryuman asked, eyes devoid of pity. Planning to bite your tongue. You really think I'd let you off that easy? He leaned in, voice dripping with menace. You don't get to die, not until you're begging me to end it. The scythe swung again and again and again. Seokyeon's face turned pale, his mind breaking under the weight of it all. I can't take this anymore, I've got to make it stop. His lips quivered. Kill please, Ryaman tilted his head. Mem? What was that? Seokyeon's voice cracked. Kill me, please just kill me, Ryaman raised an eyebrow. You serious right now? Still sprawled on the floor, Seokyeon pleaded desperately. Please, just kill me already. Ryaman let out a slow sigh, resting his scythe on his shoulder. You really don't get why I'm doing this, do you? Why I went this far? He stared down at him. I mean, to you and me we're strangers, right? Then Ryaman dropped the truth. Well, not entirely. Seokyeon blinked, confused. What the hell is he talking about? Jang Seokyeon, Ryaman said clearly. We've actually met before. The color drained from Seokyeon's face. He knows my name. Don't tell me this is about that woman, Seokyeon muttered. Ryaman turned his head, scoffing. Nope. I've got nothing to do with her. Then, why? Seokyeon demanded. Ryaman's voice dropped lower. You kidnapped my little brother. Then you tried to blackmail me into revealing hidden intel. Seokyeon stared, baffled. What? I did that. But I don't remember. Of course you don't, Ryaman snapped. Because it hasn't happened yet. Not in your timeline. He stepped forward, voice cold. But in mine, it already did. If I hadn't stepped in now, you would have gotten your hands on the thought-reading rune. And after that, he shook his head. You'd only rack up more crimes. Seokyeon blinked. Thought-reading rune. Ryaman explained. There's a hidden rune in this place. You know what triggers it to appear. Seokyeon said nothing. Ryaman continued. It manifests when someone hears a voice spoken purely from the heart. Honest. Raw. No lies. He glared down at Seokyeon. If I hadn't shown up here today, you would have raped and tortured that woman until she begged you with her true voice to let her go. And that voice would have triggered the rune's appearance. You'd have taken it and used it to commit even worse crimes. Seokyeon fell silent under the weight of the accusation. Ryuman added, I've confirmed this outcome across multiple regressions. Every time. It never fails. And even if none of that had happened yet, he scoffed. You've already got 12 convictions under your name. You're a walking piece of shit, and you deserve everything that's coming. Seokyeon sobbed. Then if I deserve it, just kill me already. End it. Ryaman shook his head. No. Seokyeon's eyes widened in disbelief. I'm not laying another hand on you, Ryaman said flatly. He pressed the shaft of the scythe sideways against Seokyeon's mouth, locking it shut. You think I'm gonna give you the mercy of a quick death? No, what I'm doing is waiting. waiting for you to suffocate on your own. Sekian thrashed in agony, unable to even scream anymore. This hurts too much, why won't he just kill me? He trembled. Didn't I already beg him with everything I had? That should have been enough. He wanted to hear my voice from the heart, right? Then why won't he let me speak? Reading the turmoil in his eyes, Ryomin smirked. You're wondering why I stopped you from talking, huh? He leaned in, whispering with cold satisfaction. Because I wanted to test the thought-reading rune myself. Seokian froze. What? Yeah, sorry, Ryomin said casually. But I already obtained it. Don't you remember? He asked. That heartfelt plea just now, please kill me so please. It came from deep inside. That's when the rune responded. At that moment, a system alert echoed in Ryomin's mind. You have triggered a hidden condition, hearing a target's genuine voice. You have discovered the hidden rune, thought reading. A glowing rune hovered in front of him, shimmering in the air. The rune will now be engraved into your body. Effect: allows you to read the thoughts of any target in front of you. If you continue observing the target, you may also glimpse their deeper intentions. Range: up to 30 meters. The rune split into fragments of light and sank into Ryomin's body. He looked down at Sekian with calm indifference. I gave it a little test and as you can see, it works like a charm. Hearing all that, Sekian couldn't say a word. He could only think to himself, you got what you wanted, so please, just kill me already. Ryomin, reading his thoughts, chuckled darkly. Now why would I make it that easy on you? He said. That wouldn't be fair, not to all your victims. The last thought that flickered through Sekian's mind was filled with rage. You damn demon. Then his body felt completely still, lifeless. Ryomin rose to his feet, standing over the unmoving corpse. He stared at it for a moment, then thought to himself, he's finally dead. No witnesses, no loose ends, but I still need to clean up this mess properly. He reached into his arsenal and activated a newly acquired basic skill, Erase Traces. Basic skill, Erase Traces effect, completely removes all evidence from the scene, including the body, blood, fingerprints, and footprints. A soft blue light began to envelop the room, washing over everything like a cleansing wave. As Ryomin watched the light dissolve all physical traces, body and blood included, he nodded to himself. Good. It's definitely working. Can't afford to leave behind a single speck of evidence. Once the process was complete, and the scene looked as if nothing had ever happened, Ryomin removed his mask and walked out, ready to take the next step. Now that I've got what I came for, he thought, it's time to move on. Tomorrow I meet with Jianglok. It was a bright morning in the heart of the city. Seeing Ryomin dressed sharply, Rewound looked at him in surprise. Hua? Are you going on a date or something, Hyung? Ryomin slipped a hand into his coat pocket and shook his head. A date? Come on. Rewound eyed him skeptically. You never dress this serious unless something big is up. It is something important, Ryomin replied. I've got a business meeting today. Rewound's eyes widened. He stepped closer, curious. You're getting into business now. Ryomin didn't say anything, he simply nodded while checking something on his phone. Rewound scratched his head nervously. He just pulled all his money out of stocks, and now he's diving into business. What if he fails? That would crush him. Reading his younger brother's thoughts, Ryomin smiled warmly and let out a breath. He's not worried about our finances. He's just worried about me. That's kind of adorable. With a confident smile, Ryomin reassured him. If today's meeting goes well, I'll tell you all about it. Don't worry, okay? You trust your brother, right? Of course I do. Rewound answered without hesitation. Who else would I trust if not you? Ryomin gave him a gentle warning. Just stay here for now, alright? It's getting dangerous out there because of all the players. Rewound followed him to the doorway, still uneasy. Yeah, I saw the news. Some people are using their powers to commit crimes. I even heard that in other countries, superpowered criminals are breaking out of prison. Ryomin nodded grimly. Exactly. As long as someone meets the age requirement, they're allowed to become a player even if they're a criminal. In his mind, he knew the grim truth. Players are getting stronger by the day, while the population keeps shrinking. If something doesn't change soon, things are going to spiral out of control. He recalled a terrifying future. There's going to come a time when ordinary people are hunted like animals and treated as slaves, once players reach the peak of their power. With determination hardening in his eyes, Ryomin made a silent vow. Before the world descends into total chaos, I need to become so powerful that no one can challenge me, and while I'm at it, I'll boost the Black Reaper's reputation too. Turning to Rewound, he added, anyway, if you do need to go out, be careful. Rewound nodded. Got it. So, when are you gonna tell me what this business stuff is all about? Ryaman just smirked. That's a secret. Oh, come on. I'm dying to know. Ryaman reached out and gave his little brother's cheek a playful pinch. I'll tell you soon, so stop whining. Just stay here and order whatever food you want. Get something fancier than instant noodles, okay? Geez, alright already. Later that day, Ryaman stood in front of a luxurious hotel, glancing around the entrance. Just as I expected, he set the meeting here. Like in soccer, having the home field advantage always helps. He stepped inside the grand lobby. On paper, this hotel belonged to the Osan Group. But in reality, it was one of Gyeonglok's private assets. That's top secret information. I might be the only outsider who knows. Okay, maybe some of his relatives too, he added with a smirk. Either way, it's the kind of intel that could raise my value in his eyes. He walked up to the front desk, deliberately looking lost, and a little out of place. Time to play the role. The more naive I act, the better. With an awkward smile, he asked, hi. I'm here for an appointment. I was told to check in at the front desk. The receptionist greeted him politely. Are you referring to the meeting with the chairman of Chiyama Consulting? That's right. She stepped around the desk and gestured politely. The chairman will be with you shortly. You can have a seat over there while you wait. Ryaman bowed slightly, smiling. Thanks. He took a seat and began glancing around the room like a bumpkin seeing the city for the first time. Perfect. Just sit here like I don't know anything. Look like some small-town kid who's never been in a place like this. Staring up at the chandelier, he exaggerated loudly, "Whew, that light is so cool." Right then, a man approached and asked, "You must be Ryaman, right?" "He's finally here," Ryaman thought as he quickly stood up. "Yes, sir." And Sangchul looked surprised when he saw him. Extending a hand, he asked, "Haven't we met before?" "At the Galleria Long-Stay Hotel." Ryaman nodded. "Yeah, I think we ran into each other when I was handing out rice cakes after I moved in." "You were with the actress Seo Erin, right?" And Sangchul bowed politely. "Yes, and I apologize if I acted inappropriately back then." He was shocked. This kid doesn't even look 20, and he's supposed to be the major shareholder who invested 280 billion won. Reading the look on his face, Ryaman understood immediately. Yup, he's suspicious. Not surprising though at my age, having that kind of money sounds impossible. He scratched his neck casually, flashing a friendly smile. "Don't worry about it. It's not like we were close or anything. I just didn't expect the chairman of Chiyama Consulting to be living right above me." And Sangchul looked flustered and quickly corrected him. "Ah, no, there's been a misunderstanding, I'm not the chairman." He placed a hand on his chest and properly introduced himself. "Sorry for the late introduction. I'm unit director and Sangchul. The chairman will be a little late today, so I came ahead on his behalf." He gestured toward a hallway. "Let's wait inside." "Sure," Ryaman replied. Inside, and Sangchul led him to a room and politely asked him to wait alone at the table. "Please wait here for just a moment." He gave a short bow and stepped outside. Once outside, and quickly took out his phone and sent a message. "Chairman, I've met him in person. There's no way this kid made that investment on his own. Someone else must have sent him. Please be cautious." Meanwhile, inside the room, Ryaman smirked to himself. "Called it. He sent An Sangchul to scope me out first. There's no way a meticulous guy like Gyeonglok would just casually show up late to something this important." Then, footsteps echoed through the hallway. Ryaman turned to look. A man entered and greeted him warmly. "Hello, I'm Gyeonglok, chairman of Chiyama Consulting." He extended his hand. Ryaman stood, shook it, and introduced himself. "I'm Ryaman." "Have a seat," Gyeonglok said, gesturing politely. "Thank you," Ryaman replied and sat down. "Director An, sit next to me," Gyeonglok added. "Yes, sir," Sangchul answered. So he's bringing An Sangchul into the meeting without even asking me. Trying to control the conversation, huh? Ryaman thought as he sat. Before the business talk began, Gyeonglok said, "Let's eat first. I've arranged for some traditional Korean dishes. I hope they're to your liking." Servers entered, each carrying beautifully arranged plates of food. Seeing the luxurious spread, Ryaman acted impressed. At a fancy hotel like this, even instant noodles would probably taste like gold. He started eating and said aloud, "This food is amazing. Gyeongluk smiled politely. I'm glad to hear that. As they ate, Gyeongluk observed Ryamin's demeanor. Director An was right. He's way too young to have made that investment alone. Even if he did have the money, I doubt he'd have the guts to use it like that. Someone else must be behind this. But who? One of my brothers? One of their people? He made up his mind. I just need to find out who's really pulling the strings. Then, with a smile, he started probing. You know, I was shocked when I first saw you, Mr. Ryamin. I never imagined our major shareholder would be so young. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? I'm 20, Ryam replied. Gyeongluk managed to keep his expression composed, but a flicker of surprise crossed his face. 20? Wow. I'm 29 myself. Nice to meet someone in the same age range. I feel the same, Ryumin said with a polite nod. Still fishing for more, Gyeongluk asked. So how did someone your age come into that kind of money? Are you from a chaebol family or something? Ryumin met his eyes. Pretty direct, aren't you? He chuckled and waved a hand. Nah, I'm just a regular student. At least I was, up until a few months ago. Gyeongluk tilted his head, intrigued. Until a few months ago. That's right, Ryamin said confidently. Have you been keeping up with the news lately? Gyeongluk looked a bit confused. What do you mean? Ryumin leaned in slightly. Have you seen the headlines about the guy who won the lottery 4 times in a row and suddenly became a millionaire? Gyeongluk's eyes widened. Yeah, I remember that. Ryamin pointed to himself. That guy. That was me. I'm the one who hit the jackpot 4 times. Gyeongluk was stunned. Wait, what? Are you serious? He asked, clearly skeptical. You're the lottery winner who was all over the news a few months ago. Ryan nodded. Yup. That was me. Still suspicious, Gyeongluk pressed further. But according to the reports, your total winnings were around 60 billion won. So how did you end up with 280 billion? I invested a portion into Bitcoin, Ryamin answered with a calm smile. That made Gyeongluk squint, clearly unconvinced. Bitcoin. That's all there is to it. Yes, Ryamin replied politely. You're really something, Gyeongluk said, shaking his head. I don't think I'd ever have the guts to drop 60 billion into Bitcoin just like that. What made you do it? And Sangchul, who had been quietly watching, added, looks like you're incredibly lucky. But Ryumin corrected him. It wasn't luck. An's eyebrows rose. Wait. Didn't that article mention something about you seeing the winning numbers in a dream? That's what people think. Ryumin said flatly. But I didn't dream them. Now both Gyeongluk and An were clearly intrigued. Then, how did you know the numbers? Gyeongluk asked. Ryamin turned to him, eye steady as he thought to himself. This is the only way to get Gyeongluk to take me seriously and pull him to my side. Then, he leaned in just a little and lowered his voice. This is the first time I've ever told anyone this, but I have an ancient script. They stared at him, stunned. Ryamin continued, it's called foreseeing the future. It allows me to glimpse events years ahead. He let the words settle, then added with cool composure, in other words, I'm a prophet. I can see the future. And Sangchul and Gyeongluk stared at Ryumin, clearly confused. Gyeongluk's thoughts were a jumbled mess. Did I just hear what I think I did? Sangchul sat frozen in disbelief. A prophet? What kind of nonsense is this kid spouting? Gyeongluk leaned forward slightly, asking, you're being serious right now? Ryamin placed both hands firmly on the table, his posture calm but confident. Why would I lie to you? That response made Gyeongluk pause for a moment. Then he asked the obvious. So you used this ancient script to see the future, and that's how you won the lottery? Ryumin smiled brightly. Exactly. That's also why I had no problem throwing all my money into Bitcoin. I knew it was going to rise, so there was no risk. Still skeptical, Gyeongluk narrowed his eyes. If you don't mind, could you prove it to me? Try predicting what I'll do next. Ryan hesitated for a second, just enough to make it seem like he was thinking, though in reality, he had already read Gyeongluk's thoughts. Figuring out what he's going to do next is easy, but I should establish a limitation for my power, just in case I need an excuse later. He rested a hand over his chest and said sincerely, I'm sorry, but I can't activate the ability at will. It only triggers randomly. I have no control over when it happens. Gyeongluk nodded slowly. An ability to see the future with a restriction like that. I guess that makes sense. He lifted his water glass and took a sip. Then, suddenly something seemed to click for him. Ryumin, so when you invested 280 billion into our company, Ryumin responded without missing a beat. I did it because I know the Chiyama Consulting Group is going to grow massively in the near future. That's why I chose to invest. Jongluk was curious. And what exactly do you mean by grow massively? Ryumin smiled. Within 6 months you'll be on the Kospi list. Easily. Jongluk's eyes lit up with excitement. If that's true, this could change everything. My father might finally acknowledge me. I could even take the chairman's seat. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Okay, maybe I got too excited too fast. I don't even know if this information is legit yet. Just then, Ryumin picked up another bite of food and casually added. But if you want that kind of success, you'll have to completely change your business model. And Sangchul looked up in surprise. What did you say? Change our business model? He slammed his palm on the table. That's outrageous. You're telling us to overhaul everything right now. You might as well ask us to change our company name while you're at it. Jongluk quickly raised a hand to calm him down. Director An, that's enough. But Ryumin stayed composed, calmly picking up more food. Actually, if the business model changes, then of course the name has to change too. That little jab only made Sangkul angrier. You've got to be kidding me. Ryumin's expression grew serious. You still think I'm joking at this point? His tone silenced the room. You're both players. You should understand better than anyone the danger of revealing your ancient script to others. It makes you a target. Both Gyeonglok and An Sangchul fell silent, finally understanding the weight of what Ryumin was saying. He continued, even knowing that, I still chose to share this with you as a major shareholder and a future business partner. Because I believe in this company and want it to succeed. He looked directly at Gyeonglok. Otherwise, why would I invest 280 billion won into it? If you want this company to thrive, then you'll need to cooperate with me. And Sangchul looked nervous now. Chairman, you don't actually believe him, do you? Ryumin sighed. Sounds like you don't believe in my ability at all. I'll be honest. And said, I don't. Ryumin smiled slightly. Director An, have you ever wondered why I moved into the apartment right below the penthouse? Don't tell me you thought that was just a coincidence. That seemed to catch An off guard, and he had no good response. Gyeonglok turned toward him, confused. Wait, what? Below the penthouse? What's he talking about? And stumbled over his words. Chairman, about 2 months ago, Mr. Ryumin moved into the unit just below actress Seo Erin's penthouse. Ryumin nodded. That's right. Just a few days after I acquired the Foreseeing the Future script. Jonglok wasn't happy. His voice dropped low. Director An, why am I only hearing about this now? I didn't think it was relevant until today, An replied, clearly flustered. Jonglok leaned back, his expression turning uneasy. Wait, if that was back in January, that would have been before he even invested in Bitcoin. Jonglok watched Ryumin eat, mind churning with doubt. This guy moved into an apartment near someone connected to the very company he planned to invest in? Unless he truly saw the future, there's no way he could have planned that. But then, he countered his own thoughts. No. That alone isn't enough to prove anything. Ryumin smirked. Seems like you still don't believe me. He set down his utensils and looked up with a serious face. Then how about this? He leaned forward. This hotel we're currently in, it belongs to you, doesn't it, Chairman Gyeonglok? And as for your background, you're the eldest son of the Odung Group. You secretly created Chiyama Consulting as a side venture to earn your father's approval. Am I wrong? And Sangchul shot up from his seat, stunned. Hey, who are you? How do you know things that only his family should know? Before he could say more, Gyeonglok raised a hand to silence him. Calm down, Director An. And took a breath and bowed his head. I'm sorry. Gyeonglok's face tightened. His hand, resting on the table, visibly trembled. You're right. Everything you just said is true. He exhaled slowly, and looked Ryumin dead in the eye. However, if you're telling me you learned that from your ability to see the future, that still doesn't convince me. As Director An said, any one of my relatives could have told you that. His voice grew cold. In fact, I'm starting to suspect you might be someone sent by a third party, someone trying to lure me into a trap. He gestured around the room. And in this situation you expect me to believe you and change my entire business model? His words were calm, but his tone was final. Even if I don't say it outright, You already know my answer, don't you? This whole thing, it's completely absurd. Then Jianglok chuckled lightly, his smile thin. Of course I want to believe your ability is real. If your ancient script can help our company succeed, who wouldn't want that? He motioned with his hand as he spoke. But the things you're saying, they're hard to swallow, Ryaman. He straightened up. Thank you for investing in our company. But I'll need to call a shareholders meeting to review your proposal. His tone was firm now. Naturally, the burden of convincing them will fall on you. Then he stood and gave Ryaman a polite bow. I'm sorry, but I can't help you any further. Ryaman's expression darkened. Wait, Chairman. Jianglok paused and sat back down slowly. You still have something to say? Ryuman looked down for a moment, conflicted. Is this really the only way? Then he looked up again. Alright, how about this? I'll tell you something about round 4. Jianglok's eyes sharpened. Round 4. Just like that, Ryuman had his attention. You have information about the next round? Jianglok asked, now clearly intrigued. Ryuman nodded with a grin. I do. Thanks to the foreseeing the future script, I know exactly what disaster is coming next. I know what will happen. He leaned forward, his voice steady. Isn't that enough proof of my ability? And Sancho quickly stood up and bowed deeply to Jianglok. I'm sorry, Chairman. I overreacted earlier and raised my voice. Still holding his phone, Jianglok waved a hand. It's all right. You were just concerned for me. And hesitated, then spoke up again. Actually, there's something else I remembered. May I say it? Go ahead, Jianglok said, nodding. And glanced cautiously at Ryuman, then turned back to Jianglok. To be honest, I still find Ryuman very suspicious. If he really can see the future, then why not keep that power secret and enjoy life in luxury on his own? Why help us? That question made Jianglok's expression sour. But he said nothing right away. And continued, didn't he say he wants to grow the company with us? Sounds to me like he's just trying to make even more money. And Sancho rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Why would he do this? If Ryuman really has 280 billion won, that's already an insane amount of money. He could live in luxury for the rest of his life without lifting a finger. He leaned in slightly, trying to reason with Jianglok. Maybe that still isn't enough for him. Human greed has no limits. But even so, this whole thing is too dangerous. Can a prophetic ancient script like that even be real? I still have serious doubts. Jianglok responded slowly, his tone deliberate. I agree with you. But he placed a hand over his chest and looked his subordinate in the eye. If he really is a prophet, someone who can see the future, then we must make him our ally. He stood up from his seat and continued, his voice carrying weight. Think about it. If we had access to intel on every upcoming round before it happened, and we could prepare accordingly, how valuable would that be? And if it also helps the company grow, that's a win-win situation. And looked uneasy. But what if he's not a prophet at all? Jianglok smiled faintly, not denying the possibility. That part. Well, he shrugged. All we can do now is wait and see, right? Outside, Ryuman walked away from the hotel, lost in thought. His eyes scanned the street ahead as he silently reflected. Once round 4 ends, Jianglok will know for sure that I really am a prophet. But then, the weight of his plan started to sink in. Still, I didn't tell him the real critical information. I never said anything about the hidden quests, or how to climb the rankings. He recalled the tense lunch earlier and the 3 of them sitting at the elegant dining table. The mission for round 4 isn't about killing monsters. Instead, it's a bloodbath between players. A full-blown massacre. He shoved his hands into his pockets and furrowed his brow. I can't afford to let my guard down. Not for a second. Ryuman took a deep breath. At the very least, I've convinced them that I'm a prophet. That should be enough for now. His eyes narrowed, calculating. From here on, their attitude toward me will change. They'll treat me better. Maybe even try to protect me because I'm the prophet after all. He stared into the distance, a small, knowing smile forming on his lips. Having the prophet on your side will always be better than letting him join your enemies. Pulling out his phone, Ryuman mulled over his next move. Now that I've committed to this prophet role, maybe I should play the part all the way to the end. He tapped away on his screen. First things first, I need to contact. Julie rushed down the sidewalk, panting. At this rate, I'm going to be late. She glanced up at the traffic light, it was still red. Anxiously, she muttered in her head, come on, hurry up and turn green already. Her eyes landed on a red car parked near the storefront. What's with that car? It's blocking the entire front of the shop. Who parks like that? So inconsiderate. Just then, the car window slowly rolled down. Julie, a familiar voice called out. Her eyes widened in shock. Ryumin. The light finally turned green, and she hurried across the street to the car, walking up to the window. This your car? She asked. Ryumin grinned. Sorry for parking right in front of the store. Hop in, let's go for a little drive while we talk. Still surprised, Julie nodded. Okay. The sleek red car pulled away from the curb. It was flashy, eye-catching, and Julie couldn't help but stare at the dashboard in awe. This is my first time riding in a car like this. Ryumin chuckled. Really? Same here? Just bought it recently. I see. She paused. Then asked, how much does something like this even cost? Still focused on driving, Ryumin replied casually, not much. Around 90 million won, I guess. Julie nearly choked. 90 million. Not much. Come on, Ryumin. Do you have any idea how many convenience stores I could open with that kind of money? You say it like it's pocket change. Ryumin shrugged with a smile. Compared to what I made from the lottery, it's really not that much. Julie sighed internally. That's right. Ryumin is rich now. 60 billion won. It really feels like we live in two totally different worlds. Her face began to flush, and she glanced shyly out the window. This kind of feels like a date. It's kinda embarrassing. And then, as if on cue, Ryumin dropped a bomb. Actually, there's something I want to confess to you. Julie's heart skipped a beat, and her face turned crimson. See, confess. Ryumin quickly backtracked. No, it's nothing weird. Don't get the wrong idea. Trying to cover her flustered reaction, Julie forced a laugh. Wrong idea. Pef, no way. I'm not like that. Please let a hole open in the ground, so I can crawl in, she thought in despair. She waved her hands to dismiss it and asked. So, what exactly do you want to confess? Ryumin scratched the back of his head. Remember how I said I saw the lottery numbers in a dream? Yeah, she replied, nodding. Well, that wasn't true. Julie blinked. He looked over at her. The truth is, I was able to get the numbers thanks to the ancient script foresee the future. It lets me see future events. That's why I ended up with the prophet class. Prophet? Julie's eyes lit up, clapping her hands. That's so cool. Isn't that a special class? Ryumin rubbed his neck awkwardly. I guess it is, Julie beamed at him. That's awesome. And that ancient script foresee the future, it sounds amazing too. Thanks for telling me. I bet it wasn't easy opening up about that, even to a friend. Ryumin smiled softly. It's no big deal. You told me your class is support, so I figured it was only fair. Julie shook her head, laughing. Fair? Not even close. I didn't tell you what my ancient script is, did I? Should I? Ryumin replied quickly. No need, but Julie didn't seem to care what he said. She pointed ahead and started explaining. In the first round, I got the script called protection. Within a 10-meter radius around me, the same number of thin protective layers appear as there are people present. So for example, if there are 5 people nearby, I get 5 layers of defense. She laughed out loud, clearly relieved. Ah, that feels good to get off my chest. Doesn't that make you happy too? Ryumin chuckled. It does. Then Julie tilted her head. But why did you suddenly decide to tell me about your ancient script? Ryumin's tone grew more serious. Honestly, keeping it a secret was starting to weigh on me. And I figured you wouldn't believe what I'm about to say, unless I was honest with you first. Julie blinked. What are you about to tell me? The red car continued cruising smoothly down the road. Julie stared ahead, then gasped. Wait, don't tell me it's about the round 4 mission, isn't it? Ryumin nodded calmly. That's right. So please be careful, Julie. He looked at her with a rare seriousness. You can't let your guard down. Not for a second. You never know what another player might do. Julie absorbed his words, then nodded firmly. Okay, I'll be careful. She gazed out the window, her heart warm. Still, I really appreciate it. He told me because he was worried about me. And I was the first person he called. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, cheeks turning pink again. Maybe, just maybe, does he have a tiny bit of a crush on me? I kind of hope he does. The sun was beginning to set, casting a golden glow over the city. Ryumin sat on his bed, deep in thought. I can't believe Julie liked me all this time, and I never noticed. A hint of regret flashed across his face. No wonder she was always so kind to me. He glanced to the side, then sighed. It's a little awkward, sure. But maybe this is actually for the best. He set his phone down beside him and continued reflecting. It'll make things easier to get her on my side. And she'll probably trust my prophecies more too. He fluffed up his pillow, straightened out his blanket, and laid down. Well, that's one thing taken care of. Time for a little rest. He let his eyes close. Besides, I don't have anything major going on this month anyway. The city lights shimmered outside his window as night deepened. The simple wall clock in his home quietly ticked toward 11:55 p.m. on July 31st. Still seated on his bed, Ryaman opened his system menu. Before I enter the next world, I bought a new mythic-grade item from today's store drop. A glowing window appeared before him, dark gauntlets, type mythic-grade gloves effects, strength 5, agility 8 passive, turns equipped weapons semi-transparent, effective only at night, usage restriction, available from normal rank upward description, gloves shrouded in the essence of darkness, rendering your weapons semi-invisible under the cover of night. He focused on the stats. The bonuses are solid. And the semi-invisible effect could be a huge advantage, especially when combined with my Twilight skill. That synergy could really pay off. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. It was Rewound. Hey, it's time. He stepped into the room. You ready to take on this round? Rewound looked off to the side and shrugged. We'll see once we get in. Rewound seemed nervous. You're the prophet, right? You said you've seen what's coming in round 4, Ryaman replied calmly. Having information is one thing. Acting on it is another. Rewound's expression tensed. Don't talk like that. Ryaman walked up to him, jabbing a finger at his forehead. Don't jinx it. You're bringing bad luck just saying stuff like that. He returned to his bed, his face clouded with unease. Round 4, it might just be a death trap. Elsewhere, Yong Min was in a panic, tearing at his hair. Damn it again. The system window appeared in front of him, penalty applied. All stats permanently reduced by 50%, his face twisted in rage. Unbelievable. This is the result of betraying my reflection, Jongsik. I don't even have 10 command uses left. How the hell am I supposed to survive round 4 now? Grinding his teeth, he stormed forward. Everyone aiming for the regional rep title will come for me now. Or maybe old enemies are ready to take revenge. He suddenly stopped and looked around. Wait a minute, where even is this? His eyes darted across the strange, sterile environment. Everything was white. This place looks like some damn lab. Are we guinea pigs or what? Then his eyes landed on a familiar figure, Ryaman. Black Scythe, that damn devil. He knew everything would turn out like this. Yong Min's mind replayed every moment Ryaman manipulating others, destroying relics. Fail all 10 command attempts. Break your relic. And without hesitation, he even killed the avatar of the Judgment God. He's not just suspicious, he's dangerous. Yong Min's face darkened. He trailed behind Ryaman, fists clenched. If I were strong enough, I'd wipe that smug face off the map, but I've got no choice now. If I want to survive, I'll have to work with that devil. He exhaled and forced himself forward. Black Scythe. Ryaman turned around. What? Yong Min's smile was stiff. That deal we made last round, it still stands, right? Ryaman raised an eyebrow. Deal? You said if I became your subordinate you'd protect me. That still applies, right? Ryaman snorted. I don't need a subordinate like you anymore. Yong Min's face twisted in disbelief. What? Ryaman crossed his arms. You don't even have any command uses left. What good is a regional rep who can't issue commands? You're just dead weight now. He went on. Besides, almost everyone's got a class by now. Even with command power, it wouldn't mean much. His words hit like a brick wall. Yong Min stood there, stunned. Ryaman smiled faintly. You're not worth anything anymore. You're just a walking target. Yong Min's face trembled with anger. A walking target? Still shaken with fear, Yong Min suddenly heard a voice and instinctively turned his head. Ryaman stood there with his arms crossed and a calm, confident expression. Relax. You're only a walking target in name. Most people won't actually try to kill you. Yong Min was confused but moved closer. Why wouldn't they come after me? Ryaman explained casually, you know how it is with regional reps. Everyone understands now that being one isn't all it's cracked up to be. Plus, the higher your level gets, the fewer people your command power can actually control. It's just not worth the risk anymore. Yong Min fell silent, thinking it over. He's right if anything. I'd rather give up this dumb command power altogether. Just then Seo Erin walked up quietly. Seeing her, Yong Min's face flushed red. Wait, what are they doing here? Hi there, Black Scythe. Seo Erin greeted cheerfully. And Sangchul added with a smile, good to see you again. Remember us? Of course I do, Rewound replied smoothly. Yong Min's eye twitched. What the hell is this about now? Seo Erin beamed. You saved us from that thug, remember? The one standing right over there? We wanted to thank you properly again. Yong Min's face turned red with fury. Thug. What the hell? But Rewound quickly stepped between them, clearly annoyed. One thank you is enough. You don't need to come find me again. And Sangchul insisted, we're genuinely grateful. Even our company president wanted to express his thanks. We get it, Rewound cut him off, his tone cold. Not interested. Trying to lighten the mood, Seo Erin stepped forward and offered a small, glowing purple stone. This is just a little something to show our appreciation. Please accept it. Rewound looked at it with interest. A low-grade purple magic stone. What a nice little surprise. Seo Erin looked nervous. I thought just saying thank you wasn't enough, so he took it from her hand. Thanks. I appreciate it. If she's giving me something this rare, no reason to turn it down. I'll try crafting some low-grade stones of my own later. Seo Erin anxiously studied his face. Does he like it? I hope he doesn't think I gave him something useless and get mad, just as I thought, Rewound mused. She has no idea how valuable this thing really is. If she did, she wouldn't be giving it away like this. Yong Min, watching from the side, muttered, I've got something like that too. Rewound's ears perked up. Oh. Yong Min rubbed his cheek as he tried to recall. I think it's called a Black Force Core or something? Rewound's expression shifted. A Black Force Core? Those things have an insanely low drop rate. Even rarer than magic stones. There's practically no way to get one at this stage without pure dumb luck. He grinned to himself. So, that's what you're hiding, huh? Lucky? Or just setting yourself up for disaster? Seo Erin timidly spoke again. Black Scythe. Would you like a protection shield? He blinked. A shield, she nodded, a bit shyly. I recently advanced to summoner. I can summon a spirit to create a protective barrier for you, if you need it. Before she could finish her offer, Rewound cut her off. I appreciate it, but no thanks. I don't think it's necessary. She backed away slightly, a little embarrassed. Okay, I understand. Bowing politely, she added, well, we'll be heading off now. Good luck with the next round. You too, Rewound replied with a nod. As he turned around, he noticed Yong Min walking away. Hey, hold up, Rewound called after him. Yong Min stopped and turned back, confused. What now? Rewound stared him down. Keep going like this and you'll regret it. Yong Min narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? I already told you, Rewound said. You're a walking target. But you just said no one would actually target me. Yong Min snapped. Rewound corrected him, unfazed. I said not many people would. That doesn't mean no one will. There's still some value left in being a regional rep. He shrugged nonchalantly. Sure, most players have hit level 10 and unlocked their classes, but there are still a few who haven't. That means there are still people vulnerable to command skills. Yong Min paused. So you're saying, someone will come after me? Rewound raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Out of thousands of players, you think no one will want to take a shot at you? Yong Min looked uneasy. Then what should I do? Rewound smiled. I'll help you. I'll make sure you don't end up as easy prey. Yong Min's eyes widened. Really? Before he could finish his sentence, Rewound interrupted. I never said I'd help for free, Rewound said flatly. You saw the stone Seo Erin gave me earlier, didn't you? If you've got something like that, hand it over. Yong Min looked uneasy. I actually have one. Without arguing, he handed over the stone. Item acquired. Black Force Core type, item description, a dense, jet black stone. Smooth to the touch, with a glossy surface that gleams under the light. Rewound's eyes lit up. Perfect. Alright, Rewound nodded. Got anything else? Yong Min backed away defensively. No way. That's all I'm giving you. Don't even think about touching my equipment. Rewound shrugged. Relax. Even if you wanted to give it to me, I wouldn't take it. But I gave you the item. Yong Min protested. Now will you help me or what? Turning around, Rewound replied coolly. I said I'd keep my word. Suddenly, A familiar presence lit up the sky. The angel descended, her voice echoing with practiced cheerfulness. Humans. Once again you've all gathered here, though it seems the numbers have dropped a little. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Wait, people dropped out. You mean someone died in real life? No way. Did something happen over the past month? Yong Min stood with his arms crossed, unimpressed. Honestly, I'm more surprised nobody got themselves killed during the entire month-long break. The angel grinned, clapping her hands. Now that you're all here, I'll announce the mission for round 4. A system display appeared overhead. Main mission. Kill each other within 3 hours. Global participants. 161,906,418 completion count. 0 local area. ESC's 45.5 local participants. 1,042 completion threshold. 521 survivors. The crowd broke into panic. What the hell? We're supposed to kill each other. Is she serious? The angel's tone turned mocking. Ugh, humans are so slow. Yes. As I said, just slice up the players around you. Easy, right? Gasps and disbelief echoed across the field. We have to kill other players. This has got to be a joke. Raising one finger coyly, the angel continued. Let me clarify. There are no monsters in this round. Your only enemies are each other. Unlike previous rounds, this one is purely about survival. But how are we supposed to level up or get stronger without monsters? Someone asked. A tall man shouted, wait, if only half of us need to survive, then we just need to each kill one person, right? The angel smirked and pressed a finger to her lips. Now that's a secret. Where's the fun if I tell you everything? Yong Min clenched his jaw. Fun. You're only saying that because your superiors told you to keep quiet. He scowled as he watched her from below. These angels are just mouthpieces for the real game masters. Someone else is pulling the strings and she just received direct orders. Then the angel folded her arms and dropped another bombshell. By the way, it's not just about killing. Only the top 521 ranked players will survive, and how the rankings are calculated. That's another secret. Her grin widened. Oh, and don't think you'll be number 1 just for getting the first kill. That alone won't cut it. She chuckled. Well then, that's all the instructions. Now go on, let the slaughter begin. Time remaining, 2:59:59. Chaos erupted. Wait, so I just have to kill someone? That's it. No way, I can't do this. Yong Min stood in the middle of the rising panic, his face hardening. Even if I don't hold a grudge against anyone, I'm still stuck in this twisted bloodbath. What kind of nightmare is this round? Meanwhile, Yong Min smirked from a distance, arms crossed. Kill other players. Hell yeah. There are some bastards I've been wanting to take out anyway. Yong Min watched from the side, narrowing his eyes. I knew it. He's already planning to murder someone he knows. Yong Min's expression twisted into something dark. Actually, now that I think about it, if the other players hesitate to kill, that just makes things easier for me. I could end up on top. His thoughts spiraled. All of you bastards, wherever you're hiding, I'll find you. I'll kill every last one of you. Suddenly he turned and nearly jumped out of his skin. Yong Min was standing right next to him. Jesus. You scared the hell out of me, he tried to act casual. What's up, Black Stithe? Yong Min kept walking. I told you I'd help keep you from becoming a target, didn't I? I'm here to keep that promise. He raised his hand, magic starting to gather around it. Yong Min's smile faltered. Instinctively, he began backing away. What are you doing? But it was already too late. Yong Min's eyes gleamed. Yong Min thrust his hand forward. Yong Min was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a hard thud. System alert. Side mission activated. Round 4. Side mission. Eliminate the regional representative within a limited time. Reward: 1 lowest tier mana stone draw ticket. System notification. Side mission complete. You've received 1 lowest tier mana stone draw ticket. Lowest tier mana stone draw ticket. Type: limited time item, rare effect. Grants 1 to 5 lowest tier mana stones randomly. Use restriction. Apprentice level and above. Usable until the next round. Description: a time-limited item. Automatically vanishes when advancing to the next round. Quantity is affected by luck. Yong Min smirked. Nice. That's exactly the reward I was hoping for. Killing Yong Min wasn't just for the mission, he thought. But it was definitely a bonus. A blonde guy suddenly shouted from the crowd, pointing in alarm. Someone's dead. I saw it. It was him, Black Scythe, that killed that guy. Ryamin's expression darkened. These people just a moment ago, they were all itching to kill Yong Min for that representative position. And now they're acting like saints. Cries rang out from the crowd. Hey, you can't just kill people like that. Have you no humanity? You're a murderer. A damn killer. Rewound stood still, letting the accusations wash over him. A murderer. They're not wrong, he thought grimly. I killed Jang Seokhyun. And I'll kill many more before this is over, all the way to round 20. He closed his eyes briefly. But I've never killed without a reason. Especially not in this round. There's no other choice, kill or be killed. A system update flashed across everyone's vision. Round 4. Main mission. Kill each other within 3 hours. Global participants. 181,906,418 completed. Over 90,953,209 current region. ESC's 45.5 participants. 1,042 completion threshold. 521. Rewound clenched his fists. Even though I knew this was coming, they're still blaming me. Hypocrites. A young man with dark hair whispered to himself. If things go smoothly, I might be able to turn everyone against Black Scythe. Nearby, another guy in a cap had the same idea. Now's my chance to destroy his reputation. A burly man stared with sharp intent. If we all gang up on him, even he won't stand a chance. Someone else sneered. We can't let him become the regional rep. We need to pin something on him, anything. Rewound smiled calmly, exhaling through his nose. These clowns really think they've found the perfect opportunity. What a joke. A young man yelled at him. You think this is funny, huh? A girl beside him added. You're insane. You just killed someone and you're smiling. Suddenly, system alert. Player Black Scythe has become the new regional representative of Sector ESC's 45.5. Gasps rippled through the crowd. He's the rep now. A black-haired teen panicked. This is bad. This is really bad. It's like giving a tiger wings. What the hell do we do now? Rewound raised his chin and spoke with icy arrogance. What's wrong? Why'd you all go quiet? He taunted. Don't tell me you're scared now just because I'm the rep. He crossed his arms, oozing confidence. If you're scared of command authority, then I'm guessing none of you have changed classes yet, huh? The blonde man snapped. What are you talking about? Another man shouted, pointing in shock. Look at his name. It changed color. His name. Someone cried. It's true, it changed. Why only him? Rewound glanced at the display casually. Yeah, probably changed from bright yellow to red. He already knew what that meant. In a round like this, once you kill someone, your nickname changes color. The more you kill, the deeper that red becomes. The man's entire demeanor was savage. His nickname had changed color, clear proof that he'd killed someone. That was the whole point of the color system, to expose murderers. The crowd started shifting, edging toward Rewound in unison. Primitive hunting rifle. He's a killer, he needs to die. Murderer. Rewound sighed inwardly. Of course. Instead of attacking random players, they'll target the ones labeled as killers. That way their conscience takes less of a hit. He understood. He really did. But the irony? Once they kill a killer, they become one too. And that's how the cycle starts, people encouraging each other to kill more and more. Just to survive. He narrowed his eyes. Right now they're still hesitating. But that hesitation will be the reason hundreds die. Maybe thousands. He raised his voice. What are you all doing? You really think you've got time to waste standing around? Two of them shouted back. Hey, stop right there. Yeah, murderer, you're not going anywhere. Rewound extended a hand, calm and direct. Don't act like I'm the only one who's killed a representative. What about all of you who swarmed Jongsik in the last round? What, were you trying to kiss him or something? One man stammered. Well, I mean, Rewound cut him off. It's kill or be killed. Don't pretend you don't know how this works by now. He swept his gaze over the crowd, voice rising. Drop the holier-than-thou act and face reality. When your life's in danger, don't tell me you won't point your spear at the first threat you see. He glared fiercely. This isn't the time to sit around pretending you're saints. Worried? Then argue it out. Just like we voted last time. He turned his back on them and walked away, thinking, even if I hadn't said it, they'd end up fighting anyway. I just saved them some time. If anything, this way, more of them might actually survive. A strong-looking woman stepped forward. He's right. We can't just stand here. We need to do something. A man beside her scoffed. Oh yeah? Got any bright ideas? Wanna sit down and talk it out? She shot back. Why are you mocking me? I'm just trying to get us organized. A guy in the back sneered. What, you want us to duel it out one-on-one? Make it fair? A platinum blonde teen jumped in, waving his hands. What part of fighting to the death is fair? And duel? You think this is a game show? We don't even have time for this, someone shouted. That same scoffer turned red with rage. What the hell did you just say to me? And just like that, the group devolved into loud, chaotic bickering. CO Erin nervously turned to her bodyguard. What should we do? Do we really have to kill people like Black Scythe said? And Sangchul replied gently, we don't have a choice, Arin. If we don't, we'll be the ones who get killed. He leaned closer, speaking softer. I completely agree with Black Scythe. You need to prepare yourself. Killing someone, it's not a pleasant experience. She glanced up at him, worried. You're saying that like you've done it before. He flinched, awkward. No. I'm just guessing. She scanned the crowd uneasily. So, who do we kill then? He said bluntly. We play it by ear. Look around. Everyone's getting riled up. We need to pick targets now. Who, exactly? She asked. Start with the ones who've already killed. If their nickname turned red, they're fair game. Who gave you the right to decide that? A man with long hair growled. So you're saying we should go after Black Scythe? A guy with dark hair shook his head in disbelief. You're insane. The guy's already level 3. You think we can actually kill him? The blonde guy nearby added. I'd bet money even if all of us rushed him at once, we wouldn't be able to take him down. The man with brown hair glanced around nervously. Shut it. What if he hears us? Ryaman, standing off to the side, rolled his eyes. I can hear everything, idiots. The arguing grew louder, more heated until someone finally snapped. A gray-haired man shouted, What the hell are we even doing? Life is precious. Even if someone is a murderer, it doesn't mean we should kill them too. A guy in a cap chimed in, he's right. Kill someone, and you become just like them. A younger man snapped back. Then what the hell are we supposed to do? Someone has to die for me to live, isn't that how this works? Enough bickering. Someone near the front growled. Let's just agree to kill the criminals, alright? Yeah, right? A fisty woman replied. How do you even tell who the criminals are? What, you think they're just gonna raise their hands and confess to having a record? The long-haired man exploded in rage. Who the hell do you think you are, acting all high and mighty? Got something to say? Then say it, you bitch. The woman shot back without hesitation. You just barked in my face, you son of a bitch. Want me to kill you right now? He wasn't backing down. Oh yeah? Try it, you psycho whore. A younger guy nearby decided to fan the flames. Stop talking and just fight already. The older man snapped. Who the hell are you to egg us on, huh? The woman jabbed a finger right at him. The ones hiding in the back while pushing others to fight are the worst kind of trash. Coward. That guy's face twisted. What did you just say? You little. I swear to God, I'll kill every last one of you bastards. With a flash, he activated his magic. The woman readied her own spell, eyes blazing. Confident. Huh. Then bring it on, dumbass. Watching from a distance, Ryaman just shook his head, exasperated. This is getting ridiculous. All talk and no guts. But he stayed calm, watching the scene unfold. Still, nothing to worry about. Give it a little time and they'll be tearing each other apart. Then, a calm-looking young man stepped forward, trying to speak some reason into the chaos. Everyone, enough shouting. Think logically for a second. But just as he spoke, his expression twisted in horror. He was staring at something, or someone. A chill ran down his spine. There, sitting on the ground and yawning lazily, was Yong Min. He blinked in disbelief. No way, that can't be. Ryaman, arms folded, remained unbothered. He knew exactly what was happening. This is it. The hidden rule of this round: 10 minutes after dying, a player comes back to life. Yong Min looked around, confused. Why's everyone staring at me? Not just staring, they look like they've seen a ghost. He slowly stood up, glancing around in disbelief. What's going on? I was just talking to Black Scythe a second ago. The man with dark hair screamed. He's alive. He came back from the dead. Like some kind of god. What are you even saying? Someone else replied. It's the system, it revived him. A long-haired guy tried to reason it out. That means anyone who dies in this round comes back to life. A furious woman nearby clenched her fists. Then that means it's fine if we kill people. A dangerous-looking guy picked up a knife, eyes gleaming. If they just respawn, then there's no harm done, right? Another player finished his thought. A woman with her hair in a high bun rushed to the center, trying to calm things down. Everyone just stop. We don't even know if revival works every time. Don't jump to conclusions. But just as she was speaking, she was suddenly attacked from behind. The guy with the sharp wolf claw weapon drove it repeatedly into the woman, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Why don't you go take a nap first, bitch? Die already." He finally stopped, breathing heavily as he stared at the blood-soaked dagger. But he wasn't done. Still worked up, he shouted, "Come on. Get back up already. You and we've got round 2 waiting." The onlookers around him froze in place, a chill running down their spines. Disgust painted every one of their faces. Lying motionless at the center of the crowd was the woman's limp body, hair sprawled out, her head twisted unnaturally. Everyone watching was drenched in cold sweat. From the back, people started murmuring. "But she's not coming back. Yeah, maybe it just takes a while. Let's give it a bit more time." That other guy came back after 10 minutes, right? 2 guys, one with brown hair and the other with moss green, raised their voices. "Let's wait. Let's see if she comes back too." "I'm in." "Yeah, I agree." 10 minutes passed. Suddenly, her motionless body began to glow. The deep, brutal wounds shimmered with light as they slowly began to mend. Her injuries, one by one, sealed shut, until finally she was completely restored. No blood, no cuts, nothing. She stood up slowly, stretched her limbs like she'd just woken from a nap, and let out a relaxed sigh. Then it hit her. She froze. "Ah," she gasped, loud enough for everyone to hear. Her eyes swept across the people standing nearby. "Which one of you bastards was it, huh? Who the hell stabbed me in the back?" Suddenly, the guy with the fake wolf claw weapon stepped up behind her, grinning wickedly. "That'd be me, bitch." But this time, things didn't go as he planned. A massive man from behind him swung a heavy weapon, slicing the attacker clean in half before he could say anything else. The would-be murderer collapsed, his body landing with a dull thud. The large man pointed down at him and repeated the taunt he'd used earlier. "So, 10 minutes and they come back, huh?" Everyone watching from the sidelines turned pale. Some held their heads, others their mouths. No one dared say a word. Ryaman, watching from a distance, reflected silently. Even now, even after they've seen that players really do come back to life, it still doesn't sit right with them. Killing someone isn't something you can just shake off. Still, the chaos had already begun. But like I figured, they're starting to embrace it. The crowd is losing its grip. In the right environment, humans always end up showing their true madness. Cold words and merciless thoughts started spilling out. All sense of humanity forgotten. Sword swung. People turned on each other. Whatever. Screw it. One person stabbed another from behind. "God damn it, I don't care anymore." Even allies were being cut down. "Die. You're all insane." Somewhere in the middle of the madness, a fight broke out. Hey, wait. Please. I've got nothing against you." A silver-haired guy raised his sword and shouted at the brown-haired man beside him, furious. "Then how about you taste your own medicine, huh?" The other one blocked the attack and pleaded, "Just die already. Don't resist. You'll come back anyway." Their shouting matched their wild swings, until their clash reached a boiling point. If that's how it is, then why don't you die first? Throughout the area, all around them, people were slaughtering each other in savage, relentless brawls. Blood splattered everywhere. From afar, Ryaman calmly watched the carnage unfold. Roughly 1,000 players, tearing each other apart like wild animals. This place is a battlefield now. He lifted his hand. A glowing red energy began to gather in his palm. "Guess it's my turn to join the fun." As Ryaman stepped forward with confident strides, one of the players locked eyes with him, recognizing the black scythe. In that moment, a flash of red light burst out. With a single swing of his weapon, Ryaman spun in a full circle, his scythe tearing through everyone in his path, sending bodies flying. In just seconds, he'd cleared out a good chunk of the players in front of him. The survivors, stunned, exchanged glances. Then, with a shout, they charged together. "This is our chance." But before their leader could finish his sentence, loud thuds echoed through the field. 1, 2, 3. The whole group was flattened in a heartbeat. "I have detection skills," Ryaman said calmly. You're not sneaking up on me. Behind him, the black dragon hovered over his right hand, slashing downward repeatedly at a player sprawled helplessly on the ground. Die. Rewound glanced behind him. Oh right. There's that one too. The dragon let out a gleeful laugh as it continued tearing into the player, fully enjoying the frenzy. Rewound stood still, deep in thought. Honestly, calling round 4 the black dragon's round isn't an exaggeration. With that Devourer rune in his hands, this whole chaos is nothing more than a feast for him. He kept a close eye on the guy as he tore through player after player. Judging by how dark his name's gotten, he must have already killed at least 10 people. That guy needs to burn through a few respawns just to be manageable again. Meanwhile, the black dragon grinned wildly, pulling up his status screen and thinking with satisfaction, I didn't expect this. Every time I kill another player, my stats go up. This is incredible. His eyes gleamed. I knew killing monsters raised your stats, but I didn't think players would work the same. The info panel showed the rune's effect, Devourer rune effect. The progress gauge increases each time you kill an enemy. Once full, you'll gain a random stat. The higher the target's level, the more the gauge fills. The black dragon went on a rampage, laughing, slashing, stabbing, using every trick in the book. Die, die! He shouted like a madman. The progress bar steadily rising. It's filling so fast, must be because of their levels, right? He glanced over at one player whose level matched his own. Even though he's the same level, the bar jumped like crazy. His eyes widened with a twisted sense of excitement. If I kill Black Scythe, how much would that gauge spike then? I bet it'd max out instantly. And I'd get a new stat boost too. The temptation was real, but after a second thought, the black dragon shook his head. Nah. Better not mess with a big shot like him. Who knows what kind of hell I'd be stepping into. Instead, he turned to a group of lower-level players, his eyes glinting. Better to clean up this trash and farm more levels instead. With that, he casually snuck up behind one. Sorry Palm, nothing personal, he said with a grin, raising his blade. Man, this is such a stress reliever. He sliced the poor guy down, then turned to the next. I haven't even had the chance to properly hunt yet, thanks to that thug showing up earlier. Unaware that someone was sneaking up behind him, the black dragon continued his killing spree. This round really was made for me. Someone lunged at him from behind, but he sidestepped with ease. These losers don't get anything from killing other players. But me. I level up. His face twisted into a terrifying smile as he brought his blade down. My stats grow with every kill. I just keep getting stronger. The Devourer rune's progress bar surged again. Players he had killed earlier were starting to respawn. Some lay still, others curled into fetal positions, clutching their heads. But to the black dragon, it was a dream come true. They just keep coming back to die again. This is perfect. He locked onto a few of the respawned players and raised his weapon again. What better opportunity could I ask for? With a vicious swing, another life was taken. Finishing off that group, he turned toward another chaotic skirmish. How many people have I killed so far? I should keep pushing. Maybe I can even top the leaderboard. Should I head that way now? Suddenly he heard footsteps approaching. Rewound walked forward slowly, confidently, the sound of each step unnervingly clear. The black dragon's eyes widened. Black Scythe. He looked around, panicked. Rewound stepped closer, his voice calm and cold. Nightfall. The chaos stopped. Players locked in fights turned to look around, confused. What the hell? Why is it getting dark? All eyes turned to Rewound. The black dragon stood frozen, sweat trickling down his face. His mouth was dry. What's going on? His scythe. It's becoming translucent. He gritted his teeth. Whatever it is, I can't take it lightly. Then came the flash of crimson. From the black dragon's perspective, he saw Rewound floating above him, looking down with lifeless calm. The next thing he knew, he was staring at the sky, detached from his body. So I'm dead, huh? As expected from Black Scythe. I really should have stayed away. The battlefield blurred again. The sound of clashing swords and screams continued. The bloodshed didn't stop. Players all around kept trying to tear each other apart. The chaos had only just begun. Die, die, you bastard. Just die already. Yong Min had just respawned. As he blinked and looked around in confusion, he noticed a girl next to him yawning. She had revived at the same time. She's alive again. So it's true, after 10 minutes, everyone comes back to life. Meanwhile, the black dragon wore that same twisted grin from before. A wicked thought crossed his mind once more. Perfect. He clenched his fist, excitement building. This whole round was designed to make us slaughter each other. That means it's my chance to get back at the bastards who stabbed me in the back. I'll kill every last one of those traitors. Yong Min made his way back into the battlefield, his eyes scanning the chaos around him. Kim Sunghan, where are you? Then he saw him. There, trembling and struggling to draw his bow, was Sunghan. Look at that idiot, shaking like a leaf just because of a minor stat penalty. Grinning ear to ear, Yong Min sprinted toward him. Kim Sunghan. Sunghan turned around, startled just in time to catch a fist straight to the face. Nice to see you again, you piece of shit. The punch sent Sunghan flying, his bow and arrows scattering across the ground. He groaned, holding his face in pain. Then came that familiar voice, gruff and mocking. Hey Kim Sunghan, you damn bastard. Sunghan's face was bruised and bloodied, his nose dripping. Yong Min grabbed him by the collar and yanked him up, sneering. You said if we met again you'd kill me, right? He laughed maniacally, fist raised high. Well, what you waiting for? Come on, try it. Kill me. Then he let go, dropping Sunghan back to the ground like trash. Finally. Damn, that felt good. He let out a breath of satisfaction. Behind him, the black dragon glanced around coldly. Now, where are the rest of those bastard traitors? The chaos of the battlefield was only just beginning now, it was truly descending into madness. The violence was growing more brutal by the second. If hell existed, it probably looked just like this. The strong preyed on the weak. Players with powerful weapons slaughtered those without even basic gear. Die. Co Erin crouched in a corner, clutching her sword with both hands, her entire body trembling. This hellhole, a place full of violence, where people know nothing but hatred. And Sangchul stood close by, watching her carefully. Miss Arin? Are you okay? She forced a smile, trying to calm herself. I'm fine. I'm not tired. Just mentally, I'm a little shaken. Sangchul frowned. I can endure this a bit longer, but Erin? She might not last. If this damages her mentally and affects her work, I'll have no face left to meet the chairman. As he scanned the area, something caught his eye, an arm reaching out of nowhere, grabbing Co Erin by the hair. The attacker yanked her back and raised a blade to her throat, shouting, "You're gonna die. Over my dead body." And Sangchul charged in, fast as lightning. With one swift move, he sliced the attacker's weapon clean off. Switching his grip with expert finesse, he drove his blade straight into the man's shoulder, dropping him in a single strike. Co Erin sat there shaking, staring at the blood-stained blade in front of her. She bit her lip, eyes focused and determined. Then, suddenly she lunged forward. She ran at the wounded man still writhing on the ground and stabbed him. The skies overhead seemed to darken. Kneeling, covering her mouth and trembling, Co Erin could barely process what she'd just done. Sangchul stood beside her, glancing down. If I told her to do it, she'd still obey. She rose to her feet, turning to him, voice fragile. Mr. Bodyguard, how long do we have to keep fighting like this? Sangchul answered calmly. At least another hour. Erin's face fell. I can't even look at these people dying anymore. I don't understand how everyone can kill each other like this. He gritted his teeth, silently staring at her. Too soft. She's been sheltered too much. But he held it in and said gently, if you're tired, please rest. You've already killed around, 50 people? She blinked, uncertain. Maybe. He turned away, telling her, that's probably enough to make it onto the rankings. Leave the rest to me. She looked up at him, deeply moved. Thank you so much. He smiled faintly as he walked off. No, I should be thanking you. Now I don't have to waste time handing you fresh victims. Now, it was his turn to hunt. Anyone in his path he attacked without hesitation. I can finally focus on my own score. The system flashed a notification. Time remaining, 10 minutes, 21 seconds. Then came that familiar sight, the black scythe, the crimson slash. Ryaman was cutting through players like it was nothing. Only 10 minutes left. Damn, round 4's always so draining. He spun around mid-strike, eyes razor sharp, hunting like a predator. I can't afford to lose out on that first place reward, not across all regions. I have to grow stronger, no matter what, to make it to round 20. Once he finished one target, he sprinted off in search of the next. Anyone who saw him turned pale and ran for their lives. I've no idea how strong the final boss is gonna be. That's why I need to get even stronger. He kept his scythe ready, eyes locked onto his prey. The guy he was chasing was crying, panicked, trembling. Black Reaper. But Ryomin zipped past him, outmaneuvering him and dashing ahead. The guy collapsed in relief. I survived, I actually survived. While running, Ryomin carefully chose his targets. No need to waste time killing the same person twice. He struck down only new opponents. He knew the rules. Round 4 rankings weren't based just on kill count, you had to eliminate as many unique players as possible. Killing the same person again only counted once. He glanced back. There he was, an all too familiar figure. Black Dragon, still laughing maniacally, pummeling players into the ground like a madman. Ryomin looked mildly annoyed as he thought to himself, so that means I can't kill that guy over there. Across the battlefield, Black Dragon was still at it, pummeling the face of his opponent relentlessly. Die. Die, you bastard. He was grinning from ear to ear, thrilled by the violence. Ryomin watched him, quietly evaluating. All he's done is kill the same 3 friends over and over. At this rate, those guys aren't making it out of this round alive. Suddenly, someone behind him began reviving. Black Dragon noticed and turned around. Without hesitation, he slapped Sunghan across the face. Well, look who's back. Hurry up with that resurrection, will ya? Ryomin scoffed inwardly. If they keep dying the second they come back, they won't have a shot at racking up points for themselves. Then, another system message appeared, signaling the countdown. Time remaining, 1 minute. Ryomin took off running, eyes darting left and right. Only 1 minute left. Not much time, I need to get the highest score possible. He glanced over at a grinning silver-haired guy. Already killed that one. Then his eyes shifted to a brown-haired boy crying while holding a girl in his arms. That one too. Next, his gaze locked onto a light brown-haired guy wielding a knife. Mim. I don't remember him. This will be the first time. Decision made. The target, completely unaware, turned his head slightly. No time left, I'll end this in one blow. With a single slash to the back, the man collapsed, dead before he even hit the ground. That final strike from Ryomin coincided perfectly with the end of the round. The scenery shifted, the sky now glowed with golden auroras, and a protective shield surrounded every player. From the heavens above, a glowing angel descended. So, was all that killing fun for you? The players below stared back with resentment and disgust. Ryomin glanced sideways at the angel, thinking how could killing others ever be fun? The angel he and too floated closer, smirking as she spoke. Look at this mess. All this filthy blood, you ruined the nice clean space we had. She chuckled mockingly. But hey, you all did great with the whole murder each other thing. Now, before we look at the results, how about we resurrect everyone who died? Ryomin wasn't impressed. Tech, she talks like she's the one doing the reviving. This is clearly a system function, not her power. Suddenly, a player missing an arm began regenerating it. Others with grave injuries were also healing rapidly. Whether light or fatal, every wound was being restored. Even Sunghan was back to normal. As for Black Dragon's unfortunate trio of friends, they glared at him furiously once revived. Yong Min, you bastard. I'll kill you myself. Grinning, Yong Min turned to look at them. Oh please, you guys are only a step above Jongsik anyway. What the hell did you just say, you dog? I'll gut you right here, the angel cut in sharply. Silence. She narrowed her eyes and warned them coldly. If any of you pathetic humans speaks again, I'll make your heads explode like watermelons. Everyone below fell completely silent, no one dared even breathe too loudly. Satisfied, the angel clapped her hands with a bright smile. Ah, peace and quiet at last. Now that everyone's alive and well again, let's check the results, shall we? She paused, grinning mischievously. But first, let's see what the bonus mission of this round was, shall we? Confused murmurs spread through the crowd. Wait, there was a bonus mission too. With a snap of her fingers, the angel laughed. Of course there was. What, did you think you'd get a free pass? Don't be stupid. A new screen popped up in the sky. Round 4. Bonus mission: eliminate the regional representative within the time limit. Reward: 1 low-grade mana stone raffle ticket. Each player now had a board floating before them. Eliminate the regional representative, that was the bonus mission. The angel nodded and added mockingly, that's right, you idiotic humans. Only one person in this entire area actually completed the bonus mission. The crowd murmured in confusion until she announced the name. It was the Grim Reaper. Everyone turned to look at Ryomin. The Grim Reaper. Someone suddenly recalled. Wait, Wasn't he the one who killed Yong Min at the start? Yong Min's face turned pale as he clenched his teeth in bitter frustration. God damn it. So being the regional rep was actually a good thing. He stared silently at his board, jaw tight, a storm brewing in his eyes. Others around him shot him furtive glances, thinking if I'd known this was coming, I would taken out Yong Min myself. His expression darkened, lips trembling in disbelief. So I actually died. Killed by that bastard Rumen. Then a new message flashed across his screen: temporary skills disabled. Black Dragon panicked. What? All my temporary authority is gone. He suddenly recalled what Rewound had once told him: I'll make sure you don't become an easy target. Now, the memory stung. He said he'd help me. And then stole the rep title right from under me. Just then, the angel's voice rang out cheerfully. Alright then, let's look at the final results. She opened one eye, her face lit with mischief. Curious to see how it was calculated, aren't you? Everyone stood tense as the results were revealed. The mood turned heavy. Players groaned, held their heads, or collapsed in regret. The rankings are based on how many different players you've killed, she explained. Even if you killed the same person over and over, it still only counts as one. Gasps of disbelief spread across the crowd. Different people. So just killing as many as possible wasn't enough. The angel burst out laughing, her voice full of scorn. Oh please. What, you thought it was that simple? How adorably dumb. With a snap of her fingers, a massive leaderboard materialized in the sky. Round 4 summary. All regions: 1 Saint, Grim Reaper, Death Class Elf. 30,722 unique kills. 2 Nend, Idiot Mage, Magic Class Elf. 13,521 unique kills. 3 Road, Dark Heaven Knight, Knight Class Elf. 13,433 unique kills. Current region: Esks 4551 Saint, Grim Reaper, Death Class Elf. 30,722 unique kills. 2 Nen, Cute Little Bird Warrior, Warrior Class Lev. 11,211 unique kills. 3 Road, and Sanctual Knight Class Lev. 11,209 unique kills. The angel looked up, surprised. Oh, Grim Reaper ranked first again. Rewound, however, didn't react. He stood still, expressionless. The only thing sharp was his gaze, staring coldly at the floating angel. Everyone was stunned by the final results. Shocked. Speechless. No way, he killed over 700 people. That's humanly possible. Weren't there only around 1,000 of us total? That means he took out 70% of everyone here by himself. That's insane. The angel laughed in delight. You all by yourself killed 722 players? Well done. Looks like someone deserves a reward. Right then, a message appeared before Rewound. Congratulations. You've ranked first in your region for this round. Congratulations. You've ranked first across all regions for this round. Regional reward: mid-tier rare armor selection ticket. Global reward: mid-tier special reward selection chest. Rewound read through the message and nodded, satisfied. A mid-tier rare armor ticket. Perfect. I've been meaning to upgrade anyway. The system moved on to the reward menu. Please select one of the following rare armor items: Radiant Bronze Plate, Bloodstained Assassin's Garb, Shadow Cloak. Rewound didn't hesitate. I'll take option 2, the Bloodstained Assassin's Garb. The item's info popped up: Bloodstained Assassin's Garb. Type: Armor. Rarity: Rare. Defense: 60 bonus. Agility 4. Attack speed 5%. Movement speed 5%. Durability 600/600. Requirement: must be at least common tier. Description: a crimson-stained outfit once worn by a nameless killer. At times it reeks of blood. Rewound glanced at the next system message. Now for your special reward. Please choose one of the following: desire, 50% stat buff. Round 5 only, 2,500 gold. Insider information. On round 5, Rewound considered carefully. The side mission in round 5 might be rewarding, but it's probably difficult too. He made his choice and tapped the first option. If I'm thinking long term, then a raw stat boost will help more than anything. Back in the game, the angel resumed speaking. You've all seen your rankings, haven't you? She said playfully. Well then, let me inform you, in this region, 30 players are tied at the cutoff score of 521. Everyone below that will now be eliminated. Her lips curled into a wicked smile. And so, let the purge begin. Panic erupted. People who hadn't made the cut began dissolving, disappearing into light, screaming in terror. No. Please wait, Angel. Does this mean we die for real this time? One by one, bodies vanished. Even some of Black Dragon's friends were among them. I don't want to die. Please help us, Angel. Give us another chance. Yong Min exhaled in disbelief, a crooked smile forming. Barely made it. That was too close. Elsewhere, Co Erin sat trembling, hands clamped over her ears. And Sangchul stood silently, coldly watching the purge unfold. Please, I don't want to die. Ryamin closed his eyes. He listened to the cries without emotion, then slowly opened them again, turning toward the results board. Round 4 summary. All region survivors. 90,983,209 region. ESCs 45 survivors. 521. Another message followed. Your soul will soon be returned to your body in the current dimension. See you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. The scene faded and shifted. Evening had fallen. A hotel stood quietly in the darkness. Suddenly the sound of running footsteps echoed through the halls. And Sankul burst through a door, breathless. Sir. Inside, Gyeonglok stirred in bed, still half asleep. His sharp features looked almost sculpted in the dim light. Captain An? He mumbled, confused. What are you doing here? I don't remember summoning you. And Sangchul bowed slightly, still gasping. I couldn't reach you. I was afraid something had happened, so I forced my way in. Gyeonglok smirked and raised a brow. You thought I'd die in round 4? You didn't see my name on the results board. Sangchul scratched his head awkwardly, sweat trickling down his temple. I did see it, sir, but I couldn't help worrying. That last round was completely insane. Still groggy, Gyeonglok rubbed his face. Yeah, soon as I got back, I collapsed into bed. I'm mentally exhausted. And Sangchul's expression turned serious. It's true. 433 people died. His tone hardened, eyes growing cold. And if you count the ones who died over and over again, the number would be even higher. I've gotten this strong, and yet, what the hell is that Reaper guy? Is he even human? He paused, visibly curious. Sir, do you think he might still be an active duty special forces soldier? Someone with that level of skill and composure, he has to be one of Korea's elites. I keep wondering. Gyeonglok was silent, thinking to himself. The Grim Reaper, the more I think about him, the more I admire him. Whoever he really is in the real world. If we could get him on our side, that'd be a huge relief. He made a mental note. I'll have to ask the Prophet about his identity later. And Sangchul, still uneasy, added, but, sir, wasn't it kind of insane how that Prophet guy predicted the 4th round so perfectly? I'll admit it, until I saw it with my own eyes, I really didn't believe him. Gyeonglok nodded in agreement. Neither did I. He recalled the prophecy Ryamin had delivered in the real world. Round 4 won't be about hunting monsters, it'll be a massacre. Players will be forced to kill each other. A massacre? Gyeonglok had asked then, confused. Ryamin had answered seriously, yes. It's a disaster. Players will be pitted against each other in a bloodbath. You need to stay alert. Back in the present. And Sangchul hesitated before speaking. So what should we do now, sir? Gyeonglok raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I mean the Prophet, Sangchul said carefully. Do you really plan to bring him on board as a business partner? With a firm tone, Gyeonglok grabbed his jacket. Of course I do. The guy owns 31% of our company's stock. Who am I to say no? At this point, the company practically belongs to him. And Sangchul raised a hand, still a bit lost. So you're going to follow what he says and switch industries, just like that? Gyeonglok slipped his jacket on and stepped out onto the balcony. What choice do I have? If we go with his vision, the company will only grow stronger. As he looked out over the city, he continued, more importantly, we need to bring him to our side. Don't underestimate him or let his age fool you. He grew contemplative, gazing out at the morning light. Even if you don't like the way he acts, you need to flatter him, do everything he says. Only then, he turned back to Sangchul with a confident smile. Only then can we get every last drop of honey out of that sweet little jar we call the Prophet. Got it. Sangchul bowed, understanding his meaning. Yes, sir. From now on, I'll handle all dealings with Ryamin very carefully. As dawn broke, their conversation neared its end. Good. Call him right away, Gyeonglok ordered. What should I say to him? He mused. Tell him we're throwing a party to celebrate our survival tonight. And that if he has family, he's welcome to bring them along. Sangchul tilted his head slightly. Should I invite Monsieur as well? Sioarin? Jeongglok, handsome and composed in the morning light, smiled warmly. Well, what kind of celebration would it be without a celebrity joining us? The scene shifted to a small cafe. Ryaman was already there, waiting casually outside. He waved when he saw her. Over here. Julie approached, smiling. Hey Ryaman, you look good, he smiled back. You too. She looked him over with concern. Are you okay? It's kind of out of nowhere to suddenly ask me to grab food. Ryaman shrugged casually. Nothing big. I just thought we should celebrate making it through the last round. Don't worry, it's my treat. Julie teased him, grinning. Well, I guess I'll take full advantage of having a rich friend, then if you don't mind. The red car pulled away from the curb and onto the road. Thanks for this, really, she said warmly. Thanks, Prophet. I was able to get through round 4 because of you. Ryaman raised an eyebrow. You didn't think I was lying. Julie answered without hesitation. You'd never do that. What would you even gain by tricking me? He chuckled, touched. Thanks for trusting me. She laughed awkwardly. No, really. I'm the one who should be grateful. If you hadn't told me I needed to kill at least 30 people, I'd be dead by now. You saved me. Thank you. But in truth, Julie thought to herself, he really has no reason to thank me at all. Even if I hadn't told him anything, he'd have survived just fine thanks to his protection rune. He's that capable. She glanced at him thoughtfully. Compared to someone like Sioarin, a flower sheltered in a glasshouse, he's more like wild grass growing freely out in the open. They arrived at a Western-style restaurant with a touch of Japanese flair. Once seated at their reserved table, Ryaman gestured warmly. Let's eat. Thanks for the meal. Bon appetit, Julie responded politely, glancing at him. How many times has he thanked me now? She wondered, starting to feel a bit awkward. A bead of sweat ran down her temple as she fell into silent contemplation. Someone like me who's killed people, should I even be doing this? If Ryaman hadn't invited me, I wouldn't have come. Sitting here, eating peacefully like this, it just feels wrong. Ryaman picked up on her odd behavior and asked, Julie, aren't you going to eat? He made a guess. Looks like she's still struggling with guilt. Julie brushed it off quickly. I'm not feeling well, that's all. But Ryaman went straight to the heart of it. Is it because you killed someone? His voice softened. Don't overthink it, and don't blame yourself. You had to survive. Julie clenched her hands under the table. The guilt still heavy on her. That's true, but, Ryaman gently interrupted her. So what if you did? Are we supposed to just stand by and let it happen again in the future? What if I hadn't made it back? What would have happened to my family? A vision of his sweet little brother flashed through his mind. We all have people waiting for us, don't we? Julie's breath caught in her throat. My family, she recalled the moment her father cried and held her tightly in his arms. If I hadn't made it back, Dad would have been heartbroken. Julie clenched her fists, her expression hardening. You're right. I lost sight of my family, forgot they're the reason I've held on this long. She looked up at Ryaman, eyes full of gratitude. Thank you for reminding me. Ryaman smiled gently, picking up his chopsticks. Don't mention it. Come on, let's enjoy this food and cheer up. Julie nodded, finally relaxed. All right. Only now did they really start eating. This is amazing, she said after a few bites. Feels like all the fatigue from round 4 just vanished. Ryaman was happy to hear that. As the sky darkened outside and evening set in, Julie turned to him again. Thanks for the meal. Ryaman raised an eyebrow with amusement. That's the first time you've called me just by my first name. Really, she said, unconcerned. If you don't mind, can I keep calling you that from now on? Of course, he replied warmly. Looks like she's finally feeling better, Ryaman thought. Time to get to the real reason we're here. He set down his chopsticks and got serious. Julie, I asked you here today to share some info about round 5. Julie blinked, surprised. Round 5? Wait, you've seen the future again. Ryaman nodded without hesitation. This next round will be the hardest one yet. Also, all the regions are going to merge. Her brows furrowed in confusion. Merge? What do you mean? Basically, he explained, all the previously separated regions will become one. Julie stood up in shock. Then that means I'll be able to meet you in game. Ryaman sipped his tea calmly. That's right. Though, not in round 5. Actually, he thought to himself, we will meet in round 5. But if she finds out we're in the same region, she'll definitely try to find me. He placed the teacup down and continued, I need to meet her while I'm still anonymous. So she needs to listen carefully. Like I said, round 5 is going to be even tougher. There's a chance you might not make it through. Julie leaned forward, eager. Then what should I do? Rewound gave her a clear instruction. There's someone you need to meet. Go to him, and ask for his help. Julie was stunned. The Reaper, she asked, needing confirmation. You mean that guy? The one who ranked first across all regions. Rewound nodded confidently. That's him. Julie looked uncertain, pointing at herself. So you want me to ask him for help in round 5? Rather than asking for help, Rewound clarified, think of it as cooperating with him. That'd be more accurate. He offered her the best possible plan. You need to temporarily form an alliance with him. That's the only way you'll make it through alive. Julie hesitated, still doubtful. But he's level 30. Why would someone like him ever agree to work with someone like me? You have your charm, Rewound said with a smile. I'm sure the Reaper needs you too. It'll be a symbiotic relationship. Julie considered the idea. If I can survive the next round with his help, that would be incredible. But she still felt uneasy inside. Honestly, I'm still nervous. I don't know if he'd even take me along just for my little charm. That's no little charm, Rewound thought, watching her with amusement. Her ability is amazing. Don't worry, he assured her. The Reaper will definitely want to work with you not just in this round, but in the next one too. I've seen that future already, so you don't need to stress. You mean it? Julie asked hopefully. She seemed to relax a little. Thank you for telling me something so important. Rewound replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. We're friends. It's only right that I share this with you. Suddenly Julie reached out. Could I see your hand for a second? A soft green glow began to form in her palm. I should give you something in return, shouldn't I? Light radiated from around Rewound as her blessing enveloped him. He grinned, genuinely pleased. Thanks, Julie. I knew she'd bless me, Rewound thought. She's the kind of person who hates owing anyone. Julie blushed slightly, clearly embarrassed. Meanwhile, Rewound had gotten what he came for. Now I can go home and activate the effect. A system window popped up, all stats increased by 50% due to blessing skill effect. A white pouch suddenly landed on the table with a soft thud. Total kills 100/100. All stats increased by 50% due to the Butcher's Rune effect. Rewound was now home, sitting back in his chair, and thinking things through. Thanks to Julie's blessing, and the rune bonus he earned after killing 100 worm monsters, his stats had skyrocketed. He opened his status window. Status window name Rewound alias? The Reaper rank, common level 30 class. Deathbringer titles Time Traveler. Hidden first human to kill an angel. Hidden challenger of the Judgment God. Hidden stat strength, 93 intelligence. 111 agility, 105 luck, 84 attribute points. Unallocated. But what Rewound found most interesting, 84 luck. He muttered, impressed. He picked up a card from the desk. With this much luck, maybe I'll actually get something good. It was a low-tier mana stone draw ticket, a consumable rare item. Item, low-tier mana stone draw ticket effect, randomly grants between 1 to 5 low-tier mana stones. Use restrictions, usable only until the next round, apprentice rank or higher. Description, a time-limited item that grants a random number of low-tier mana stones. Influenced by luck. If unused by the next round, it will automatically disappear. Rewound studied it carefully, thinking how best to use it. If I were a normal person, I'd probably be praying to the gods right now for something decent. But then he smirked. To hell with praying to those damned gods. He recalled what the angel had once said, let the games begin. We'll play 20 rounds. On the first of every month, human souls will be transported to another dimension to participate in a new game. Rewound pictured a god flinging a rain of swords down upon terrified people below. I don't know who's behind all this, but one thing's for sure, some god is definitely pulling the strings. Who else could possibly seize 1.8 billion people and throw them into a deadly game? The one behind all of this had to be a god toying with humanity for amusement. Rewound's expression hardened with seriousness. If I survive until the final round and get to make one wish come true, I'll wish for the twisted god who created this disgusting game to be utterly destroyed. The draw ticket in his hand vanished, replaced by a rectangular projection. You've used the lowest tier mana stone draw ticket. The system chimed joyfully. Congratulations. You have drawn 5 lowest tier mana stones. Items received: 1 red mana stone, lowest tier; 2 yellow mana stones, lowest tier; 1 green mana stone, lowest tier; 1 purple mana stone, lowest tier. Rewound blinked, slightly surprised. 5? That was the maximum possible. His lips curled into a grin. So cursing the gods gets better results than praying to them. Guess I am lucky after all. Now it was time for the main event. He pressed a button. Alright, let's begin the fusion. First he combined 2 red mana stones of the lowest tier. Fusion successful. You have created a low tier red mana stone. He held the upgraded item in his hand, pleased. By combining same colored stones of the same rank, he could create higher level mana stones. He added the stone he got from Corin to the pool along with the ones he'd drawn. The notifications kept popping up. Fusion successful. You have created a low tier purple mana stone. Rewound considered the next move. If I fuse these mana stones with gear using a fusion catalyst, the success rate is extremely high. Fusion successful. Assassin's Hood upgraded. Damage 2% nice, he smiled. Let's keep going. He used the other stones. Fusion successful. Shadow gloves, stats 2% resistance ring, luck 2 smart boots, agility 2. Finally, he turned to another enhancement. Time to extract that blue mana stone from the hunter's leather armor. Separation complete. Assassin's blood drenched armor upgraded. Damage reduction 1%. Rewound grinned. Alright, that's all the mana stones used. Definitely worth trading for that charm. As dusk settled and the sky darkened above a towering apartment complex, Rewound got ready for his next stop. Time to meet with Gyeonglok. That's when Rewound showed up, wide-eyed, stunned. His face was filled with confusion and disbelief. Then, anxiety took hold. The president of the company you invested in is the heir to the Ozeon Group. Rewound nodded. I've been invited to a party as a business partner. We're going to be working together. Rewound trembled, overwhelmed. His face went pale and his eyes sparkled with awe. Can I even go to a place like that with you? Rewound adjusted his tie carefully, eyes focused. He said I could bring family, so don't worry. You're coming with me. He smirked slightly. And by the way, your tie's crooked. The doorbell rang. Rewound flinched, his whole body tensing up. They're here. Rewound calmly said, let's go. The two of them went to answer the door. Rewound with his usual composure, while Rewound was visibly nervous and uneasy. Rewound widened his eyes in surprise. Standing at the door was An Sanchul, who gave a slight bow. Good evening. I'm here to escort you. Rewound broke into a nervous sweat, clinging to his brother's arm. It's that guy we met before. And Sanchul glanced over. And this is? Rewound raised his hand and introduced him. This is my younger brother. And Sanchul handed Rewound an envelope. Apologies for not introducing myself properly sooner. I'm Unit Commander An Sanchul. We've met before, haven't we? Here's my card. Rewound accepted it politely. Yes, we have. And Sanchul offered a small bow of apology. I've already apologized to your brother, but I want to sincerely say I'm sorry for the rude way I treated you last time. Rewound, seeing his sincerity, didn't hold any grudge anymore. And Sanchul gestured with a courteous smile. Please consider tonight's party as a gesture of apology. I hope you won't feel too uncomfortable. Shall we get going? The limousine is waiting. The sky had gone completely dark. The lights from Gyeonglok's hotel blazed brightly, illuminating the surrounding gloom. And Sanchul led the two brothers inside, guiding them through the entrance. Suddenly, a voice called out, catching their attention. Shareholder Rewound. Gyeonglok smiled warmly, descending the staircase. I'm really glad to see you alive and well. Rewound smiled back. Likewise. Gyeonglok's eyes shifted to the boy standing beside him. And this must be your family. Rewound nodded. Yes, this is my younger brother Rewound. With a friendly smile, Gyeonglok extended a hand. Pleased to meet you. I'm Gyeonglok, the president of Heaven M Consulting. Rewound, use your right hand when you shake hands. Rewound reminded gently. Rewound, slightly dazed, reached out with his right hand. Hello, Mr. Gyeonglok. Gyeonglok asked with curiosity. Is your brother a player too? Rewound quickly shook his head. Oh no, I'm not a player. Rewound chuckled. He's only 14. Gyeonglok looked at Rewound with mock envy. You're lucky. If you were just 1 year older, you wouldn't have escaped that deadly game. I'm honestly jealous. Rewound's face didn't show it, but inwardly he scoffed. Jealous. What a joke. Gyeonglok turned to lead them. This way, please. It's a modest setup, but we've put our hearts into this dinner. Inside the room, the banquet table was already fully set, dishes presented beautifully with a luxurious air. 2 attendants stood by one server, one private chef ready to demonstrate and prepare dishes on the spot. Rewound's eyes sparkled in amazement as he took in the scene. Gyeonglok waved his hand graciously. You must be hungry. We didn't prepare much, but I hope it's enough to fill you up. Rewound turned in circles, overwhelmed. Is he being sarcastic right now? Come now, Rewound. That's not much. Gyeonglok teased with a gentle laugh as he signaled the start of the meal. Well then, please let's eat. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Rewound turned around instinctively. He froze, eyes widening in surprise. There stood Seorin, elegantly dressed, poised, and carrying an air of calm confidence as she entered the room. Seorin? She was invited too. Gyeonglok stood up from his seat and said, "You've finally arrived, Miserin." She quickly offered an apology. I'm sorry, sir. I was attending the funeral of a fellow actor, so I got here late. He waved it off with a friendly smile. No need to worry. We completely understand. More importantly, this here is the major shareholder of our company I mentioned to you. Out of habit, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and introduced herself. Hello, I'm actress Seorin. Ryaman gently nudged Rewound, whose jaw had dropped open. Weren't you two the ones who brought rice cakes when we first moved in? He answered on behalf of his stunned brother. Yes, that's right. Seorin gave them a cheerful smile, but inwardly she was suspicious. So I'm neighbors with the company's major shareholder? That's amazing. He looks even younger than me, and he's already holding such a huge stake. Is the president joking with me right now? Rewound, still nestled close to his brother, whispered in disbelief, Hey, isn't that Seorin? Rewound noticed his reaction, and realized something. Rewound had no idea about the relationship between Gyeonglok and Seorin. Seeing her show up like this must have been a total shock for him. Looking at his brother's bright red face, he thought, well, honestly, anyone who sees her appearance would probably react the same way. Can't blame him. To avoid raising suspicion, Rewound decided inwardly, I should probably show a little interest too, just to play along. Gyeonglok noticed the subtle reactions and smirked to himself. He really is still young. So even the prophet is no different from other guys, huh? Inviting Seorin was the right move. With his signature smile, he gestured toward the table. Well, I'm sure everyone's hungry by now. Please, help yourselves to the meal. No need to hold back. Everyone took their seats around the lavish banquet table. Rewound was bursting with excitement, his eyes lighting up every time he tasted something. Young, this meat just melts in my mouth. Ryaman smiled, pleased. Really? Then eat as much as you like. After giving them a moment to settle in and enjoy the food, Gyeonglok casually started probing. So, Mr. Shareholder, is the food to your liking? I had the chef pay special attention to these dishes. Just as Ryaman was serving food onto his brother's plate, he turned and answered simply, It's delicious. Gyeonglok then turned to someone else. And you, Rewound, how's the food? Is it to your taste? The boy stammered slightly, Why yes, this is the first time I've ever had food like this. Gyeonglok smiled, satisfied. I'm glad to hear that. I'm known to be a bit picky with chefs, so I'm relieved it worked out. The meal continued at a leisurely pace, with Gyeonglok persistently steering the conversation. I noticed you didn't bring any other family members. Why is it just you and your brother? At that question, Rewound's expression darkened noticeably. My brother is my only family. Our parents passed away. Caught off guard by the sudden shift in mood, Gyeonglok awkwardly apologized. I'm sorry to hear that. Damn, he mentally cursed himself. Why the hell did I ask that? Now the atmosphere is completely ruined. Finally looking more closely at Rewound's face on the verge of tears, Gyeonglok cursed under his breath again. Damn it. I should have just shut up until the mood recovered. Not long after, the dishes were cleared away and replaced with dessert. Gyeonglok sipped his tea in growing irritation. Someone needs to do something about this atmosphere. He glanced sideways at the person next to him and subtly tried to get her attention. Ms. Aaron, look over here. Ms. Aaron. But his attempts failed. Growing impatient, the chairman set down his teacup, stood up in the middle of the meal, and addressed her. Ms. Aaron, could we have a word? She looked over, surprised. Of course. The two of them walked out together, keeping a fair distance from the dining room. As they walked, Gyeonglok finally spoke up. Listen, Ms. Aaron. Out of habit, she replied automatically. Yes, Chairman. He paused, composing himself before asking a loaded question. Did you enjoy the food? Aaron responded brightly, it was delicious. But her clueless answer immediately darkened his mood. His face stiffened, and he looked like he was ready to kill someone. Do you think I invited you here just so you could eat your fill? He stared down at her with barely concealed frustration. I brought you here to help lighten the mood. Are you really this dense? Aaron quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I thought you invited me just to attend the party. He sighed in exasperation. Why would I invite you to a dinner like this for no reason? Rubbing his temples, Jong-glok tried to reframe the conversation. Did Unit Leader Ann not explain to you who that guy is? Flustered, Aaron repeated what little she knew. Isn't he the major shareholder? The chairman added sharply, he's not just a major shareholder. He's also the prophet. Aaron's eyes widened. The prophet. He emphasized it again. That's right. Just like the title says, his class is special. He can see the future. He wagged his finger slowly for emphasis. Do you get it now? We need to keep him happy. If we can get information about future stages ahead of time, do you realize how valuable that is? What he said next made her feel a chill run down her spine. So I need you to use that pretty face of yours, laugh at his jokes. Agree with whatever he says. Then he clenched his fist, ambition blazing in his eyes, his voice gleaming with cunning. Jong-glok was exerting invisible pressure, using every possible means to seize control of the prophet's heart. A cold sweat ran down Arin's back. She hesitated, then asked carefully, forgive me for saying this, but I don't think doing that will. He cut her off without hesitation. As your chairman, I've given you the opportunity to succeed in your acting career. Don't you think it's time to repay that debt? Aaron listened to his demands with deep unease. He wants me to do whatever it takes, tricks, charms. Anything as long as it pleases shareholder Ryaman. Jong-glok raised an eyebrow and asked again, why aren't you answering me? Cornered, the timid girl finally replied, I understand. Their talk ended as he turned back toward the banquet room. I'll be watching to see if you put in a proper effort. Now let's go. Aaron followed with a weary voice. Yes, sir. Inside the banquet room, the awkward atmosphere remained. Only Sangchul sat quietly, watching the two brothers. Just then, the door opened, and Jong-glok stepped in with Arin, speaking cheerfully. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. We had some business to discuss and came back a bit late. He deliberately glanced at Aaron, signaling her with his eyes, then turned to everyone. Looks like we've all finished eating. Shall we move to the next location? Ryaman and Rewound stood up and headed toward the door, following the two who had been waiting. Jong-glok grew increasingly frustrated as he watched Aaron awkwardly glance at the guests. I already told her everything she needed to do, so why is she still hesitating like that? Fortunately, Rewound took the initiative to speak first. Excuse me, miss. She responded quickly. Yes? The young man's face flushed bright red with embarrassment. I'm a fan of yours. You're even prettier in person than in the photos. Aaron lightly covered her mouth with her hand and replied politely, thank you. Rewound continued shyly, if it's okay, I'd really like to take a picture with you later. They continued chatting pleasantly, and she smiled, of course. I'd be happy to. Jong-glok immediately noticed. So the younger brother's more interested than the prophet himself. We'll need to adjust the plan. Suddenly, Arin's phone buzzed non-stop in her hand. She lifted it to check. And a text from the chairman flashed on the screen, change target. Get close to the little brother instead. A conflicted expression crossed Arin's face. He's just an innocent fan. And now I have to deceive him. From ahead, Ryaman glanced back at her. Meanwhile, Jong-glok smirked, pleased with his new scheme. If we win over the younger brother, the older one will have no choice but to come along. And that way we'll have direct access to the prophet's future knowledge. He stretched out a hand to guide them. This is a private lounge reserved for VIP guests. Here you can order any drink or snack you like, and enjoy some music while you're at it. The room was lit with soft red light. Though the furnishings were simple, the place radiated a subtle sense of luxury meant for honored guests. Rewound tilted his head curiously. Drinks. If it's alcoholic, I'm still just a high school student. Jong-glok waved it off and suggested, not a problem, you can have something non-alcoholic. He turned to Sangchul nearby and gave instructions. Unit Leader An. Bring in a special VIP platter and a mocktail for our student guest, Rewound. Sangchul nodded. Yes, Chairman. The door to the lounge closed gently behind them. Ryaman finally let out a small sigh before speaking. Chairman, I don't drink either. The man looked surprised, then offered a suggestion. Oh really? Well, if you're of age, this might be a good chance to try. After hearing that, Ryaman turned toward Erin. Hey miss. Erin, could you step outside and take that picture with my brother now? The gentle actress nodded. Ah sure. The two gave a small bow and stepped out together. As soon as he confirmed they were gone, Ryaman clenched his fists and turned to Gonglok. Mr. Chairman. The chairman blinked. What is it? Gone was the calm demeanor. Ruman's face was now cold with anger. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Gyeongluk still didn't get what he meant. What are you talking about? Ryaman crossed his arms and stated firmly, did you forget my class's prophet? I can see the future. Did you really think I wouldn't know about your little conversation with Seo Erin? Gyeongluk froze in shock, unable to utter a word. With that kind of deception, how do you expect us to do business together? Ryuman locked eyes with him and said sternly, Mr. Chairman, don't try to keep secrets from me.